Let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody? It is
side.
10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are live on the stream. Jeff's trying to get it all. Mr. 147 getting it all figured out. My name's JP Finley. I've been here in a couple days. Good morning, Brian.
It's way more than a couple days.
How are you, B?
Good.
What's going on, dude?
Oh, man, just chilling, man. You know, got up this morning, got me a quick 17 miles in on the bike. Planning on doing 20 to 30 this afternoon as well.
On the road or
on the
in
road.
I didn't know if in the morning you go out early.
No, I go out on the road, especially today. Nobody's out there today.
Dude, so I had some travel yesterday, B.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Well, so I had asked if one of you guys would give me a ride to Dulles to pick up my car.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, I'm going in non-sequential order. This is like Pulp Fiction. We're starting at the end. But basically this morning, I looked at so I was at my home last night after about 20 hours of traveling. And I'm at home, and I knew this morning I was going to Uber downtown and then ask one of you guys to give me a ride to Dulles, which isn't like far for you, but it's not convenient, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't want to bug these dudes. So I look at the Uber to get to the office from my house.
And Uber to get to Dulles.
The Uber to get to the office was like $38, and the Uber to just go to Dulles was like $42. And I was like, all right, like I'm up early enough. Like I'm just going to go to Dulles, take care of this myself. That was pretty simple.
But you did it on a great day because there's no traffic coming this way.
I know.
So you lucked up today.
Well, that was my other thought, is that because the bridge is always so terrible that by the time we get off the air to drive that way, I get my car and then I'm driving back home, that I could hit bridge traffic. Yeah. So Italy was fantastic. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Landfill Jeff, how we doing?
Great, man. Welcome back.
We'll do a
Jeff name change over
Mr. 147.
147, yeah.
That's a hell of a round of golf, Jeff. We'll go quickly. We'll start with Landfill. Landfill, did you miss me?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'll take that. Yeah. Usually it's a very emphatic no. Jeff, did you miss me?
Yes, we did, bro.
Jeff, what are you eating this morning?
Some pistachios.
Okay. If you're ever wondering if the circus ever stops at the B. Mitchell Finley program, the answer is no. Because I walked in this morning, said good morning to Landfill. B and Jeff were standing over there, and I was greeted by a jar of alcoholic pickles on my sitting at my desk.
Say, some pickles that I have. They're resting in some moonshine.
I think, Landfill, I'm going to make a promise to you. I will conclude the program today because we don't have a program tomorrow or Friday, right? 1:45, heard it here first. We make some picks, and I'm going to eat an alcoholic pickle at 1:45.
Yes, I'm with that.
Everybody in?
Hell yeah, we want to see that.
We're going to start the weekend with alcoholic pickles.
Started with a bang, brother.
Dude, so you know Jordan. A lot of the folks here know Jordan. Jordan Giorgio. She's now Jordan Paolini. Just an absolutely epic wedding in Italy. If you've looked at like my Instagram or Jordan, certainly the content. It's interesting, B, because I think we're all slightly different generations, right? Like you're a little bit older than me. I'm a little older than Jeff and Landfill. And you and I think for dudes our age are fairly like, I don't want to say content driven, me more than you, but like I'm on Instagram, I'm on social media. Like I'm not as big as on TikTok and stuff, but their wedding being that much younger and being in like the content media space was a content bonanza, B.
Oh yeah.
The wedding welcome party was at this Grand Hotel Tremezzo, which is I would imagine in the 100 top hotels in the world. It's hard to describe how fancy this place was. And then the actual wedding was at this spot. I'm just going to butcher the name, so I'm not going to try it, but I believe it's where they filmed like House of Gucci. It was so spectacular. They had this welcome band that started playing that they were on these glass pedestals in the middle of this like piazza jutting out into the lake. And the best, I posted a video on Instagram, and Brian McNally, Scoop, that we both used to work with. He's at Monumental now. He used to work here. Wasn't McNally the Skins reporter for 106.7 for a while? McNally responded with, I think, the perfect comment to kind of sum it all up. He just said, That is a preposterously beautiful wedding venue.
Mhm.
And I think that's the best way to describe it because everything was so preposterously awesome that they just did an amazing job. And God bless the accountants involved. I don't know how all that works. Because I can tell you this. We did 2 nights in Lake Como and then 3 nights in Tremezzo. And beautiful. I mean, truly among the most beautiful places in the world. You've got these mountains carved into this lake, and you get old world Italy charm. Some of it, though, is more rural than you'd expect. Like,
a lot of those countries there, they have a lot of rural areas.
like when you're in the city or the town, but like if you have to go from one town to the next, like I rented a boat, B. I drove a boat on the lake. It was awesome. But to walk from our hotel to where the boat rental joint was dicey. like you're on these like little mountain roads with no sidewalk. And I can tell you that Lauren Finley at various moments on this walk, not thrilled with me. To the point that when we returned the boat, I just paid the dude that ran the boat rental to drive us back to our hotel. I was like, brother, please, I'll give you 20 euros. Just get me back.
I thought you'd come back with a black eye.
Nah, man. The people and the spirit of Italy.
I'm talking about Lauren because you made her walk.
No, I didn't know. If I'd made her walk back, maybe. But I was a problem solver on a lot of this trip. There were problems. I solved them.
Just throw some money at it, Jay.
Yeah,
throw some money at it, brother. That's all you got to do.
If CK's listening or RJ or Laura, I'm available for any possible endorsements because I'm definitely broke after 5 days in Lake Como. Get Blue Chew on the phone. I don't know. Maybe there's some crazy political candidates I can help. Whatever we could do, Jeff. If you need me to, I could DJ some gigs. I know.
We don't know if you could do that.
You know what? No, I know what music to play at the club, Jeff.
No, you don't. You would screw it up. You have people.
Jeff can't comment because he's
you'll
eating.
have people putting the hit out on Jeff.
Jeff can't comment because he's eating.
Yeah, I would definitely lose my job if I let you DJ.
Landfill, any side hustles you think I could pick up? Uber driver? Uber Eats, maybe? I'd snack on the food, though.
Yeah, you could be a DoorDash guy.
I've never used DoorDash. I'm only an Uber Eats man.
It's fantastic.
Maybe I should. But if anybody's hiring, Greg, maybe you need me to work on some flooring.
Greg gone to the beach.
He's in Myrtle, right?
Maybe Cakes would hire you to mow his lawn.
Okay. What's that pay?
Well, hell, you could just water your own lawn and pay yourself.
I did this time. I did not pay my neighbor's son.
Did you ever get that hose off of the spigot?
Did I, or did it get fixed?
So how did they get it off?
Whoa.
How did they get it off?
What the hell was that?
I don't even know what that was. How did they get it off?
Who's they?
Whoever you paid.
I did not pay someone.
Well, who came to get it off?
Greg, dear friend of the program.
How did he get it off?
He had like a number of wrenches. I don't know, man.
Oh, so probably the real problem, you probably were turning it the wrong way.
No, I think
Greg,
he had
text me and let me know the truth.
He had multiple wrenches, and I think he like put one wrench on the spigot and one wrench on the hose.
Okay.
He put it on crooked.
What?
You didn't have it straight on, and you just kept turning.
I did. I sent Greg a video, and he's like, "Yo, just stop."
So Greg told you that, Jeff?
No, that's Jeff's take.
Yeah, that's if Greg had to use two vice grips to take.
No, because something has to hold the spigot still. That's what I wasn't doing.
I don't think the spigot gonna really move.
I am sure we'll hear from Greg. And
if he's not already at the
I asked him how he did it, and he sent me a picture of 3 different wrenches, whereas I only had 1.
Yeah, he said you need the real.
All's well that
you
ends
need
well,
man
man.
stuff. You don't need that stuff you had.
So I want to be clear that the trip was incredible, and what happened to me yesterday did not impact how great the trip was.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to tell you about yesterday. So there's a 6-hour time difference from Cuomo, Milan to DC.
Mm-hmm.
And the wedding was Monday night. And we flew out of Milan at 9:45. And it's about an hour and a half from where we were in Tremezzo to get to the Milan airport.
Mm-hmm.
The wedding was just unbelievable. And the party vibes were unbelievable. This band could tour the world, I think. Like, if this band that played Jordan's wedding was playing at MGM National Harbor, I would actually get off my ass and go see them. Like, they were that good.
Mm-hmm.
They were awesome. and they were raging. And I guess the location we were at, everything was outside for a while, and then it kind of moved inside to this like dance floor, which was jumping. It was live in there.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, the vodka's flowing in there.
But you only had one martini, though.
Only one martini. That's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Throughout the trip, I never had more than one martini in a 24-hour period.
Okay.
The amount of like burrata I consumed in a 24-hour period, I don't know. We might need to order Chinese food or something today because I need a different palate. But I also realize I have no cash. But Landfield, will you take euros? I have 30 euros, I believe. Yeah, 30 euros. You think the Chinese food guy will take that?
No.
I don't, but we could try.
Only one way to find out.
I think you all are barking up a tree that you don't want to bark up.
So we are partying. This is after the wedding. Everybody's been enjoying themselves, had a great meal, and dancing. Things are moving. You know how Lauren likes to dance at weddings?
No, I don't. Yeah, I when she gets a little feeling good, yeah, she starts to look just like you.
So there's buses back to the hotels. There's a midnight bus and then a 1 o'clock bus. At about 11:30, 11:45, I'm like, babe, we got to get on this midnight bus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got to be up at 5. We got it. There's a lot of moving parts here. She's like, nah, let's do the 1. I'm like, no. Anytime I'm the voice of reason, you know we're all in trouble.
That's a problem.
So I convinced her to get on the midnight, whatever. So we're back to the hotel room, go to sleep by like 1 a.m. Alarm goes off at 5 a.m. Now, because this is relatively rural, there's not cabs anywhere. There's no Uber. So you have to set up a driver like the day before. We actually set it up out there 3 days before just so we had it because we couldn't miss our flight. So my man's picking us up at 6 a.m. Like we could, I'll try to do this on East Coast time. So we're up at 5 a.m., which is 11 p.m. Monday night. Mm-hmm. He picks us up at 6, which is midnight. We're driving.
If they pick you up at 5 a.m., that's right. That's right. It's ahead of time.
Right. So call it midnight. We get in this dude's car, which was a dope-ass Maserati. I don't know how that happened, but it was cool.
Those are like regular cars.
That's true. It's like a Ford Taurus.
Yes.
So we're driving to MXP, I think, the Milan airport. And as we're driving, because our flight's at 9:45 a.m., as we're driving, I get an alert. And I'm going to do my best to not name names of airlines. Get an alert. Your flight is delayed 3 hours. 3 hours.
Do you have the app to the airline?
Oh, yeah.
Airline?
I got all of it. I mean, they're letting me know as soon as they could. But because we were so far away and you got to plan to clear customs, we had to start our journey so much in advance of the flight, right? So we finally get there. The flight then gets moved. So it's supposed to be 9:45. They're telling us it's 12:30. Then they're like, all right, we think we can make it at 11:30. This delay kills us because we're flying direct Milan to Newark. Newark, we're getting a connection back to Dulles, pick up my car, drive home, see our children. Supposed to get home around 4 in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. The delay just cooks us. Like you're effed. Mm-hmm. And we're just up that much earlier. If we knew about the delay, we could have left Tremezzo 2 hours later. We could have slept in a little bit.
Yeah.
So we end up in like a lounge area where we're trying to sleep like on a chair, like bent over like this. The Italian Today Show, you know how most public places in the U.S., there's no volume on the TVs? Mm-hmm. Like if you're at the airport, the TVs are on, but rarely is there volume. The volume was on and loudly operational. Loudly operational. Imagine like the Italian version of Ryan Seacrest just shouting at me when all I want to do is sleep after partying at a wedding all night. Finally get on the plane and we're watching. I'm on the app. The app was actually pretty helpful because you could like chat with an agent. And it looks like our thought was, even if only Lauren could get on the connector, I'll deal with customs and the baggage, and at least she gets home with the kids,
but
right?
She got to deal with customs too. You can't deal with customs for her.
Yes, but the baggage is after that. Like I could wait for the bags, recheck them because you have to get your bags you have to like get your bags when they get to the U.S. and then recheck them for your next flight.
But they have to be if they were in her name.
They're both in my name.
Okay.
We kind of did it on purpose, just in case. Like, all right, you can run and make the flight, and I'll chill. We were gonna make it by a hair. At least she was gonna make it. We're on the plane finally after a solid 2.5 hour delay. There was no weather issue. Just like something got lost. I don't know, but everybody seemed fairly frustrated. So we're on the plane, and then the pilot, you could like hear the disappointment in his voice. He's like, listen, we're really sorry. The European Union won't allow us to take off for a half hour. I don't know who or what. I don't know if it was Macron. Margaret Thatcher called in. I don't know what happened, but we got stuck another 30 minutes, and that just cooked us. So then I'm in scramble mode, and my car's in Dulles, but so we were on, I want to say, we were supposed to be on a 3:00 flight from from Newark to Dulles, roughly. The next Dulles flight isn't until 9:30 at night. But luckily, there's like flights to DCA kind of every hour. So we finally land in Newark. I mean, if there's no place that really helps you transition from the beauty of Lake Como to life back in America, it's the Newark, New Jersey airport.
Well, it's better than anything in New York. Be happy you didn't go to one of those New York airports.
True.
They're worse.
Finally get back. Lauren hustles to get on a plane. I get on the next plane. I don't know that in the end, if that was really worth it, but she was able to go pick up the kids, which helped to try to get them all to calm down. You know what I mean? It was just, so all in all, I traveled from 11 p.m. Monday night. I walked in my door at about 8:30.
Less than 24 hours, you good.
That's a long haul, though, dude.
Yeah, man. But you were in Lake Como.
It's
you had a great time.
Yeah.
You were on
been
vacation.
over there?
We were here working.
I'm sure you were just working hard.
Mean, we were working. And hell, Monday I worked by myself.
Where was Doc?
I don't know. Nobody planned him.
Oh, really?
I mean, all of a sudden I show up, nobody was here. So it's like, hey, I just do what I do.
So there's a number of things I want to talk about. And I made a point. I didn't want to wake up too early this morning, so I stayed up. Like, Lauren went to bed right away. She was exhausted, but then she woke up at 5 or whatever. I stayed up till about 10:15, and then went to bed.
Ooh, that's real late.
Well, I'm coming off a different time zone. I
don't know why people can't sleep on a plane, but I would have been sleeping on every one of those planes.
I can't sleep on planes, dude. It's brutal.
Before it leaves the gate, I'm asleep.
I know. Tischler's like that, too. I can't sleep on planes. Lauren can sleep on planes. Anyway, there's a lot for us to catch up on. I don't often venture into the LeBron nonsense. I think it's just such nonsense. I do want to talk Bronny. I want you guys to get me up to speed, especially on how this guy got a guaranteed contract when second rounders don't get guaranteed contracts. We got to catch up on all things happening.
You don't already know how you got his guaranteed contract?
I got a pretty good idea. But it's just, that is such a joke that we need to examine it. There's a lot of Commander stuff to talk about.
I will come back to this place. You give my son a guaranteed deal because I know y'all gonna cut him once everything is done. If I come back here, there you go.
There is plenty of Commander stuff. The photos from Oregon, I bet, have a dude like Jeff really excited. I'm curious if you care. There is just a ton we need to catch up on. But I want to start. Last night was the first episode of the in-season Hard Knocks for the New York Giants. And it was pretty fascinating because it's like free agency, combine, going into the draft. And the Giants seem to be at a serious crossroads where I don't even know that they agree with each other. And they had targeted somebody that maybe ended up in Washington. I'll explain what the hell I'm talking about next. 51067 the van.
Oh,
Sometimes
boy.
I wonder what the ratings would be like if people got to hear all the stuff during commercials.
They would probably start sending their donations and say Jeff need help.
I'm gonna give you a little update on the program here. Greenberg joins us at 11, like he always does. Excited for that. Denton Day will join us at 1 o'clock, like he usually does. Appreciate that. 1:45, we're gonna drink, or I guess eat, alcoholic pickles. Savannah just walked by in the stream. I want either Savannah or if Stallion's in this afternoon. I do want a little baseball talk. I don't know if Rooster's coming in, but
We've done baseball talk the whole time you were gone. We're not going to repeat that.
I need an update. I need a 5-minute update
in the breaks.
Okay, you let me know. Certainly, if Rooster's available at 12:45, we should try to book him. Landfill, I don't know if we need to talk to his publicist. Right now, though, Hard Knocks last night. There was a lot of sports on last night. I know a lot of people were watching like Brazil versus Colombia, which was a big game. But Hard Knocks is pretty fascinating because it's inside the offseason with the New York Giants. And as anybody here knows, the Giants are obviously
Train wreck.
They seem like they're headed that way. Now, maybe it'll go the opposite way, but Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, Joe Shane's the GM, Brian Daboll's the head coach. They're probably in a make or break season, especially because
their seat is very hot.
Well, and the biggest decision the Giants made this offseason was basically to turn the team over to Daniel Jones and away from Saquon Barkley. And what was fascinating was watching the GM, Joe Shane, have to explain this to Giants owner John Mara. And Mara's a pretty reasoned guy, but it's also pretty clear that Mara really likes Saquon. Listen to this. And
Mara probably knows the truth about the damn quarterback.
Just listen.
Because we're not going to franchise him. Like, it doesn't make any sense to franchise him. So
unless you think you can trade him after doing that.
Right. And then could we get something and trade him? What are we really going to get? Unless it got down to like $7 million. I don't want to offer that because I don't want to be like we disrespected him. There's 31 teams. It only takes one to, maybe be open to doing something. If it doesn't get to that, hey, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to let you hit free agency, find out your market, come back and let us know if we can match it. If we can, we'll have those discussions.
I mean, in a perfect world, I'd still like to have him back. Until we can prove that we can have a decent offense without him.
Daniel's making a lot of money, and it's the fork. Like, we got to figure out is he the guy? So we got to protect him. We need to put resources there.
Yeah.
We have Waller, Belly, a healthy Wandell, Hyatt, Slayton. We'll have to find a running back, but upgrade the offensive line, give him a chance.
That would force us to take a running back in the high to mid.
Or we can still sign one. There's going to be guys, if we're patient, that end up shaking out. Devin Singletary, who was in Houston, played for $275 this year. Joe Mixon may be a cap casualty, so now you got Saquon, Jacobs, Pollard, Eckler. That's 6 guys right there that are free agents. How many clubs really need running backs where they're going to invest resources in the position? Second week of free agency, I think there'll be some value guys, specifically at the running back position.
Yeah, I wouldn't commit to anything.
B, I watched this live, so I got to take it all in. I imagine that's the first time you've heard it.
Yeah.
Shane's putting.
First of all, the fact that Shane is putting his reputation and everything on the line for Daniel Jones, I'll fire him because of that. I've already seen Daniel Jones. He said basically what that man just told his owner. We're going to get rid of this running back that we're paying about $12-13 million to. And we need to go spend $85 million to protect this dude that has shown us that he's awful. That's basically what he said. We need to get him offensive line. We got to give him some receivers. We got to get him tight end. And we got to find a running back. So I got to go spend the whole damn salary cap to protect the dude who showed me he's garbage. And then Waller say, I'm out of this joint. I'm done. So they got to get a tight end now for real, too. Because Waller retired, didn't he? Basically, what you told me, we're going to save you 12 to make you have to spend everything you have to make sure this bum that we decided to give this money to has a chance so we can find enough time to find us another job.
B, that explanation to me, and I like Joe Shane. I think he's good. I think he has, when Ron hired the Martys, I wanted him to hire Joe Shane because he was in Carolina with them.
After hearing that, I don't know if that would have been a good move.
B, you and I say it all the time. We know enough people in the league. You played in it. A lot of folks make decisions for self-preservation.
Oh, that was a self-preservation decision right
Bro,
there.
you let Saquon go. You try to build up this O-line. DJ sucks. Oh, man, we don't have the quarterback. We got to reset this thing. Let me get a new quarterback. We'll keep it moving. And there were a number of things later in the program where he sat down with what looked like the front office staff and was like, yeah, we're going to let Saquon walk. And the rest of these guys are like, why? Like, what do we have without him? And offensively, I don't know what they have without him. And Saquon got a deal with $26 million guaranteed from the Eagles. His cap number this year is $3.8 million. Devin Singletary, who they signed, his cap number for this year is 3.75.
But this is the thing.
Now, they're different deals and there's different long-term structure.
Different
but
deals,
like this year.
But every team uses the salary cap as an excuse, except the ones that know how to work magic. We watch the Eagles, we watch the Chiefs sign people all the time, and you go, how the hell are they making this work? But we look at, like we were looking at last year here, we couldn't get top-notch people. We had money under the cap, but we couldn't sign nobody because of the salary cap. What it is, there are too many people in the NFL who walk around with their chests out who don't know a damn thing about finances. And they're too egotistical to hire someone who does to let them help them work it out.
Well, what was fascinating that happened later in that episode is, one, you had, I'll use the term lieutenants, like his subordinates. Like he's the GM, but the dudes that work with him, that honestly a healthy work culture allows for real questions, even of your boss, right? Like you got to be able to ask.
I did a thing about that on Monday where talking about bosses and leaders.
Yeah.
A lot of people are bosses. None of them are leaders, though.
So he handled the conversation with other guys about letting Saquon go, but there were serious questions within that building, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he explained his process, why they're going to spend money at the O-line and try to protect everybody. It was just he definitely.
Is it everybody but him understands that Daniel Jones not good?
No, I think Daboll, is in accord with Shane about letting Saquon go. And one thing that Shane said during the program that I found pretty fascinating is the other part about trying to get this done with Saquon is if we tag him and then we try to get a deal done and there's trade. He said, he's like, that process took like 2 years off my life last year because it was just so much public drama. And it seemed like they're just choosing to eschew that. They just don't want to deal with that. And to me, that just felt like, unless you think that impacted the team, that's just like, yo, that's the business you're in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're in a very public line of work.
I don't want to have to do the hard part of my job. I want to do the easy part of my job. That's what that sounds like to me.
I just found it really remarkable for the GM to then tell the owner too. Now, I mean, good for Mara for not maybe putting his foot down and saying we're going a different direction. I don't know. And we're seeing like the sanitized version that the Giants are allowing out. But they allowed out a lot with that. And then when you play it out a couple steps further,
you know what Mara did? He allowed that part to know, when I fire you, that's why I fired you. That's what the hell he said.
But dude, I think with Shane basically saying how annoying he found the contract squabbling process last year. I mean, when he went through and listed out like the skill talent they had that will handle the overhaul of losing Saquon Barkley, and he's naming Wan'Dale Robinson and Darren Waller. I like Jalen Hyatt. He's a good player at Tennessee, but I don't know what he like. And not to mention Waller has since retired. Mm-hmm. It's like, is that the plan, dude?
Yeah.
And I just he talked at length. I was kind of surprised. He had to know the cameras were on, and he was clearly kind of setting the table for what was to come. Because they showed him, I want to say it was at the Senior Bowl, talking to Dan Morgan, who they all were together in Carolina under Ron 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
and I think Billy Bean was there from the Bills too, about, hey, the Brandon Bean, thank you. Billy Bean, Oakland A's. The analytics tell us that backs break down when they're 27. Like, you can look at the numbers, the backs just don't sustain it when they're 27. You look at the wear and tear on their bodies, whatever you want to say. And there is statistics to support that, right?
Mhm.
But if an entire generation of football executives decide that something is factual, then that starts to just prove its own truth, because those dudes just stop getting carries.
Yeah.
And then you're not, like, overall, the numbers are just going to dwindle. You know, like,
But the whole thing about it is this is where I'm at with that. Prior to all of this analytical mumbo jumbo, running backs played till 10, 11, 12, 13, 16 years and were damn productive after the 10 years. Now, all of a sudden, just like pitching, okay? Let's look at that. People were pitching double headers back in the day, and they played for 15, 20 years. Now, pitchers pitch 5 innings to 7 innings, and they can't get past 4 years without ripping up their damn arm. So, is analytics correct, or analytics making everybody soft asses? Because nobody gets strong enough to be able to carry on like they did in the past when there was no technology. So is technology making the game better or worse?
it's a fair question. But, like, I guess my point is, you can use statistics to validate just about any argument. Like, if you're Joe Shane and you have to explain why we're letting Saquon go, you point out that last year was the worst YPC of his career.
Yeah.
But
and then he just told you why. Because the offensive line sucked.
Right.
And your quarterback couldn't threaten nobody down the field. See,
Right.
Jay, listen, man.
I'm agreeing with you, but, like,
No.
you can make these
You
numbers
can make
work.
it. That's what I'm saying. That's why whenever someone overly throws stats at me, I'm very dismissive of it. Because you can't do one without the other. There are individuals who are built differently than others. So you tell me, I left here and went to Philly for 3 years. And I could put those 3 years after I turned 30 against any 3 years of my career. Why? Because I worked at it. Some people work at it, some people don't. And some coaches, just like we saw every year, last year and the year before and year before that, we saw guys who in their first, second year getting all these veteran days off. Where the hell that come from? Because the way people handle people is making them softer or making them not be able to handle certain levels of pain.
It's pretty clear how I feel about Mike Rizzo. I think he's the best executive in this town since Bobby Beathard. I hope that Adam Peters takes that crown someday. But right now it's Riz, and it's not close. And one thing I think the Nationals organizationally have done so well is they lean heavy on analytics.
Mhm.
They are not they absolutely believe in the power of analytics, but they also believe in their scouts. They also believe in their baseball people. They also believe in their eyes. And for me, I think you cannot get so blinded by numbers or some mathematical equation that tells you, you got to move on from this guy because whether it's the contract, the drama surrounding it, or the age, whatever it is, you got to move on because that's what the numbers tell us. At some point, you got to watch your eyes. Saquon was the best player they had.
It seems like
nobody
Shane
wanted
was
him to
more
leave.
worried about him and his reputation than he was about anything that had to do with the Giants.
I found that fascinating. If you haven't watched it, I'm sure it's on demand. I don't know why HBO is called Max now, but it's on Max. Watch it. It was fascinating. And the fact that Shane is openly talking about letting Saquon go, not to mention he's talking about trading for Brian Burns at the Senior Bowl, which is far before the tampering period. That's kind of interesting too. Greenberg at 11. Nobody go anywhere. Hot times. B. Mitch and Finley. 1067 The Fan. Dan Dugan is a reporter that covers the Giants for The Athletic, I believe. I hope it's Dugan. It might be Dugan. 2 G's. What would you say?
2
DB?
G's, I go Dugan.
Okay. Dan Dugan. Good guy.
Dugan is normally Dugan.
Okay. I would think Dugan is 2 O's. Doogan.
That's Dragoon.
So now, obviously, I watch this through the lens of my brain is NFL Commanders first kind of. Giants reporters are covering this because this is all new information. Like we'd be doing the same if it was the burgundy and gold, right?
Because they were probably amazed at what the hell was really being said.
Totally.
Because I guarantee you that was never told to them.
So Dugan put out a bunch of thoughts. He has an article on it on the New York Times if you want to read it, but I'm just reading you the bullet points. He says, odd amount of time discussing a possible Saquon tag and trade, especially after Joe Shane dismissed it as unrealistic. I totally agree with that. They said it wasn't going to happen, and then they spent half an hour talking about it.
Let me tell you one thing about reporters. If you're honest with them, you're good. If they find out you've been dishonest, they're looking for stuff. Right now, Joe Shane has no carte blanche anymore. Because that right there, he was saying a lot of stuff opposite of what just happened.
Well, as somebody who's been lied to, once you're lied to, you definitely turn the heat up. That's just the truth. And you can guess who I'm talking about. But to that exact point, Brian, I'm going to read the next point. Joe Shane's actions at running back didn't back up his words. He spoke about how data shows 27-year-old running backs fall off a cliff and then signed a running back who turns 27 before the season. He also mentioned the value signings he expected to be available in the second week of free agency. And then the only running back he signed was Singletary hours after free agency opened. Seems like the running back market developed quicker than he expected. The 27-year-old thing I find fascinating. That's not to suggest that Devin Singletary has the same amount of wear and tear on his body that a guy like Saquon does. Saquon was a true workhorse in college at Penn State, and then obviously has gotten a ton of work with the Giants.
Yeah.
Now, Singletary was a guy that Shane drafted or was part of the team that drafted him in Buffalo. So clearly he's got an affinity
Maybe that's
for
the
him.
way that that's why he was so interested in him and was speaking so highly of him. I drafted him. They are always trying to prove themselves, even after when they draft somebody that seems to be not that guy, they got to promote some type of way.
Dude, knowing what I know about the aura of self-preservation that is so pervasive in the NFL and watching that episode, it was like, damn, man. I will say this about Singletary. He has significantly fewer carries. He's also 5'7", 5'7", 2 bills. He's a lot smaller than Saquon.
Not smaller. But see, that's the thing, though.
But at running back, I mean, that's a lot of running backs are 5'10", so I don't find that alarming.
Yeah.
It's just worth pointing out.
But the fact that he's, less carries, this and the other, some people automatically can't carry a lot. Saquon's
he was always in kind of a timeshare in Buffalo.
Yeah. But the thing about it is,
and they kind of kept drafting his replacement.
Was he in a timeshare because, and I asked this question, I don't know, because they knew he couldn't carry the ball like that, or because they didn't want him to carry the ball.
Or that was just their system. I mean, there's a lot of ways it could go. Last year in Houston, he was really productive. He hasn't missed many games in his career. On the last 3 seasons, he's gone for at least 1,000 yards from scrimmage. He can play. I'm not knocking him at all. It just, I tell you what, I don't think Joe Shane helped himself in the first episode of Hard Knocks.
Well, I'll say this, depending on how Saquon plays this year, and if they go down and if the Giants lose twice to the Eagles and Saquon is playing well,
Saquon
you
goes
want
for
to put some money. You want to put some
275.
money on the fact that Joe Shane will be out of a job.
Well, not to mention the Giants and John Mara probably wanted tampering allegations against the Eagles for signing Saquon that fast. 2 other things real quick. Earlier in the
that Hard Knocks just showed that they could have been tampering as well.
So Dan Dugan from The Athletic said the Senior Bowl trade negotiations, which I mentioned between Shane and Dan Morgan, seem much more like friends busting balls. I don't think Morgan really thought he was getting 2 1s. It clearly those two are close friends, and they showed that in the show that their wives are best friends. They vacation together. But like, there was also some like, hey, Burns is available. Hey, we want him. Like that. That's undeniable.
Let's be real. There are
And
a
I
lot,
don't care. That
there are
stuff
a lot
happens
of-
all the time.
There are a lot of friends in the NFL.
Right.
Okay. But once I allow it to be on camera somewhere, friendship can't be used anymore.
Right.
So if I'm your friend and I know something we're not supposed to be talking about, the last damn thing I'm going to do is talk about it, especially with you in front of a camera, because you're going to let it go. But my thing is, if they were talking behind closed doors, nobody knew, okay, fine, they're friends. Nobody knows. People do it all the time.
Right.
But in front of a camera,
When you know the cameras are there.
there you go.
And one thing, the last one, because we got Greenberg coming up next. They announced during this episode the hiring of their new defensive coordinator. Everybody knows that Wink Martindale was there, and Wink Martindale was really good, kind of kept that team together, and he and Brian Dable just didn't get along, and Wink Martindale left of his own accord. I believe he's now coaching at Michigan. I think he took a DC job for the Wolverines.
Mhm.
So Dable wasn't in the show much, but he did have this scene with Joe Shane where it's like, hey, man, I'm going to offer Shane the D coordinator job, and Joe Shane's like, Shane Bowen? And what was so bizarre is they had Dable then read off a bunch of Tennessee Titans stats. Shane Bowen came from the Tennessee Titans. And certainly that's a Mike Vrabel-led team. They play tough defense. There's no denying that the Titans
true.
play tough defense. But the statistics he read off were, all right, they were 16th in points allowed and 18th in yards allowed and 20,
Bottom half of the league.
yeah, I mean, it was just they had some good red zone numbers, but it was a very bizarre, like, yeah, this is our guy. We're going to go get him. It felt like, yo, we're scrambling. Wink quit because he hates me. Let's make this look good. Neil Greenberg joins us next. Little Ozzy, get us moving. Of course, when you hear Iron Man, we're welcoming in our Iron Man, the one and only Neil Greenberg. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. He is the official analytics expert of the B. Mitchell Finley program and also sports writer, stats geek for the Washington Post. Greenberg, how are you, buddy? How you been?
I'm doing great. Welcome back from the wedding of the year.
Grazie mille. The wedding was something else, man. You could do the breakdown analytically of the cost per person over there. I can only imagine.
I told her she should just have it in an Olive Garden and no one would know the difference.
It had to be one hell of an Olive Garden. Dude, I want to start with this. Did you watch Hard Knocks last night?
I am caught up, yes.
Okay. What do you make of the Joe Shane explanation to let Saquon go at the attempt to use 27-year-old running back breakdown?
Well, I think that's kind of the microcosm of where the NFL is right now. A lot of analytically minded people pan that draft pick from the start. And it's tough to pay a running back that much money because their peak is early in their career, and then there's a sharp downturn, and it gets sharper when, I think the organizations take advantage of this a little bit because they sometimes run these poor running backs into the ground early on, knowing that they're going to have a short life cycle, and by the time they're ready for their second contract, the league has moved on from that age range of running backs, and I think it was particularly poignant when they talked about, you're paying a quarterback $40 million a year, you're not going to be relying on a $12 million running back. So I think that there was a very honest look at what the landscape is for running backs in the NFL right now.
Well, what does the analytics say about you got to be paying $40 million to a quarterback that is not worth $40 million and can't carry?
Well, that's the other thing. You're absolutely right. We've talked about this on the show. Having a quarterback delivering above average performance on a below average contract is probably the most valuable asset you can have in the NFL because it allows you to spend elsewhere. So you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of football today is money management, cap management, right? I mean, getting the most value you possibly can from every cap dollar because you only have so much you can spend. And, the free agent classes come out and, everyone's making more money than the player before them. And and there's also a winner's curse in free agency, right? I mean, chances are you're overpaying to get the person that you want. That's just inherently how the free agent market works.
Mm-hmm.
So you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a tricky thing. That's why, when we're talking about Washington in particular, if the quarterback situation is even average, being able to get average quarterbacking performance on an entry-level contract has a lot of value and it has a lot of trickle effects for the rest of the roster.
Remember, I used this analogy earlier. And I would love to see, because we have a bunch of running backs that are in the Hall of Fame, and they were damn good for way beyond 27 years, okay? 27 years old. Back in the day, and they carried the ball more than the guys do today. I compared it to pitching back in the day compared to pitching today. It's like they've limited both positions, and both positions get hurt earlier. Is it part of them trying to say, we're going to protect them, making them not good enough or strong enough to handle the rigors of the actual position?
That's a good question. I think that the specialization has really affected all positions in both baseball and football. Football especially, players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster than they were, back in the day, present party excluded. But you
talking about me?
Yeah. The running backs now, they're very niche isn't the right word, but there's certainly running backs that are used on third down to catch the ball. There's certainly running backs that are used at the goal line and on first and second down, et cetera. I mean, there just aren't. Football has gotten away from having a one-person do-it-all type of running back. I think analytics have played a part of it. I don't know if that's the right way to go or not right way to go. I'm sure that there are a lot of running backs that could handle versatile workloads, but the NFL head coaching position and the general manager position in particular have to be risk averse because their shelf life is very short and their room for error is very short. So I think that if you have a coach that comes out and says, all right, we're going to have one guy do it, or we're never going to punt, or something to those extremes, then I think that they just put themselves at too much risk. And if it doesn't work spectacularly, they're going to be shown the door in very quick fashion.
So, but what Jay and I always say about self-preservation, I believe they're going to be shown to the door anyway.
They are.
Didn't it seem like
they have to be thinking about their next job, though, right? I mean, like if you're a radical, let's say you're a radical thinker and you try something and it doesn't work, then your next job becomes a lot more difficult. And look at there's certainly been people that have been in those situations. I mean, Sam Presti was. I'm a little surprised he got another gig, but there was you kind of have that mentality of building the core and stuff. Maybe that doesn't work. We saw it, I should say, in Philadelphia as well. The process, that is hard for some ownerships to take to heart. I mean, look at all the owners that won't even use the word rebuild, right? It's retool, it's refocus, it's reorganize. Like they don't even use the rebuild word. Because of the stigma that's associated with it.
I think that's just about selling tickets.
If it doesn't work out. True, but it's also, you also have to look at what your next job is.
See, Green, the way I think, though, and I think a lot of people in this world do this, I don't think about if I do it wrong. I think about when I do it right, what the hell is going to happen then? If somebody go and be a little different, then all of a sudden, maybe the whole league will start doing something else again. But we get caught up in doing what everybody else does. That's why the NFL seems to be so close.
That's my question. I just wonder if how running backs are treated has become a self-fulfilling prophecy where, okay, we can't pay him after 27 or 28, whatever the arbitrary cutoff is. But then you just start cutting carries. And by the time a guy's going into his fourth year, I mean, hell, you can watch what the Skins have done. You from Gibson, then you draft Robinson, then you draft Rodriguez, and you just continually replace these dudes. So then you kind of continuously cut their carries later in their career, and then you can kind of just point to the numbers going down.
This is why I think the next frontier of analytics is going to be biometrics, because you can't tell me that there aren't training programs or some type of physical manipulation is the wrong word, but some type of physical kind of training structure where you can't prolong the life of a running back. I mean, we can almost tell when pitchers get hurt because the release point changes drastically. A release point change plus like a velocity change, an arm slot change. Like you can plot all that stuff. And there was actually someone that was doing that, predicting pitcher injuries, and then he ended up getting hired by a MLB organization. His blog went dark and we never heard from him again. The biometrics can help with that. I mean, they have like baseline everything of what a running back can do, and they can check that every week after every game. And anytime there's some sort of deterioration, I'm sure smart-minded medical people can figure out like what direction to go and, how do we prolong the shelf life if we are to invest in a running back. But like you said, it's the wisdom of crowds, and that kind of goes back to what I'm talking about earlier, which is there's very few people that are willing to take the risk because there's only 30 head coaching jobs available, and if you take the risk and you're wrong, you might never see another one of those jobs again.
For sure.
You said earlier
it's
about
a league of self-preservation.
Bigger, stronger, faster. I would love to go through some of the top-notch players from back in the day and put their actual size against the people today and see if it's necessarily bigger, stronger, faster. Because if technology and everything has made them bigger, stronger, faster, shouldn't they be tougher?
Well, yeah, well, maybe, right? It's also, there's a lot more money at stake too. And again, going back to self-preservation, I mean, there's a lot more money at stake and your next contract, and nothing's guaranteed in the NFL, et cetera. But again, I mean, you couldn't pay me enough to stand in front of a guy like Earl Campbell. You know what I mean? Like,
and Earl Campbell will kill you. And I know Derrick Henry is huge, but he didn't play like
NFL
Earl Campbell
clips
played.
Of all time is Earl Campbell running and dragging at least 5 people with him down the field for another 5-6 yards. Like, you couldn't. I don't care if he's 69 years old right now. There's nothing in this world that would get me to stand in front of him when he's getting a head of steam ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you, but I think, again, it's just there's so much money involved. You mentioned tickets. Like, there's so much invested in these players, both on and off the field, that I think that they just have to treat them with kid gloves, because you just have to be careful. You're marketing your main running back guy, and then he gets hurt or he falls off a cliff or whatever. You invested so much time and money in that, and it just becomes a hassle for the organization, just from top to bottom in all different types of departments.
But do you believe, talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the BetQL guest line, sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. Do you believe the other thing that kind of went under the radar is Joe Shane in that Hard Knocks is talking about Darren Waller? Like, did he have no idea that was coming in early February?
Yeah, I mean, there was a joke, right? Like, as soon as they said that Daniel Jones was the guy, Darren Waller retired. Like, I don't know. Look, I'm not a player. Like, I don't know how much of that plays into it. But that's certainly concerning if that was, you're thinking that your guy's going to be the major piece, and then he decides he doesn't want to be part of football anymore. But, people retire, for different, like, look, we talk about being a dangerous sport. I mean, there are serious health consequences to playing football, and, your life after football, and, what you can and can't do physically, mentally. I mean, so there's a lot that goes into it. Would I have had a conversation with the people around my organization that was in my decision process? Probably. But yeah, I mean, I think that this Hard Knocks is actually fascinating for the back room type stuff, the off the field stuff that we're getting privy to.
The next person that get asked to do this is gonna probably say no.
Yeah,
I'm still
it's
stunned that
definitely a
it's
peek
the
behind the curtain.
Giants. Well, the Giants like to let nothing out. I'm stunned by that. All right, I want to switch a couple gears. I traveled a little bit. You may have heard that. I think, get me up to speed with the Caps. They've made a ton of kind of changes here early in free agency, spent some money, made some trades. Are they better?
I think that I don't know if they're better, but what it looks like to me is they want to make sure that they have enough skaters around Ovechkin to be at least competitive during his chase for Gretzky. Like, I don't think these moves make them a Stanley Cup caliber team, but I do think it gives them enough, like, healthy bodies, depth on the roster where, we're not looking at a number one draft pick rebuild type situation. I've maintained that the next 2 years should be nothing more than about Ovechkin's chase for Gretzky. Wheel Nick Backstrom out there weekly at Bernie style if he gets close for a possible secondary assist. But you need to have bodies. You need to be able to, have some depth so that you give that you give fans a reason to come to the ice. So that's what I think it is. I think the biggest splash has been Nashville. Barry Trotz, former coach of the Capitals, now GM of the Predators, making some huge splashes with Stamkos and Marshall and some others. I mean, they have definitely put themselves on the map as a Stanley Cup contender right now.
But out of respect for Ovi, shouldn't they definitely try to put more around him than trying to just make it seem like, I understand him getting a record is a fantastic thing. But if I'm that guy trying to get a record, I'd be damned if I want to lose every damn game.
Well, that's what I think these depth moves have made. I think that kind of insulates you from that a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a losing campaign next year, I just think that you have to. Hockey does a very good job of optically making it look like a lot of teams are in the playoff hunt when they really aren't. So I think that if you have enough able bodies to skate, you can definitely look like you're in contention. You can definitely sell it as, they're only X amount of games at a wild card spot. They're still in the hunt. They're still in this, and then you can kind of go from there. With the Backstrom injury, the Kuznetsov thing happening, and everyone getting older, there was a lot of resources put into the nucleus of that roster, and it just got older quick. So now I really do believe it's all about the chase for Gretzky.
All right, last one, Greenberg. I follow you on X, Twitter, and I think others should too. It's at N Greenberg. We're going back to football. What is your interesting nugget on the Commanders game in Arizona in Week 4?
Oh, so there was like an annual type thing put out by Clev TA, very, very smart football analyst guy. And he noted that teams that go from a Sunday night game, a Monday night game to a Sunday afternoon game cover the spread only 44% of the time. Arizona's -2.5, -115. 2.5 obviously is below the key number 3. I think that's a pretty good spot for a modest wager. When you're at -2.5, the market really can't move against you all that much unless there's a major injury. Even if it goes to -2, -1.5, most games end at 3 and 7 anyway. So being under the key number, I think, is a good thing. So I took a little piece of it.
All right. Take a little piece of his heart. Greenberg, we got Bleep You. We're doing it on Wednesday because tomorrow's a holiday. Anybody you'd like to bleep before we let you go?
Yeah, I like to bleep the fast food person that always gets my hamburger wrong. I always ask for a regular hamburger. There's usually cheese on it and a bunch of other stuff. Just look at the ticket, make it right. I know you have a hard job. I know you're trying to do your own thing, but just maybe get it right 2 times out of 10. That's all I'm asking.
First Bleep You of the day, and it was perfect. Thank you, Neil. Have a happy 4th of July, dude.
All right, be safe. Love you guys.
Buddy.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at N Greenberg on X and Instagram. That's right. You heard me right. Bleep You Wednesday starts at noon. Breaking news on the Fan. We very famously don't do politics here. I was very, very happy to be out of the country last week. Apparently there was a debate that I missed. But Brian, you got to buckle up for this one.
What you got?
Marshawn Lynch is launching a new podcast. Guess who his co-host is? I'll give you 30 euros if you guess this.
Richard Sherman.
No. Jeff, you got a guess? And if you've seen it, you don't get to guess.
Russell Wilson.
No. Although that may be more unlikely than who it is, because I think the way Marshawn has talked about Russ, those two ain't exactly tight.
Nah.
Landini?
Well, since you said we don't talk about politics, it makes me think that this is some political person.
Now, if you've seen it,
I haven't. I'm going to say it's RFK Jr.
no, but
Oh.
you're not. This is from Adam Schefter. This is legitimate breaking news. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Super Bowl champion Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch, and NFL agent Doug Hendrickson are joining forces for a new weekly podcast called Politickin'. Marshawn and Gavin Newsom. What a world. The guy
Sorry, I actually hit the wrong one. It was supposed to be this.
Here's one thing I can promise you. No matter what happens on Politickin', I won't listen to a freaking second of it. Okay.
How much would I have to pay you to get you to listen to one of those episodes?
I promise you, if they start talking about sports and Marshawn start talking, you going to venture over there to it.
I
If
promise
they're
you I
talking
won't.
about straight politics, no. But if they're talking about interesting stuff, I can see it.
I do find Marshawn entertaining. It's not going to be high on my list of things to do. But who knows, dude? Who knows where the hell things are going between now and November? You know what I'm focused on in November? Like week 11 versus the Browns or whatever. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right, B. Landfill had this thing for us to look at last week, and I do want to hit it because I think it's interesting. We talk so much, especially now, this Saquon thing is going to be fascinating to watch with the Hard Knocks.
Mhm.
But we know that you've got Ayuk holding out, or I don't know if he's officially holding out until training camp starts, but he ain't happy. CeeDee Lamb, similar boat. Micah Parsons, similar boat. What's going to happen with Dak? There's all these questions.
Mhm.
But at the baseline, generally, I think Ayuk and Lamb might find out, you don't get to reset the market because the market thinks higher of Jefferson than either of you. I think
they come up with a deal with both of those guys.
I think both guys get signed. I'm just saying the quarterback market tends to break records every time. Jeff, can I tell you how distracting it is when you're just shaking your ass in front of me in the name of stretching? I mean, your big ass is 5 feet in front of me, and you're lifting your hips up like a dog on a post office box. Like, I know you got to stretch, bro, and I support your hip health, but like just right there is a little tough.
My bad, bro. That's just a pressure point right now from 2 days ago.
I get it. You might have gone 2 days ago. You went for a walk. Your hips hurt. I get it, but let's do it in the breaks, maybe.
All right, I got you.
Thank you. Generally, B, what happens with the quarterback market, it gets reset. Trevor Lawrence just reset it, right?
Mhm.
Whether he should or shouldn't have, he did.
Yeah.
What the hell are you going to do with Tua?
I think Tua's going to set it. He's going to reset it.
You think he should?
But that it does make a difference what I think. It's what the league does. And I think that's the ultimate thing. Look, I can be real. We say running backs get hurt. Their shelf life is short. Quarterbacks get hurt all the damn time. They still get paid top dollar. So ultimately, the league does what the league wants to do. So should Tua? No. Will he? Probably yes.
Do you think the concussion history for Tua should be a factor?
Yes. I'm the type of person where I'm an equal opportunity type person. If they said all this crap about running backs and all these other damn people that get hurt all the time, yeah, it needs to be the same thing held against them. He has concussions. He has a bad back. He has bad knees.
He's got hip issues like Jeff.
All kind of things wrong with him, but they gonna pay him.
Who do you think has worse hips, Jeff or Tua?
Jeff hips don't lie.
Men lie, women lie, hips don't lie. Landini, would you go top of market with Tua? Would you pay Tua $50 million?
Let's do right here, Len, before you answer that. Daniel Jones makes $40-something million. Why shouldn't Tua make $50-something million?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. I think it's one of those things where it has high disaster potential. Like the guy has a long injury history and it could wind up that he's just done in a couple of years. But if that's the case, you're probably screwed anyway. Like you don't have a good quarterback. What are you going to do? I'd pay this guy, and if he's good, well, then you got a solid quarterback there to go along with everybody else for the next few years. And if it turns out that his body just breaks down, everybody's getting fired anyway. So what the hell?
There is some truth to, pay him now, try to ride this thing out, because eventually, when it goes bad, we're all leaving anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what the Giants are doing, right?
I mean, I think if you really look at the whole NFL, everybody does the exact same thing, just that some people have a good quarterback and some people don't. And we could sit up here and say, I don't know if Andy even knew what Tua was going to be when he drafted him. I'm not Tua, Pat. But Pat ended up being great, so it works out perfectly for you.
Right.
Everybody that drafted all these quarterbacks in the first round think that guy is going to be the guy. So it's basically luck. We saw about how great some general managers are. Nah, it's lucky. They just lucked up and got the guy that didn't get hurt and was fantastic. Some guys have guys that's fantastic, but they get hurt. Because if Joe get hurt one or two more times,
you wonder.
You can start thinking about him.
You wonder with the Bengals. I'm trying to think of like a comp like Burrow, who was obviously the dude, but just couldn't keep it together on the field. I'm really fascinated to see what happens with Tua. The Cowboys might have themselves in a spot here, man. When you consider Lamb, Parsons, Dak, those are their three best players.
Yeah.
Lamb and Parsons for sure. When they had their elite offensive line, Tyron Smith was probably in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dak is similar to Kirk in a way. You know what Dak is. He's going to pile up yards and touchdowns, but I don't know that you're going to find a ton of success late in the year. And maybe that's not all his fault, but some of it is.
I'll take that one step farther, even with Dak. Dak has numbers with a lot of different coordinators. So Dak has shown his tendency to be good. But the coordinators that he has, for some reason, they seem to keep getting jobs other places too, right? So they're benefiting from Dak just like Dak is going out and benefiting as well. Which coordinator is going to come in and find out why he doesn't get over the hump and change that for him?
It's funny, though. I mean, Dak's coordinators haven't gotten head coaching jobs. If you look at, it was Kellen Moore.
Not yet. They're about to get one.
You think Kellen Moore's getting one? Because he's been Dallas,
He'll
then he
get
was
one
in
eventually.
Chargers. Now he's with the Eagles. I remain skeptical about the Eagles, and I recognize I'm kind of on an island with that because they have a ton of talent. You watched how they collapsed last year. I don't know. I find that fascinating. And if you're mad at me, Philly fans, call it new.
Think about them. They won the Super Bowl. They tore down their stuff, went right back, and was in the Super Bowl again.
You're saying from 17
I'm saying
to 22?
overall, how they've done it, they get it done the right way.
I agree.
They
really,
collapsed last year because sometimes things go wrong.
They've been
But they are
arguably
always in the playoffs and doing stuff.
I think you could argue that over the last 20-year span, they're maybe the best organization. No, the Pats. But they'd be a top 5 organization in football.
Yeah.
Their one Super Bowl breakthrough was when nobody expected it with a backup quarterback. But you're right. They do it the right way. Somebody's got to tell me what the hell happened the last 8 games of last year. And if it was the coach losing the locker room, how's he still there? Bleep You Wednesday starts at noon. people all over, right? I don't know how the hell I'm on this list, but I just got a list of the top 10 unhealthiest fast food menu items in the United States. You guys want to take a crack at the least healthy fast food menu items in the United States?
Baconator.
That's in the discussion, but it's not number one.
Delicious, by the way.
French fries.
I got a feeling all these are going to be delicious. Hold on, Jeff, did you just say French fries?
As the number one, yeah.
When something like a Baconator is an option, I don't think French fries are that bad.
Hey, it's a lot of salt and grease and potatoes and oil.
Yeah, but just so Landfill said the Baconator. B, what's your guess?
Triple Whopper.
Right, a triple Whopper. Like, not that French fries are like eating green beans or something, but they don't compare to some of the craziness that's available. But I find this pretty damn fascinating because I wouldn't have thought this. The least healthy fast food menu item, the big breakfast with hotcakes from McDonald's.
Delicious.
Yeah, I can see that.
What is it? Pancakes, eggs, bacon?
Pancake, egg, bacon, syrup. Nothing
Syrup.
but sugar.
Yeah, the sugar might
It's
get you.
Pancakes, eggs, sausage, biscuit, and hash browns.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
It's big. That's what they say.
It is a big breakfast. So you get bacon and sausage?
No bacon.
Okay. Now I have something bad to report about Italy and Europe. The food is great. Pizza,
Small
sandwiches.
portions.
The portions were smaller for sure, but it was fine with me. I eat like a bird anyway. They don't do breakfast sausage right. Their breakfast sausage, you know how we like breakfast sausage? A little bit spicy, maybe a little, honey, maple syrupy flavor, whatever. All the sausage over there tastes like kind of like kielbasa or something. I don't know what the difference is, but it doesn't slap like it's supposed to. All right, so the big breakfast is the least healthy. Then the big breakfast with a regular size biscuit is number 2. Number 3, we get to the sandwiches. This is the first sandwich on our list. Any guesses? Jeff, are you going to say French fries again? Do you need me to make clear that it's a sandwich?
Shut up, JP.
I'm sticking with Baconator.
Okay.
Triple Whopper.
Okay. Jeff, you want in again?
French fries.
Jeff said French fries.
I'm gonna say the Big Mac.
All right. Now, Level, I don't know if these are synonymous with your guess. Coming in third and the first sandwich on our list, because the big breakfast should kind of be excluded. That's like a full breakfast. The Cheddar Bacon King sandwich from Burger King. Is that the same as a Baconator?
I mean, it's like Burger King's version of a Baconator.
Who came up with the Baconator?
Wendy's, yeah.
Okay. So the Cheddar Bacon King is the first sandwich, then the Bacon King. Then, Brian, you've said it repeatedly, the Triple Whopper comes in 5th.
Wait, how many? They're telling you how many calories they have?
It gives you an index score.
See, the Triple Whopper has vegetables, so it takes points off.
What, the lettuce?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, dog. They got 3 patties. They got everything, mayo.
Hold on, I can give you some calorie counts if you want. All right, so the first sandwich is the Cheddar Bacon King from Burger King. It has 84 grams of fat and 165% of your daily caloric intake.
Wow.
Yo, the bacon.
So that thing has like 25 to 3,000 calories?
Bro, I don't know about the Cheddar Bacon King, but the regular Bacon King, this I find hard to believe.
Well, it has about 1,700 calories.
The Bacon King has 58% of your recommended what you're supposed to get 3,000
like
calories a
2,000
day?
to 2,500.
Okay. The Bacon King sandwich has 1,150 calories.
All right. I think the Triple Whopper has more than that.
The Triple Whopper, Brian, has 1,220.
Yeah. So that's more, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe it's got lower sodium.
No.
Bro, this is wild.
I guess the cheese and all that, because the Cheddar King has a lot of cheese.
Let's do a snake draft of what you'd want to eat.
How about a Triple Whopper with cheese?
Triple Whopper with cheese is 5th. Triple Whopper on its own is 8th.
Okay.
Now I've never had or heard this, and I would have heartburn for a week and need a nap within 10 minutes of completing it. but there's something called a 2 sausage biscuit from Wendy's. Anybody familiar with that?
Nuh-uh.
I love sausage biscuit. If I was going to get anything on here, now my preferred order at Burger King is a Whopper Junior with cheese, not a triple Whopper. Landville, how do you feel about my preferred order at Wendy's?
I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, but you want a what?
I like a Whopper Junior. No onions, please. But if I had to get one of these things, I could do a big breakfast. I love a big breakfast, but I got to be able to take a nap and not have anything else to do the rest of the day. As long as those terms can be met, I'm good. You eat big breakfast, B?
I don't eat till 12 o'clock normally, JP.
I mean, and I are kind of similar.
When
in
I
that.
eat breakfast, I'd rather eggs, bacon, or eggs and some sausage and some grits or something like that. I'm not a cornflake guy. Continental breakfast, you can keep that crap. You know,
I don't mind. I like a good yogurt parfait for breakfast.
Nah, I went to
Jeff.
Silver,
Why you hitting me with a pause?
I went to Silver Diner the other day, and they have the Buffalo Ranchero, something like that. And I got that, and I told them to add me 2 extra eggs on it. That was fantastic.
Jeff, what's your go-to breakfast? French fries?
No. My go-to breakfast is bacon, egg, and cheese, bro.
I mean, it's the best. It's just
It's simple.
well, it just.
He in landfill like to eat them damn big ass bagels too.
Oh yeah, but that's
With all that cream cheese.
But
the bagel's good.
I usually get a sandwich though.
I like bacon, but it's probably third on my list of breakfast meats. I'd rather have sausage.
I like bacon.
Taylor ham's my
I like
go-to.
bacon when it's crispy. Most people don't cook crispy bacon in this
especially
age,
not at a continental breakfast at a hotel. That joint is like slimy.
This day and age, everybody cook their bacon and it's flimsy. I want it crispy as hell.
Yeah, and I get my bacon.
And I like the extra thick
pieces.
Bacon.
Yeah, you know, game.
But I prefer bacon in the afternoon. Like I like bacon on a sandwich, bacon on a salad. I'm an afternoon bacon man, Brian.
You know, there's a lot of bars in Florida. They have bacon right on the bar. You
I
know
like
why?
those kind of
Because
bars.
when you eat that bacon, you get thirsty. You buy more drinks.
That's a good app. Rather than putting out like nuts or something, just put out plates of bacon.
Yeah.
Shout out to Greg Abernathy.
Or cups.
Cups of bacon, even better. How big are your cups? Double D's, bacon. How about this? When we come back, phone lines open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who are you mad at? Tomorrow's a holiday, so we're not doing Bleep You tomorrow. We're doing Bleep You today.
And my secondary job, where I do Lyft and Uber, bleep you to all the people who come in my car asking me, can they eat in my car? I tell them no, and they eat anyway. Leaving bread crust, leaving coffee drips like everywhere in my car. Oh, and also bleep you to the woman who was in my car Friday night, and she fell asleep. She was drunk. She fell asleep. And when she woke up, she made a face. I didn't know what the face was for. And she got out, didn't say anything, but she peed on herself while she was asleep. And I have cotton seats. So, like, I was like,
what rating did you give her?
Can you like charge her something in that situation?
Yeah, you can report. You can report your gas.
So here's what you can do. You can give them a 1-star. They'll ask you why, and then if you tell them why, they'll Uber has Uber hubs in like DC and stuff like that, and like you can take your car there to get it detailed. But you'll also have to tell them who it was. Now, if you're a super nice person and like me, you kind of don't want to do that. But I did it anyway. But the only reason why I say you kind of don't want to do that is because they'll suspend that person. And if that person uses Uber and Lyft to get to work, you kind of don't want to do that because you're creating a problem now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand, but you shouldn't be peeing in people's cars.
Yeah, dude. Peeing in somebody's car. You should have recourse.
Man, I was so ticked off. So bleep me to her.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Thank you,
she needs
Dimitri.
to be
Good luck,
bleeped.
man. Good luck.
And if you're listening, clean yourself up.
Stop peeing in people's cars.
Yeah.
There's your public service
Act like
announcement
you
for the
wasted
holiday
some-
weekend.
Like you wasted a drink. No, that wasn't no drink.
That was a hell of a start to Bleep You Wednesday. People out here peeing in Ubers. Sean is in DC. Sean, what up, man? Who you mad at?
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. I am mad. I want to bleep you to these dopes who ride these electric motor scooters and electric bicycles and weave in and out of the traffic. They run through stop signs. They run through red lights. They act like they want to get hit by your car. They pass on the right so you can't see them in your rear view mirror. So bleep all of them.
I'm with that.
We have talked about this one in the past. Jeff has brought it up specifically about all the people that drive like maniacs. Dude, bleep them. Especially, you know where they drive mopeds be? Italy.
Yeah.
The amount of mopeds.
I look, man, I'm a bike rider.
Thank you, Sean.
And I'm going to tell you straight up, I respect the hell out of the cars. You know why? Because they weigh on average 3,500 pounds to 4,000 pounds. And I'm not going to be able to battle that. So all my friends will be talking about, man, beat that light. No, your ass beat the light. I'm going to stop at the light. If it's yellow, I stop.
But you're a cyclist. The difference is these
people on
morons
bicycles do that too.
Well, but I think the weaving in between traffic is so dangerous because you're going at a faster speed than the cars are. Car might be looking to change lanes. When I'm on the Beltway trying to get from Tyson's to the bridge, like you're changing lanes frequently. Do not just be going up through there at 40 when everybody else is going 15. It's dangerous.
You know they're going to tell you? It's dangerous, but still they're going to tell you use your side mirrors and your rear view.
I hear you.
You can't be on your phone trying to do it. Can't be tweeting trying to do it.
Hey, man, lay off the tweets. Charlie, College Park. Hello, Charles. Who you mad at?
Well, I'm not really mad. I just got a lot of disrespect for this guy I'm going to bring up. First of all, I got a reverse bleep for Landfill because he and I think are getting along good now.
All right, great.
Okay? And what you guys are talking about with the scooters and the bikes, it's deadly, man. And you know what? They're saying it can't happen to me. I can do what I want. I'm mobile until they land face down and their lives are ruined or you killed somebody or something. And then you feel terrible because they, want to do whatever they want to do. It's amazing. Now, my real bleep, strong bleep, in general, just with general principles. And I know he's going to call and lambaste me. I'm expecting that. But he deserves it. I've done it before. You guys let him on the air. I gave you mild bleeps before.
Got to speed it up, Charlie. Come on, brother.
I know. Jarrah, bleep you, man. Just for calling Jarrah.
The Charlie-Jarrah rivalry continues. Thank you, buddy.
Just for waking up, bleep you.
Thank you, Charlie. I like Jarrah. I like Charlie.
Right there.
I like everybody. I'm easygoing.
No, you're not.
Very easygoing.
Bleep you for lying.
Captain Todd is on the line. Hello, Captain. How do you do?
Hey, guys. What's going on, man? JP, I'm really happy you decided to come into work this month.
Hey, Captain Todd, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm surprised I haven't caught more heat, honestly, with the phones being open, but a lot of football.
You need to go back and listen to the shows.
I can only imagine. What's up, Todd?
Kind of hard to catchy when you're not in the office at all. But yeah, I am mad at the 80 million people that are going to be on the road traveling this weekend. I got to drive my van from West Palm Beach to Bethesda, Maryland to help my mom move.
Oh.
And there's going to be 80 million people on the road. So bleep all of y'all. You guys can go to the beach 2 hours away. You don't need to be on 95 for 10 hours. Bleep all y'all.
If 80 million people on the road this weekend, I bet 75 million of them will be between Richmond and Washington on 95.
Nah.
Good luck, Todd. Good luck, man. You're a good man for doing it. Why are you doing it this weekend, bro? Do it next week.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I got work, but I was thinking about leaving on Monday and just saying screw all of it. But my mom's on a time crunch with her house, so got to do what I got to do.
Hey, man, when you're taking care of mom, man, you adjust. That's all you do.
Yeah, I hear it. Good luck,
Thank you,
Todd.
sir.
Appreciate you listening, bud. Hey, Jeff, do me a favor. See if you can book Rooster for 12:45. I know he's very busy and important. I have a brief. So the phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Whoever you're mad at, especially if it's Jeff, please feel free to call in. I have a bleep you. This is both for Italy, but also kind of for America. And I don't know the truth here, B. I'm curious if you know the truth. I've cut my soda intake way down, but I do love a good Diet Coke here and there, especially a cold Diet Coke. And when you get to Italy, my caffeine of choice is Celsius, right? I drink a Celsius every morning, sometimes one in the afternoon.
Be careful on that. I keep that sucralose. Go ahead.
They don't have it over there. They don't have it. And they don't have Diet Coke. They got coffee everywhere you go. So I try to drink a couple cups of coffee. I had a cappuccino, which I actually really enjoyed the taste of. I generally don't enjoy the taste of coffee, but I had a cappuccino and I liked it. But my stomach doesn't really do all that great with milk, and I don't believe that my stomach does all that great with coffee. So cappuccino is just a whole bunch of coffee and milk. It was kind of a rough afternoon after I had the cappuccino that morning. But so I inquired. I asked around, did some digging. Why can't I find Diet Coke in this country? They had Coke Zero everywhere, but no Diet Coke. Everywhere I was, I didn't see a single Diet Coke. They had Coke and Coke Zero everywhere I went. And I don't know how true this is, but the answer I was given is there is stuff in Diet Coke that they don't allow to be sold in Italy or in Europe.
All the countries around the world are healthier than us because we don't give a damn about how much poison we put in your system. All we care about is getting paid for it.
So I have a dual set of bleep yous straddling the Atlantic, both to the United States, bleep you for allowing us to drink stuff that maybe we shouldn't, but also to Europe and Italy, bleep you, let me have some Diet Coke, man. Free will.
Well, you can't bleep
give me my
person for
aspartame
making
or whatever
you
it
drink
is.
the wrong stuff and then be mad at the other place for trying to help you out.
I just wanted a Diet Coke.
Just do the Coke Zero.
It's
probably
too
better for
syrupy,
you,
dude.
It's probably better for you, though.
It's too syrupy.
Okay, keep doing the aspartame and the sucralose, and then you have issues.
All right. Anybody else need to get something off their chest? Because the next fella is probably going to talk for 6 minutes. Everybody good? Landfill, you good? All right, here he is. Hello, Reverend. Always good to hear from a man of the cloth. How do you do, sir?
Oh, the hell with that, JP. First of all, I want to bleep you to Jeff. We're going to start this straight out the gate. You Obama, bleep you, Jeff, because JP be traveling all over the world. I ain't never heard nobody go to Italy and get the diarrheas and stuff and on the trip in Italy and stuff and everything. And I told that Bama Jeff to take a JP day and come out with me to the water and let's go deep sea fishing out Ocean City. Okay, so dig it. So this gonna lead you up to the real bleep you. Bleep you to my cousin Rock. This Bama talked all this trash. Man, you know what you doing? Man, you know what you doing out there? Man, you know. I mean, I know what you doing. You better know what you doing when you get out there. This Bama get way 20 miles out in the water in Ocean City, and guess what happened to this Bama? He gets damn seasick. We drove 3 hours up to go Ocean City. I had to listen to this Bama talk to me like, you know what you doing, cuz? Yeah, man, I got this special bait. I bought my rods and all this. And this Bama gets out on the water and blanks the hell out. So bleep you to my cousin Rock, and I hope you hear this, Bama, and I see you Saturday at the family reunion. But I ain't never saw the bleep nobody. And hold on, I got one more bleep before I go. Bleep you the baby TJ, because that Bama just locked me out here on the deck. It ain't nobody here in the house but me and him. I think I got a corner in the house, climb in the house. So don't be surprised if y'all hear some white people call Prince William County say, I see your black man break into the house. Anyway, y'all know what this is. And happy 4th of July. Y'all be safe, y'all. Bleep you to all y'all Bammers. And I love y'all because I am the people's hype man. Red C. Bleep you, and your mama too. Bye, Bama.
Thank you, Rev. Jeff, do you feel the need to respond to the good Reverend?
Dang, Rev, rent was due. But I got bleep for not missing money. That's crazy.
I didn't really understand why he was mad at you. And
he was
I
mad
caught some
at
shrapnel in there too.
He was mad at me. Well, he bleeped me because I didn't take off work to go fishing.
You know what? I think that's a reasonable. I think you're allowed to not.
Hey, you take off work for everything else. You took off work one day to go to the bathroom and take a poop.
Whoa!
You took off work one day to just decide to go hang out over here.
No, it's a difference from leaving early and taking off for an entire
All I
day.
know is you were supposed to be here, and I call you. You was at your house.
Hey, bro. Can we stop acting like Redskins fans here and bringing up the past? That was so long ago, bro. That was last year.
Hold on. Shout out to our guy DNC, Darren from North Carolina on the stream has chimed in. He said, "Bleep you to the folks hating on JP and his days off traveling and whatnot. Do you, JPoo Finboo?" My man, Darren. Appreciate
shut
you.
the hell up.
Do you know what it costs to park at the airport for 6 days?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yo.
Probably about 180 plus.
Dog. I was shocked by this number.
Hey, man. All you have to do is drive to my house and Uber.
Yeah, I could have gone to Greg's office. I could have, woulda, coulda, shoulda. A lot of things I could have done that I did not do.
Never do what you're supposed to do.
Also, Jeff, can we get a bleep you? I don't know if the stream is doing so well now that we're getting bots in here with like fake promo codes. You see this, dude?
Yeah, that's wild. Let me go ahead and ban him. I can't even ban him. Wow.
Like we got bots now?
You can find a way to ban him. He can get on out of there.
Oh, no, that's on Twitch. So I will have to go to Twitch.
The stream is on Twitch?
Yeah, we have a stream on YouTube and Twitch.
I wasn't even aware of that. That's good to know. Shout out to the people on Twitch. How many people are on? What is the percentage of YouTube versus Twitch, Jeff?
JP, our company did not give me access to the Twitch. I only operate YouTube.
So that's why we can't get rid of the bots.
That's why we can't get rid of.
All right.
Nobody click that link or go anywhere.
That settles that. All right, yeah. Commander Tequila is on the line. Commander Tequila, thank you for the alcoholic pickles this morning. That was a very unexpected and pleasant surprise.
Hey, no problem, you guys. I love you guys, especially a happy 4th of July coming up. I got 2 bleep views, all right?
Right.
One bleep view to the Lakers organization that's doing the draft picks. We ain't going to see no championship in the Lakers in the next 4 or 5 years. Bleep them for doing what they did. It ain't LeBron's fault. It ain't Bonnie's fault. As a father, I would do the same thing. But if you want to win championships, come on, man. You ain't going to do it like that. For one. And for two, this other bleep, it's this 6-foot snake, black snake I caught in the morning. I didn't want to tell you guys, but a 6-foot black snake in my laundry room. All right.
In your laundry room?
In the laundry room, in the basement, in the laundry room.
Yikes.
I live out in the country. I'm a city boy. Okay, I'm from East LA.
Well, you better shut those damn doors then. That's how you got in your house.
Yeah, it came through the pipes. From the
Yo,
AC.
you're going to freak B. Mitch out, man.
Told you they come through the
Commander,
pipes.
thank you, dude. I appreciate you.
Hey, man, if you got those little pipes and you got a hole, close it. Put some, like what you call it, a little screen over it, or close that hole because they will come through there. Just letting you know.
Level, how many years you been on this planet? 36-ish?
Yeah,
32,
something like that.
33.
Has a snake ever come into your home through the pipes?
No.
Jeff,
It ain't come through the pipes, but if you have your doors open, they'll come through your doors.
how many years have you been on this planet, Jeff? 30?
Yes.
Has a snake ever entered your home through the pipes?
Not my home, but my aunt's home. When she lived in
See,
Pensacola,
JP don't believe nothing unless he
I
actually
believe
sees
him.
it.
I just don't know how the hell. We had a squirrel come down our chimney once.
It could happen, dog.
nah,
And keep leaving your doors open.
my aunt.
Just like ain't people supposed to break into your cars and stuff when you leave your doors open just because you live in the suburbs. That's when they get broken into.
Yeah, she thought it was something else, and then it started moving, and we just hear her go and run out the bathroom.
Yeah.
Listen. I believe these things happen. Commander Tequila is a friend of the program. I don't think he's lying. I just don't understand how it happens. He said he lives in the country
because they can go through stuff.
Look, are you still checking every toilet before you sit down?
I look before I sit. But I was at my house one day and I'm going in the back of my house and I'm looking, I'm like, what the hell is that moving? It was a snake up on the second floor. It had gone up the drain because there was a bird nest up top. He went up the drain to get to the damn birds. He got up to the second level. So listen, they could do what the hell they want to do.
I'm out on snakes.
Well, I gotta say, people tell me, "Oh, don't do it. He's not poisonous."
Up with hope, down with dope.
All of them poisonous. They gotta go.
I think that was an enjoyable round of Bleep Use. I think by a mile, the guy that has a job that seems like his job's a pain in the ass, that drives Uber on the side and had a girl pee in his car.
Yeah.
That dude by far is the Bleep You of the day. I'm very sorry. That sucks, dude. And listen, let's do a public service announcement.
What
here.
happens if that same lady calls one day, he pulled up, he said, I would have to say, look, don't let it happen what happened last time.
I would just keep driving.
What you mean? What happened last time?
I'm not
you peed in my car, woman.
Yo, B, what is the saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If I'm driving Uber and a lady gets in my car and pees herself, I'm not getting her. She's not back in my car.
He was very, very cautious to say, "Nah, you got to be nice." I think she was a good-looking lady. Somebody that he might want to holler at later on, but he knows she was a little inebriated, but he don't want to piss her off.
Literally. When we come back, Austin Eckler talking playoffs. Playoffs? Don't go anywhere.
Oh, boy.
to sound off, and I couldn't help but notice that Jeff, during that entire commercial break, just sat in the aquarium with you and sang Casey and JoJo. So I don't know that you have a bleep you, but I thought I should give you an opportunity in case.
Yeah, I do. My bleep you is actually for FEMA. They could put their emergency command center literally anywhere in the country, and they chose one of like 3 places that had potential to inconvenience me. So bleep you to FEMA.
Yeah, how was yesterday?
It was horrible. It was awful.
I did get. So you didn't want to say bleep you to Jeff for singing Casey and JoJo that entire commercial break?
No, I have earbuds.
Horrible.
My voice is angelic.
Yay.
Dude, try that again.
I feel like you guys put him up to it, but Fat Poet said bleep you to me for traveling 225 days of the year and then complaining about the price of parking. It's not that much.
That is true.
It's
Yeah,
not that much. All right, so it's kind of wild, man. As much as today is July 3rd, right? And we are in like the absolute dog days. Like I was texting with a bunch of NFL people that are all traveling this weekend, like getting their family vacations in, all that sort of stuff. Because right now is when the NFL really slows down. But dude, training camp starts in 3 weeks. Like they report in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's why right now you should be relaxing and taking care of yourself and your family. Stop worrying about all that crap. Ain't nobody doing nothing right now.
Totally. I'm just saying it's not that far away either.
It's far enough. I promise you, I'm about to go all the way to Jerusalem and back.
I think you should.
3 weeks.
I always say you should be taking a trip.
I always take trips. I always do different things.
But to that point, I have a call this afternoon about training camp planning, and I'm just like, damn. All right, here it's coming, ready or not.
Well, yes, that's because you work with people that they are anal and they like to bother you too much. They need to just wait. It's not that important to talk about that today, but hey, it is what it is.
What's great is we both know the people I work with, and I'm sure they're listening.
I'm just saying, man. Like sometimes let people on when it's time, like vacation time. Leave me the hell alone about work. Ain't nothing you're gonna do today gonna do anything differently on the day that you start doing the summer stuff.
What is interesting though, are whatever expectations are for Commanders. And I don't know what they should be. We know what Vegas has them set at, which isn't exactly high, but a lot can happen. A lot can change. And if you're a player, you should absolutely have a high expectations. If you're a player on a team, you should have high expectations at all times, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, you can call it athletic arrogance, you can call it whatever you want, but if you are playing in a game, anytime you step on the field, on the basketball court, on the ice, you only step into that arena to win.
If you're in the NFL or any professional arena, had been many times you stepped into something and say, I can't win.
Right.
That's just the way you have to think. That's the way you're made. That's why a lot of times people don't understand the mindset of some of these athletes.
So I find it interesting. Earlier in the program, we talked about the Giants a fair amount because the debut of in-season Hard Knocks was last night, and you saw Joe Shane, the general manager, say a lot of interesting stuff. One of the things he said as he was preparing Giants ownership and the rest of his staff to not re-sign Saquon was there's going to be a lot of other guys available, and he included Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. The Commanders moved on Austin Eckler pretty quickly. But Austin Eckler, and I don't know exactly when this is. I saw it while I was overseas. Austin Eckler joined Kay Adams on her podcast and talked kind of at length about Washington's options, what his expectations are in Washington this season.
Tough division, but do you get the feeling that there could be magic here, not just for Magic Johnson, but playoff wise?
That's for us to go build, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. Like this is the off season. What are you supposed to do in the off season? I had someone ask me about this the other day. How are the playoffs? Like, what are you thinking? Is this a new trend? Do you guys have a chance? I'm like, I don't even give a damn about any of that right now. I don't care. because I can't even think about that. I got to think about getting the guys that are in the building ready to go. And what does that mean? That means establishing a standard because there's a lot of new guys around. So what does that mean? What does that mean tangibly that I need to go do to hold myself accountable and hold myself to a standard? That needs to be established. Then it needs to be established of how we're going to work, how we're going to go out there and how we're going to actually execute. How do we communicate? Who's leader? Do we have vocal leaders? Like who's leading?
Well, clearly you're the leader. You're talking to me. I feel like I'm interviewing Dan Quinn right now. You're talking about getting the guys in the building ready. Is that your role?
I think I would say yes, I'm building into that role. And we just talked about it. I've been around for a while. I was a captain for the Chargers for the last 4 years. And so I have put myself in a role where I am vocal. To be a captain is a huge honor. You get voted on by your team, but it's not even about that. It's about making sure that we're putting ourselves in a position to be successful, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to get paid. We're all trying to win games. So what do we got to do? We want to put ourselves in a position where we can win. So we need people to be held accountable, to be playing up to a standard, and be competing their ass off out in OTAs.
Dude, sound like he wears number 30. I'm saying. Listen, man. What Austin Eckler just stated is exactly what I would say 75% of the players in the league think. There are some players that are going to just follow whatever someone establishes. And what that reporter did is what most reporters do too. They have an idea, a narrative of what they want to present. And when you say something as simple as what he said, they're kind of wowed by it. It's nothing to be wowed by. If you are at the top of your profession at any job, don't you think you're damn good at it? And if you're trying to win, what you try to do, you try to make sure everybody begins to limit their mistakes and put all the work that they need to do into it. So when you get to the job, you can just go out there and react, and that's all Eckler is talking about.
I think clearly Eckler brings some level of veteran leadership that offensively they kind of lack. I think Zach Ertz brings that too. I don't think, those signings were by accident. Eckler's done a fair number of podcasts and stuff over the last couple of days. And one of the comments I found interesting was he basically said with the Chargers, like, yo, I'm not a 300 carry type back, and that's what they're going to want, especially with Harbaugh now, and that, like, his separation from the Chargers really made a lot of sense. But he's talked at length about what he can be with Brian Robinson, kind of that combination.
Mm-hmm.
And B, I don't know if you saw the photo I posted, or I'm sure a lot of people posted it, of a bunch of Commanders players getting together
in Oregon.
Yeah, it seems like Mariota got them together. But out there you had Cole Turner, John Bates, Eckler, De'Ami Brown, Jahan Dotson, among others, Brian Robinson, and then Mariota and Jaden Daniels. What does that work this time of year? What is the real value of it versus just kind of team building?
To be honest with you, you've already done all the things that you can do football-wise, and you can hone in some skills. But the biggest thing that you get from that is exactly what you said, team building. You get to hang around guys day in and day out. Y'all probably ain't too much to do in Oregon, or maybe in Eugene, there's a lot of things to do, but not in Bandit. So you get there, and you're with guys from morning to night, and you redo it again. You learn more about your people. You get a little closer to them, and you hear me talk about it all the time about how when I played with the team, how we did everything together. And then when you get on the field, you have a mindset, I don't want to let my guy down. You know what I mean? And I think that is the main thing. They're not about to go there and come back better than a person that didn't go there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But maybe, just maybe, De'Ami gets a better connect with Jaden or Mariota. Cole Turner, a guy who needs to take another step. Maybe the extra work will do something for him to make him feel more comfortable in what he's doing. But ultimately, those type of things are for team building. Hell, a lot of people go out of town. A lot of people stay in town and do it right around the area. But I always felt like I like to invite guys over to my crib. Cook a good meal, have a few drinks, talk. Talk about everything. Things that may be uncomfortable. But what you do, you find out what people are. You find out what they truly are about. And you can start to deal with them in a different light, because if we look at everybody just like ourselves, and when they walk in the thing and we start attacking them, they fold. They get away from it. But you get them in a comfortable situation, they'll tell you everything you need to know. And then you begin, now as I'm a leader, I know how to lead him better. You get what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting time with Eckler because it seems that his approach, I'm reading, this is an interview he did with Rich Eisen, where he talked about that he's saying he doesn't want to be a 300 carry back. This is a quote. It doesn't mean I don't want the ball. It just means I know I'm going to be one of those backs that's going to catch it and run the ball. And when I've had the most success, it's been usually when we have that same type of tandem where we have someone else that can relieve me. So if you look at Eckler's career numbers, the best numbers have always been when another back was performing well with LA. It was Melvin Gordon. You know, if you look at his 22 season, they were rolling.
Yeah,
and it wasn't just Eckler. They also had I'm blanking on the name, but
when we talked to Greenberg earlier,
sure,
he talked about the amount of carries and how guys get worn out. Okay. Now, and they say, well, the coaches, and there's so much money, but let's be real. Shouldn't a coach try to figure out how can he best utilize a person? I've told you about Andy when Brian or Westbrook first got to the team. And Brian did not have the whole offense mastered. But the percentage that he had mastered, he was damn good at it. What did Andy Reid do? He used him for that percentage.
Right.
He didn't make him have to learn the whole offense and say, I'm going to give you the ball 25 times a game. He utilized what made him best. And with people today in this league, yeah, what if I come in my first 3 or 4 years, 5 years, and I carry the ball 250 to 300 times? And I'm very effective at it. But then you realize that I am not that pounder anymore, but I still will cook any damn linebacker trying to check me coming out the backfield. So you put me in, you run some draws with me, you run some misdirection plays, you put me in some one-on-one routes, run some wheel routes and run some option routes and things like that, swings. I still am very, very effective at what I'm good at. So my career is prolonged and your success is prolonged. But what do? When y'all don't carry it 250 times a game anymore, they cut that person. Instead of still utilizing what he's damn good at for the next 5 or 6 years.
One more note in the Eckler, I can't wait to work with Brian Robinson thing. The best team that Cliff Kingsbury had offensively in Arizona, they went 11-5 in 2021. They had Kyler Murray, who was incredibly effective on the ground. James Conner and Chase Edmonds combined for over 2,000 yards from scrimmage and 20 touchdowns. Cliff wants a dynamic duo as well. When we come back, I can't guarantee it, but possibly we've booked Chris Russell. Send him in here. He can be on the stream with me. Put the Roost on the stream. Give the people what they want. Rooster rubbing it in that I haven't had a Diet Coke in a week by just marching in with this can of Diet Pepsi. Boom. You can see it on the stream. How are you, Chris Russell? How do you do?
I'm doing well. Would you like a can of Diet Pepsi? I have 3.
Move away?
I think I need to be careful, man.
You can't be on the stream, apparently.
I can't be on the stream.
You haven't signed the waiver.
It's all right. Well, nobody needs to see me anyway, but I do have 3. Would you like some? Would you like one?
I may.
It's yours. I will earmark it for you, JP Finley.
I appreciate that. Thanks, dude.
Absolutely. How are you, boys?
We're good, dude. How are you?
I'm doing good. B and I were talking Caps hockey earlier this week.
Oh, but you
Monday,
claim,
I think it was.
You claim nobody besides you talks hockey on the radio, even though we talk about it all the time.
Listen, I didn't say nobody on the. It's about the Stanley Cup playoffs more than the Caps, but yeah. Am I not on the radio? Am I doing something wrong here? This is a weird setup that you got like earphone jacks and whatever that are just kind of all over the place here.
Are you at all surprised that it's a weird setup?
No.
Just the incredible dollars that get poured into production around here.
Listen, if you guys think that no dollars are poured in over here, come on.
Your studio looks way better than this one.
You're right. That's about where the argument ends.
No, it's remarkable.
All the other resources go to
nobody talks hockey. We talk hockey. We had Greenberg on earlier and asked for a Caps, all the moves they made update.
A breakdown.
And then Bruce wants to complain about space. Look at the space we're in, Bruce.
Listen,
look at this dump.
I'm not telling you that every argument I make makes sense. I'm telling you that every argument that I make is in my own mind, B. Absolutely. Like, some people sing in the shower. I don't do that. Some people think they're best when they're driving. I yell at people when I'm driving. I think my best just in my own weird, warped, twisted mind.
I agree.
Landfill, did you need the update from Rooster as far as what he does in the shower? Did that update help you?
I didn't say what I do in the shower.
Rooster,
I said some
JP
people
always
sing.
wants to talk to Rooster because they like to tell people what they do in the shower, and so people dream about him.
I said some people sing in the shower. I do not. I'm not telling you what I do in the shower. I'm just saying I don't sing in the shower.
By telling us what you don't do, you're opening the door to other things that could be done. You're the one that brought up the shower, Rooster. And Landfill, while I've got you, is Rooster wearing his sex shirt? Doesn't he always break out the burgundy the day after a good night?
Yeah, red is Roost's sex color.
Wait.
Yeah. See, this is no fair because I can't hear Landfill, so I don't know what he's saying.
They say you wear that burgundy shirt after a night of good sex.
That's like the whole Tiger Woods red thing on a Sunday, right?
All I know, you haven't stuttered since you've been coming on this show. You just stuttered actually. So are you lying or what?
Listen, all you guys can go kick rocks. I'm not talking about anything in that regard. I was at the Mets-Nationals game last night. I was busy. I was watching the Nationals.
We're talking about naked men with barrels around.
Implode again in the 10th inning. I was busy. That's how I was getting busy.
Hey,
so I just gave you sound drop gold there, Landfill.
You were getting busy at a baseball game.
Yeah, that's how the Rooster does it, man.
People got caught at the football game.
Some people go on exotic vacations to Italy. Some people, do whatever else they do. I go to baseball games and watch the Nats bullpen implode for a second straight night in the 10th inning.
It's my understanding that the Nats just don't win when you're in a game.
It's a pretty good understanding. They're 0-3 this year.
Well, do the Nats a favor. Watch it at home.
I do watch most of the games at home.
And how many of those they won?
They were 0-3. How many? The Commanders won 4 games this year. I know we were at the season opener against Arizona. They won. Did they win any other home games? They won in Foxborough. They won in Denver.
They won in Denver.
Where else was the other win that they had?
So they started 2-0,
right,
and then they had to win somewhere.
Right. They probably 2-6 at FedEx.
They won. They beat the Pats, but that was on the road.
Right. So did they have a second home win? I can't remember. The season was so lost. Either way, I was 0-4 with the Capitals.
The 5 of us, we should know this.
I was 0-4 with the Capitals this year in person.
They won at Atlanta. So no, they only
There
had
you
the
go.
one
They
home
had the
win.
one home
They were
win.
1-7.
I was 1-7 plus 0-3 with the Nationals this year, plus 0-4 with the Capitals this year, and they got bombarded in almost every game that I went to. And 0-1 with the Wizards, who got drilled by the
Well, you need to
Rockets
stop
by like
taking
30
your ass
points.
to the game.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you the cooler.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
don't
1
care
about
about
the players.
15.
I care about me.
I mean, that is an astonishing record of futility.
Pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I'm
Now,
like the
I
black
haven't
cloud
taken a
that
ruler
hovers
to
above.
this
You
thing.
need to watch. You need to watch.
But it's at
home
least
sometime.
12 inches. Listen, B, I probably watch at home too much times. I should get a life. And instead, I sit there and watch
But go watch it
the
at a
eighth
sports
inning of a
bar, but
baseball
don't go-
game on a Monday
but
night.
Don't go to the actual game because that's not good.
I hear you. I hear you. I'll stop going. I'm
Maybe
sorry.
a multiple TV situation. You
Mhm.
watch like the History Channel or something,
Perhaps.
and then like
Perhaps
the Nats game on the other TV.
I mean,
I
yeah,
have no
or I could
life.
just watch
None.
you on NBC4, right? I mean, sure.
That's
That would be
always well, I
great.
don't do
That would be
anything
great
fun. My life
entertainment.
Sucks.
Right? I could watch, you guys over, right? You got the replay on the YouTube thing. I could watch that.
That'd be great. Now, because you were at the Mets game, did you watch the Hard Knocks with Joe Shane?
I did not. I've seen some of the clips. I'm looking forward to watching that back tonight.
You have watched.
Late night, but
you have worked up close in the NFL for a number of years.
Yeah.
Different organizations, different coaches, whatever. People
to go up to him and say, "Hey, big boy."
Landfill's dropping a number of sound clips in that you can't hear. Actually, if you have another converter, we can get Rooster set up so we can hear in here.
Yeah.
Somebody stole the converter out of that incredibly.
Yeah, I tried this the other day when
piece
B
of
was nice
equipment.
enough to have me on, and it didn't work. So
We just need the converter. It was here before I left. I don't know where it is now.
It's
Why do you have
crazy
a big jar of
how
pickles?
crazy how stuff go missing now that our studios being the one that got to be used by everybody.
Well,
You know what I don't understand?
Who using it?
Why do people want to come in here?
One of those people are stealing. It wasn't nothing was disappearing before they came.
Yep, it's whoever's doing overtime at night. They have to be.
Well, here's my question.
Has to.
Do they have to be? And so the junk studio is a junk studio, blah, 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 right? I get it. Do they, to do overtime, that simulcast, or is there something else on 980 at that time?
No, usually at that time or after 7 o'clock when Hoffman ends, it's Hollywood Nick Ashew and BetQL.
MGM, yeah. Can't they? Wouldn't like I say this seriously. I would rather be in the 980 studios than this dump. Like the junk studio ranks, it's unparalleled.
I'll tell you what, if you want to give me your ratings from 1 to 2 o'clock, I will be more than happy to allow you guys to take over the 980
I care
studios.
less about all the studios. I just come here and talk.
I mean, give me the ratings and your
I'm
endorsements,
just saying,
and we're good.
For all the complaining about the different stations, we are in an actual prison cell.
I made some Italian sausage.
I mean, what do you want from me? You have everything else that's set up perfectly for you, except you're in. I mean, I used to do a lot of radio in this studio. It sucks. I'm a dumbass.
Do you believe, like I believe, that around 85% of the NFL is only focused on staying in the NFL? It's just the league of self-preservation.
Yeah. I mean,
it's unbelievable.
Listen, sometimes you don't care whether your reputation and whether your existence in a particular city gets extended. Like, I truly and firmly believe, conversations, plenty of people that I knew, that Mike Shanahan in 2013 knew he was going down like the Titanic, right?
Well, Bruce,
I
by
mean, because
2013, we all knew.
No, but remember, in 2012 they win a division and everything's great, and then Robert gets hurt, obviously, and then still 2013, the first half is like okay, but like as that year goes along and they know Robert's
I
not the
agree
thing,
with you.
and there's
I'm
all
just
sorts of
saying that
controversy.
wasn't much of a mystery.
Sure, no, but what I'm saying is that, like most of the time, it is, yes, a self-preservation league. Like, I think Ron, like was trying to preserve as long as he could his tenure here in Washington. He knew it wasn't going great. So maybe that's the better example. Jay Gruden, another perfect example, right? He knew in his sixth year, was it sixth year? Yeah, sixth year of coaching, because 2014 through 2018 were 5 full years, but he knew he was basically cooked, right? But now he's just like trying, okay, maybe I can cash a couple more checks. Maybe I can coach a few more games. Maybe I can
think you
do
see it
good
with
enough
players
just to get
trying
another job.
Hold on late in careers. Like
Yeah.
you see it. It's not,
sure.
I didn't mean it specific to here. Like
Yeah.
we didn't have to go through.
I think most of the guys,
Rivera,
they
Gruden,
come in,
Chaney.
they immediately say, I got to get my guys. That automatically gets you a year,
Sure.
2, 3 years.
Sure.
Right.
And then you start to get judged. But ultimately, the front offices are trying to stay, and they have every excuse in the world as to why stuff don't work. They never say that I made a mistake.
I've never made a
You know what I'm
mistake
saying?
for as long as I've lived.
I mean,
They
rarely.
never say that.
Yeah, rarely.
So
And I think players are more free to move around, right? Like you see what's going on with Ayuk. Ayuk doesn't care whether he plays in San Francisco or here or Pittsburgh. He just wants to get paid $30 million a year.
He's just trying to get
Cash.
paid.
Yeah.
And he'll
The
be back
answer
there.
is cash.
But think about it. Like, the player signs a 6-year deal. It's not a 6-year deal. The front office signed a 6-year deal. It's a 6-year deal.
Brewster Essig's looking for you.
I know.
It was great to see you, buddy. I missed you.
Thanks. It's good to see you guys.
Did you miss me?
I did. I came actually in here yesterday looking for you, forgetting that you were on this exotic vacation.
Does Italy count as exotic?
Yes.
Like Fiji
Yes.
is exotic.
No.
It's exotic.
Dude, where you were, it was picturesque. I mean, I seen
I'll
the
give you- I'll
videos.
give you
I seen the
picturesque.
pictures. It was unbelievable.
I'll give you picturesque, but to me, exotic implies the tropics. I was
No.
not in the tropics.
No, that's tropical.
It was not
Not
tropical,
exotic.
dude.
No, tropical is when you go to the islands. And
How about
stuff.
pristine?
That's not exotic.
I'll give you pristine.
Okay. It looked amazing.
It was dope.
Is a Lamborghini exotic?
Yes.
Is a Maserati exotic?
I was in one yesterday.
Is a Maserati exotic? Yes.
Luxurious.
They're exotic.
I
All
don't
you gotta
know.
do is when you start on something, you go. That's exotic.
Landfill needs to play you out, Chris.
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th.
Yeah, do you want just the I have a compilation here of Roost, or I have a slightly longer clip with some context. Which one do you want?
I vote longer with context.
Okay, here we go. This is Chris Russell. This is unedited. This is 1 minute of Chris Russell's hosting a radio show.
If you're friends with somebody or in a relationship with somebody, right? And say you chew with your mouth open, you're like, right? Really annoying, right?
Yes.
Fingernails across the chalkboard, right?
Right.
And the person, like, rightfully so, would be like, please not. And you constantly, whether it would be with gum or with food, right? Like, really, like that would be, like you can't, like, at some point you're gonna run out of patience, right? At some point.
Absolutely.
So like there's also like there's all sorts of those components in life that you just have to kind of
Which ones are going to be deal breakers and which ones are you going to be patient and say, I'm going to
exactly.
overlook this because I really like this person.
Right, exactly. And I mean, you just have
Depending
to
on
kind
how
of go
big
with
that
the flow,
account
and
is.
everything is a little bit different. Like,
Depending
I
on how
mean,
big his
like
check account is.
I'm of the theory that we're all different in whatever ways. Like, you like what you like. I like, like.
Anyway, that was Chris Russell saying like 21 times in 1 minute.
Did he really ever get to the point?
Like.
Yeah.
think it's 11. Then you got the early game for 4th of July.
So are you on 6 to
10:35?
You and Big Nell or what?
Yeah, me and Big L.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
so
that'll
we'll
be
be doing
fun.
that.
Anybody that's in the road, I will definitely be on the road tomorrow to get ice. So I will listen.
Yeah, but to say, what do you guys do? Because I'm watching some fireworks. My fiance and I, we're gonna like find a place to do like a little picnic and just kind of hang out there until the
I'm
fireworks.
not gonna make
go
that
off.
promise that I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna probably.
I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that to be the case.
No, I'm not gonna be listening.
Do you go watch fireworks, B? Tomorrow night, will you go watch fireworks?
Nah, if they got something at Sammy's house, yeah. You think I'm gonna drive
Is Sammy
away?
having a big party?
Yeah, I'm gonna drive away from my house all the way in DC to watch fireworks. No. They got
to go to
you
DC.
ain't gotta go to DC.
They got them at the country club right there by the crib. They got them over in Fairfax. You can see them coming up over a little bit farther over there towards Alder. You can see them. I sit on my deck and watch them all the time.
Usually I go to Leesburg because that's just closer to where I live. But because I'm doing the Junkies both days, it just makes more sense to be around town somewhere and see them.
Yeah.
Denton, I have a question for you, and I need you to answer this honestly.
I can do my best.
I need a ride to Dulles after
Okay.
my show. Can you give me a ride to Dulles?
Which show?
I thought you got to get your car this morning.
I'm trying to do it in real time, B. After this show, I get off at 2:00.
After this show? Sure.
Good man. Now, I did take care of it myself this morning, but I said maybe Denton would give me a ride because I kind of asked B and I kind of asked Lamp.
Dumb if you already know you got your car.
Wait, so
to put somebody on the spot.
Do I not have to give you a ride, or do
No,
I?
you don't have to give him a
You
ride. So it makes no sense what he does.
No, I wanted to know what he would say. Now we know. If I ever need a ride to Dulles, Denton's my guy.
Next time he may say
But you had to
no.
wait.
Yeah,
Understandably.
I gotta work.
Landfill did say he would give me a ride. B just wanted to know why the hell I needed a ride.
Yeah, well, I mean, didn't you just go on vacation?
It's a long story. The biggest news in college sports, it appears to be Texas and Oklahoma officially joining the SEC.
Officially in the SEC. We knew it was going to happen. It was just really just a matter of time in terms of like waiting and such. There were some funny like graphics that were put out on social media. Like TCU released a kind of a funny Toy Story-esque kind of video. It's all fun and games until you realize they're bringing a lot of money with them. And you're not getting that money anymore if you're TCU. But yes, and now we officially get those two teams in the SEC.
TCU trying to be funny, you mean?
They try to be funny. I was like, that is not going to be as funny.
It doesn't make sense when you're not pulling the type of money that they will.
Yeah, it would be a lot funnier if Texas did that when they were leaving. But like TCU saying, "Hey, goodbye to your biggest cash cows," is like, what? Where exactly is the joke here?
How Texas seems to be firing on all cylinders right now.
Mm-hmm.
How ready to join the SEC is Oklahoma?
They'll be okay. They're certainly not going to be anywhere near the top of the conference the same way that Texas has the potential to. I mean, they just gave Brent Venables a huge extension, which, I mean, that SEC money is already coming in. But they're going to be middle of the pack. It'll just be nice to see them square off against opponents that we don't normally see them square off against.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a lot of good games. And I mean, who knows? Maybe they surprise a couple of people. But if like Oklahoma gets 9 wins this year, I'd say it's a pretty successful season for that.
Historically, Oklahoma has been able to fare against
Most of them, right?
They usually perform. So Bama's got to be a little bit down, I assume.
Yes.
Saban leaves.
Yeah.
LSU loses Jaden Daniels. Is Texas the favorite to win the SEC? Is it Georgia?
It's Texas and Georgia are the top two. There's still people that are very confident in Alabama, and I'm confident they're going to get 9-10 wins potentially. And I'm in a weird spot with LSU too, where they've done enough, hopefully on defense, to not have to require a quarterback to go out there and score 50 points a game. But they're going to be, those 4 teams are likely going to be the top 4 in the SEC, but it really is between Texas and Georgia.
Have you heard anything? Texas and Oklahoma join the SEC this year.
Mm-hmm.
Who we got? All 4 of the Big Ten teams, the
They're
West
in.
Coast, right?
Yeah,
USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington.
Yep.
They're very clearly not done. The concept of just a two league superpower thing continues to get juice. Have you heard it? Like, are there public rumors? I would say Clemson, Florida State are the top of the list.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Oklahoma State. Like, what happens next?
So Florida State in the realm of expansion and realignment and all these things, Florida State is the next domino to drop. They are trying and trying and then trying some more to get out of the ACC. They are trying to get lawyers involved to get out of the ACC, get out of this grant of rights so they can go make the big money in the SEC when that eventually happens, and it will. I don't know when, but it's going to happen before 2036 or whenever that thing ends. When that happens, Clemson is not going to be far behind them, and then that's really going to be the final domino for the two league.
So the ACC becomes straight basketball.
Straight basketball. And UNC is probably going to get out of there as well. I don't know what Duke would look like because this is so heavily driven by football, and Duke has been okay at football the last couple of years, but certainly not the caliber of teams like a Florida State and a Clemson. So I don't know what that would look like for Duke in football. I mean, really what it needs to come down to is they need to make a two-league super conferences with just football and then allow everything else that's not football to go back to your ACCs, your Big Tens. So it's much more regional, and you're not asking a student from Florida to fly all the way across the country to play a game, a basketball game or a volleyball game in like Stanford, and then fly all the way back and then still expect them to go to class.
As I think about it, I wish I could have been flying to other places. Seriously.
I'm sure it would be
a lot of damn
nice.
fun.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of
Instead
fun.
of going to see in the same old bumpkin towns we went to all the time. Seriously, dude.
That is a fair point. I think college kids.
I mean, college kids, when they in the off season, things like that, they try to go places that's nice.
That's nice.
What
yeah.
if I can go visit some of these places and all of a sudden, but I guess they're more now. I go from one country or town and go over to
the other one,
LA or something, I may want to transfer.
Right. I mean, that's something you take into consideration, but there are also dorks on some teams that really, really care about school. And they're
Not many,
but there are a few.
Dude.
Nah. But I would have loved traveling a lot of places.
At what point, I feel like I've been hearing college sports are broken my whole life, and they just kind of keep chugging on and evolving. Like, do you think we'll ever stop hearing that, or is this like
no? You're gonna hear for those people that don't want to adjust.
Yeah,
all the coaches that were control freaks,
which is all coaches,
they're running
or most
away
coaches.
from the way stuff is now. Why? Because now that player has some level of, I'm not going to take this from you anymore.
Right.
What is to change first in the two big problems that people say they have with college sports now, NIL or the transfer portal? I believe it's the portal. I believe coaches will get some handle on that versus NIL is just too far gone.
Yeah, and NIL is a lost cause at this point. You'll just kind of find a way to navigate it. The portal needs to be changed. There should not. I'm a firm believer. I'm pro portal. I think you should be allowed to move, but I'm a firm believer that it can be done in a way to where it makes coaches' lives a little easier. And
but the coaches leave whenever they feel like it.
But it makes high school
until coaches can't be signing a 10-year deal and then leave after 2 years. Because I'm going to school more. All the schools want to say the guy come because of the school. BS. They go because of that coach.
Well, the easy fix to that, because you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But that's an easy fix. When the coaches used to leave, for the players to leave, they had to sit out a year. If the coach leaves, the player can leave without sitting out a year.
You got 30
that's
days.
an easy fix to me.
Yeah.
That's an easy
fix.
one.
The
And I
coaches
wonder if
leave and then they still work the same year.
If they had done it, if they had made that easy fix, that was such an obvious flaw in the system that, if the coach leaves, the player can leave, it doesn't have to sit out. I wonder if they had done that, if they never would have gotten to this level of the transfer portal.
There's such a long list of those
things.
things.
Because if it was a little more fair for the kids for a while, then it's just the amount of just short-sighted, heavy-handed BS the NCAA has operated for so long is how you end up here. Like the pendulum just swings all the way back.
I mean, Mark Emmert for years has been one of the biggest thieves because you can say the same thing with NIL. If they allowed players to get paid just a little bit, you would not have this monstrosity of the dam breaking, everything coming out. Now guys are asking for, $13 million NIL deals or things along that line. But the portal needs to be adjusted so it benefits the high schoolers. So
but
get your high schools in and then build in the portal.
As soon as you told the businesses that they could pay the players.
Well, they're already doing it.
No. As soon as you told them they could pay them, they paid them readily. Why? Because the coaches was going to them getting money, that under the table stuff, saying we give it to the players, and they were giving the players 10% of it, and they were keeping the rest.
Mm-hmm.
See, I know how this stuff worked. I went through it a little bit. I saw the money being transferred sometimes.
Oh, how
I
much
know
money?
how stuff
How much money are you seeing get transferred
Saying.
there?
I agree with all that, B, but Denton, you bring up a great point, and I have friends that work in like high school football, that coach high school football, and by and large, the people coaching high school sports, it is especially high level football. It's more a labor of love than it is money or opportunity.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
totally,
kids playing high school sports are now just getting hosed.
They're getting hosed
Because if you're a linebackers coach at NC State and you could spend 27 hours of your work week recruiting a kid that made 105 tackles at Iowa last year, or a kid that looks really good but is still 2 years until he's done with high school, like they're just not going to spend time on the high school kid because the transfer they can get from Iowa immediately plays.
He comes in, your defense is immediately better. Now, it does benefit the smaller schools. So, like, for example, Liberty, App State, all these smaller schools, because the route is high school, go to small school, year or two, transfer, big school, and then it just kind of becomes a cycle. But there are
if you're a badass in high school, believe me, they still come get you.
Yeah, they definitely will. But there are a lot of high school kids that would normally be recruited to Big State U, whatever that Big State U is, that are now getting the short end of the stick because of the transfer portal and the timing where the windows are open. If you just move the window open a little bit or move the National Signing Day up a little bit, that problem is solved.
I agree. The badass, the 5 stars are always going to get recruited. They're getting paid. They live life. But whereas the 4-star is now competing with the transfer portal guys, the 3-star is probably not really getting that many looks. And then you keep going down. It's just a squeeze everywhere. I don't know what the answers are, but I do know that the notion college football's broken. Okay, let me know when there's 110,000 in Tuscaloosa screaming.
If
first
college
down.
football was broken, every time a nice job opened, you wouldn't have so many coaches running it.
If college football is broken, I'm trying to get broken like that, because that's a multi-billion-dollar industry right there.
I'd love to be as broke.
Yeah,
as
I'd
college
love to be
football.
as broken as that is.
What's your favorite Olympic sport?
Track and field.
Geeking up for the Olympics?
Yeah, big time track and field. I'm thrilled for Quincy Wilson. I think he's awesome. Big time.
So what? He got on the relay team.
He got on the relay team. For
Is he
the
an
4x400.
alternate or is he running?
He's going to be running. And they have this year in the Olympics, they have the co-ed relays. So 2 men, 2 women. So he might get himself on the 2 men, 2 women. He has the benefit because he's a high schooler where he is super entrenched in relays right now, whereas the other pro track athletes are not. So you can put him right into a relay and he's going to be good there. And then Noah Lyles.
Jeff, Denton just said he might get on with 2 men, 2 women. You want to tell him or me?
Hey, man, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Just saying.
Hey,
Just saying.
I got a guy gonna come on and talk to us about the Olympics.
Yeah, dude. I saw that in the text thread while I was gone.
Silver medalist, used to be the American record holder, almost had the world record.
Who?
Went to my guy, Hollis Conway.
Oh, nice.
You know what movie I watched about the Olympics? I watched Boys on the Boat on the Plane.
I've heard good things about that.
So I read the book. The book is actually very good.
Yeah.
The movie's a little Disneyfied,
as most movies to books are.
But it was good. And if you're looking to get some American spirit on the 4th of July going into the Olympics, watch Boys on the Boat. You mentioned that you and your bride-to-be are going to have a picnic tomorrow night.
Correct. I'm hoping it's not going to thunderstorm. That would suck.
Well, that makes 2 of us then. But Landfill wants to discuss proper 4th of July side dishes. Okay?
Okay.
So I personally think 4th of July, you could serve lots of things, but I do think on America's birthday, hamburgers and hot dogs should be included. We'll get to all this. But as far as a side dish, what do you need to have on the 4th of July at a picnic barbecue setting?
You got to have something involving corn, whether that be corn on the cob, corn dip. I had a couple years ago, I was at a place that had a Mexican corn dip that was cold, but with the heat of the day, it was super silly. So you got to have something corn related as a side dish.
I'm not that familiar with corn dip.
Yeah,
Corn dish.
Yeah, it was like a Mexican style corn dip with there was some queso, there's some mayo in there, there's some red onions.
I don't know what they call it, but I know
cumin.
I love corn on the cob. That's probably I love corn on the cob. But when you get the elote, like the Mexican street style corn, that's outrageous.
That's silly.
It sounded like he was talking about street corn, then.
No, he's saying it's a dip.
It's an
actual
yes, it was a dip. It was
When I
similar
dip,
to
you
street
dip, we
corn,
dip.
but it was a
Put
dip.
your hand up on my hips. Denton, thank you for joining us.
All right, see you, boys.
We're talking
Appreciate you,
side
brother.
dishes next.
3 points against Cincinnati, and they're a team that we respect. They're where we want to be. I mean, they're towards the top of the table.
7:30 tonight at Audi Field. Also, the Wizards are signing Tristan Vukcevic to a two-way deal. Update is presented by the Reynolds Empower Home Team. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Beamish and Finley, 1:30 on the day before the 4th of July. If you're watching on the stream, coming up, 1:45, we're going to eat alcoholic pickles. Now,
you're going to eat alcoholic pickles.
You're going to drink one?
Huh? No, I never said I was going to eat it.
You were fired up about it.
No, I was not.
Yes, he was.
Jeff, you were in here. Was
We
I
were
fired up
about
about those pickles?
you.
No, you said
eating
you were
them.
going to drink it.
Yeah.
And
I said
okay.
we all would, and you were like, hell yeah.
No, I did not.
That happened.
That's all right.
Landfill, can you try to find that audio, please?
No, you never said we, and I said anything about yes, because I don't drink or eat pickles with alcohol. Now, it was some cherries, like he gave me the other day. Yes, I eat those.
Landfill, do you have an opinion?
I'm 100% with Beamish on this.
All right. The topic at hand, best side dishes for a 4th of July barbecue. I think tomorrow's the 4th of July. I hope everybody gets to enjoy it safely and with family and friends and cold drinks. I think we all agree in some level, burgers and dogs. Then you can always go ribs or pulled pork. There's so much you could do. The world is your oyster. Jeff Walker has an opinion and sunglasses on, for the record.
So for my two sides, JP, one, the baked beans baked right. They got to be made right. Little sweetness.
Right out of the pot.
Not right out of the pot.
No, we can't do that, Jay.
And then my next one, it got to be made right. Tuna salad. And the tuna salad, it got to be cold. I don't want no warm tuna salad. So if you're out there having a cookout, a barbecue, whatever you call it, make sure you sit in your tuna, potato salad, pasta salad, and stuff on ice.
Or keep it inside till you decide to eat it.
Yeah,
don't sit it out in the sun.
No warm, no
to
warm
where it starts to
salads.
look like it's been baked.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think of tuna salad as a side dish.
No.
Like pasta salad, potato salad, yes. Tuna salad is its own entity. That's not a side dish, right?
That is a side dish at our family
Not in
cookout.
my house.
So you're telling me you would have a couple ribs, a hamburger, a glizzy, some watermelon, and then some tuna salad?
Yes, or some tuna salad, baked beans, and a burger. Like you.
That is weird.
JP, you eat beans straight out the can. I don't think you can get that weird. But
That is not
what I'm
relevant
saying
to tuna
that's
salad
actually
being a side dish.
Hey, this might
Tuna
be a
salad's like a sandwich. Like
This
you get
might
some
be
bread,
a
put it
two
on there.
Americas things because a lot
Nah,
of
B
cookouts
agreed with me.
B is also not, from around here. This could be a thing. I know a lot of people in this
I'm
area
from around here.
that
I haven't been to a party ever, and tuna salad was a
side dish.
Oh, I could call my whole family right now.
I'm just
That's
saying,
one of them.
I've never been to one.
You even getting tuna salad, you getting seafood salad. Those are side dishes.
Seafood salad is a side dish. Tuna salad is its own entity.
How is seafood salad with crab, shrimp, and all this other stuff
it's
in
not
it
up to me,
its
dude.
own entity? But seafood tuna salad that's just tuna, celery, eggs, and noodles is not? How?
Landfill. So you're saying, hold on. You're saying it's like a pasta salad with tuna in it?
It's
just seafood salad.
It's like macaroni
Okay.
tuna.
I'm thinking you're telling me just like tuna that you put on a sandwich, like tuna where you chop up onions and celery and mix it with mayo.
Nah, JP.
All right, you did a poor job of explaining, Jeff.
I mean, I thought tuna salad was self-explanatory. Like it's something that
Tuna salad is self-explanatory. It's a different thing from what Jeff's describing.
Yes, exactly. No, like when you go to a deli, and like when we go to Subway,
Like chicken salad. If you ask for a tuna salad, it's gonna look like it
when
won't
I
have
go-
noodles in it.
No.
Go to a deli and ask for tuna salad. See if they give you
When that's
some noodles.
pasta salad with tuna in it, which sounds fine, but that's not tuna salad.
Hold on.
Pasta salad
Stop
is a
it.
side
We're
dish.
not about to do this because you do not go to Subway and be like, let me get a tuna salad sub.
Yes, you do. It's on their menu.
It's a tuna sub. They don't call it a tuna salad sub.
What do I ask for every time at Subway and Landfill gets pissed? I say, do they have chicken salad yet?
It's a difference between chicken salad and tuna. Nobody calls it tuna. Like, it's just like the hot dog thing. Nobody calls it a hot dog sandwich, but it's clearly a sandwich.
No, they just call it a glizzy.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm not trying to do it because I know you got to leave. Did the gummy kick in during the last break and you just like got into a different world? You got pasta salad, macaroni salad, you put some tuna in it.
Dude.
That ain't for me, but that's fine. It's not called tuna salad.
Dude, I'm about to call my aunts. On both sides of the fact, I guarantee you, we say tuna salad, they're gonna say that. I don't know what y'all mean. It's what the stream gotta say. I know I'm not the only one who calls tuna salad the macaroni. What you call it? Macaroni and tuna?
Call it pasta salad with tuna in it.
Yeah, it would just be
That's what it
pasta
sound like to
salad
me.
or macaroni salad to me.
Because like when you call
To
a
your
pasta
point,
salad, a pasta salad is normally when you got all that stuff with a little ham, or you can put shrimp in it. You can put whatever. But I don't think we call it shrimp salad.
Yeah,
Right.
see, the pasta salad I eat don't even have seafood in it. It's vegetables.
Well, you don't
and-
eat seafood.
There's a dude named Kenneth Gaines on the stream that's agreeing with Jeff. There's another dude, Food Fiend, that says LMAO. He means macaroni salad.
That's what it sounds like.
I think there is a
Different
portion-
people must say
I
different
must say
things.
different things,
All
different
right.
strokes, different folks.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
All right, bro.
Are you sure you want to leave before we eat? Or apparently only I eat an alcoholic pickle?
Yes, I will not be putting no pickles in my mouth, Jay.
Pause. Landfill, what are your go-to sides?
Potato salad.
Potato salad's good.
It does not have tuna in it, nor does it have pasta.
All raisins.
Do you like? Yeah, definitely no raisins. The
No.
the raisins for white people thing is a myth. I'm telling you, I've been white for 42 years.
Jay,
I don't put raisins in anything.
Would nobody ever say all people do something? But the people that put the raisins are not brothers.
How about this? If there are any white people out there that actually put raisins in their potato salad,
Or even grapes, because grapes ain't nothing but a raisin before it.
I've seen grapes in chicken
Sure
salad,
enough.
never potato salad. If you're a white person and you put raisins in your potato salad, please call 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I want to dispel that myth.
Well, you can't dispel it because I've been at the house and I've eaten it.
4th of July, for me, I love watermelon. Watermelon, we used to do like a watermelon seed spitting contest every 4th of July when I was little.
You know, you can get seedless.
Yeah, now it's easy. But when I was a kid, I feel like seedless didn't exist. I feel like that's a modern.
Nah, they were out.
Well,
They've been there a long time, dude.
we didn't get them. I don't know.
I just
Maybe
think
we didn't have the
seedless is
money.
just the fact that the seeds hadn't really formed yet.
Watermelon, corn on the cob, butter, Old Bay, maybe. Woo, the best.
Oh, garbage.
Those two, and then maybe I do like baked beans. Shout out, we are having a couple people over tomorrow before fireworks. And I actually last year I cooked, I grilled. With everything going on in my home, with us getting back last night, and there was no way. So shout out to my guy Brian from Natural Red Catering, who's bringing a bunch of food over. But Brian, this does mean the people won't get to have my baked bean recipe.
And I think the people are probably happy as hell because it's just like probably drinking water. It has no taste.
No, it's way better than that. Now, if you'd like, I could bring
take them
my
out of a
baked
can,
beans in next
pour
week.
them in a dish, and warm them up. That's not really cooking. That's heating up something.
Would you like me to bring in my famous baked beans next week, Landfill?
No. I could just go to the grocery store and the fine people at Bush would provide me with your baked bean recipe.
He don't buy Bush.
Oh, he doesn't?
I get Bush.
You get the Bush just with you get the extra stuff on it, or you just get
I usually get the
plain
Bush
one?
like honey, bacon. Like, it's got all sorts of stuff in there.
Mm.
Now, Landville, there are people calling, and it's possible these are white people that put raisins in potato salad. So let's at least give them the opportunity. Jeff tried to make something up there. Brian, what is your go-to side dish? Are you cooking tomorrow? You usually cook. What are you doing? You.
I told you I'm going to somebody else's party. I've learned over
Yeah,
the
but
years,
that's
Jay.
at night.
Jay, I'm in a parade tomorrow. I'm the grand marshal of a parade in Middletown, Virginia.
Is that the one a couple years ago where they gave you the sash and the
Yeah.
staff?
Are
Are they gonna break that out again?
I don't know about all that.
I hope so.
I won't tell you if they do.
I need the pictures. Everybody in Middletown, Virginia.
Don't tell him a damn thing.
Please tweet me a photo of B as you should dress up like Uncle Sam.
No.
You know how Apollo Creed came out for his fight against
not doing that.
Drago?
That won't happen.
Dude, maybe James Brown will perform.
Oh, we know James Brown won't be performing.
So what are your desired side dishes at a 4th of July cookout?
Me? Oh man. I really don't get into a lot of the side dishes. Like I'm a potato salad guy. My daughter's potato salad is unbelievable.
It is good. I've had it.
But me, I'm while I'm cooking normally, I am snacking. So what becomes my side dish after I'm finished cooking, I'm done eating. Now I'm drinking. So my side dish is Uncle Nearest or some Scotties.
All right, this is Julio. Hello, Julio. What's your favorite side dish?
Oh, my favorite side dish? Okay, I ain't always called. Okay. Give me some mac and cheese, gentlemen.
All right,
I like that too.
I'm getting mac and cheese tomorrow. What did you want to tell us?
I wanted to call in. I'm on Jeff's behalf. Everyone knows what the tuna salad is. I'm with him with and D Mitch with the y'all got it a little wrong on the pasta salad. You can't have shrimp in it. The pasta salad usually comes with spaghetti noodles. From what I had, they had tomatoes in there, it's a little vinegar base here. So however you make it. But those are the differences. But I'm with Jeff all the way.
So what do you if you go to a deli and you want a tuna sandwich? What do you say?
Give me some tuna fish. That's a totally different thing. That's starfish, like in the grocery store. I'm gonna ask for tuna. Give me a tuna sandwich. So
Now,
two different things.
It's the same type of tuna in this pasta salad. You're saying though, right?
Correct, but it's with elbow. It has the elbow noodles, which Jeff was correct about. It depends on who cooks it or who makes it. Might have a little egg in there, but it's a nice portion too. You know what I mean? So Jeff was listen. I'm calling on behalf of Jeff. Jeff was right. B. Mitch, I'm disappointed in you for not backing him up on this.
To be honest with you, I've never my dad was a chef. And my mama could cook probably better than anybody you won't name, and we ain't ever had no tuna salad with pasta in it.
Thank you, Julio.
Be
Appreciate
honest
you,
with
man.
you.
All right, we got to take a quick break. We're gonna make some bets, and I'm gonna eat an alcoholic pickle. Ma, what's your age and type? Use a baby, right? Live a crazy life. Shout out to the Dipset. Needs a man that's polite, listens, and takes advice. All right. I think we've settled this tuna salad, pasta salad thing. I think for most folks, you would say pasta salad with tuna in it, or like a tuna pasta salad. I think the word pasta is a must to describe that dish. I think if you say tuna salad, 90% of people are going to assume you want a tuna sandwich on wheat. Yeah, I'll have the tuna salad with lettuce and tomato. I'm not going to say anybody's wrong here because clearly there is a proportion of folks that say tuna salad. I think it's kind of weird, but that's cool. Other side dishes that were thrown out. And this is, listen, left hand up. I missed this. Landfill, you missed this too. Shout out to Lacrovius Acrophist. Deviled eggs are just a banging side dish. I love deviled eggs. Landini?
I also enjoy deviled eggs.
Yeah. Deviled, I've never made them. They seem like a lot of work, frankly. You've made them?
I mean, it's just like boiled eggs. Hard-boiled eggs, you scoop the thing out.
I'm aware.
Mix it up, put it back.
You haven't answered the question. Have you actually made them?
God, no.
Yeah, because it's a
Are
lot of
you
work.
kidding me? Why would I do that?
You got to boil the eggs. You got to scoop it out. I think you add some other stuff to it.
That's so much work.
I love deviled eggs. I've never made them. Probably never going to. Have you made them before? Seems like a lot of work. Yo, this other dude, Meest, on the stream said, what about papaya salad? My wife makes, I don't know about papaya salad, but I bet I would love it. I think it's a Thai dish. My wife makes this mango avocado salad with lime that's outrageous. Maybe cilantro. I don't know what the spice is, but it's really good. So there's a
4th of July?
Not necessarily 4th of July, but she just makes it. But it's really good. Landfill, what do you want to do? Do we have to do some bets or should I eat this pickle?
It make no sense to do bets. I'm going to be here anyway.
Well, haven't you guys been betting this week?
Not necessarily.
I think you should first do the T-Mobile read and then eat the pickle.
We have talked a ton of football today on B. Mitch and Finley, and all football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out at T-Mobile.com/switch. Also, before we go, got to remind you, B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to Rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. And what's that they say about Rude, B?
If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All right, here we go.
Now eat the pickle. Make sure the people can see it.
I think the stream just cut off. Honestly. No, it's still here. Okay. Shout out to Commander Tequila. This is an Old Smoky Tennessee Moonshine alcoholic
I
pickle.
cannot wait to see this.
Here's great to spill alcoholic pickle juice on the old prison cell
There you
desk
go.
here. I got some. I was more concerned about getting them.
Like, is there any pickle? Is the
You have a drunk computer. Don't worry about
is
it.
it just straight moonshine, or is there
Yeah, the
like
computer's
normal
normally drunk
pickle
anyway. They
juice
hang out
mixed
with
in
you.
with it?
All right. Here's what it says. They're from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. It says, do not store in direct sunlight. It contains 375 milliliters of spirits distilled from corn with natural flavors and artificial color, bottled at 20% alcohol, so 40 proof, with an additional 375 cc's of pickles. So that leads me to believe there's not a whole lot of booze in this thing, right?
Should not be.
Let's find out.
It's like half a bottle.
Half a bottle per pickle?
No, per the whole thing.
So it's like half a bottle of booze and one pickle.
Yeah, didn't it say 375 milliliters?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. All right. I tend to like pickles. Let's see what we got. All right. All right.
Oh,
Where'd my water go?
I threw it away on purpose. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know where your water went, man. See, he gave you some cherries like that too. The cherries are sweeter, so you get a better feel after it. But it's strong, dog.
Take another bite. The people want
I
to.
gotta
The
be
people
honest.
demand it.
It ain't that bad, is it?
So the first couple, like, as I was going, it wasn't that bad. And then, like, something crunched, like something popped, and it was like,
Yeah,
oh.
because all of a sudden then you chew and then all that liquor hit you. You're finishing it up, so it's not that bad.
I don't want another one.
Keep eating them.
No,
you're not. You're going to be the one that eats them. If you don't eat them, that thing is going to be sitting in the refrigerator for a year from now. You got
I'm going to take them home and serve them.
Not eat them all.
No, you want them? You can have them.
Hell no.
You want these, B?
I'm not going to eat pickles.
I think the actual alcohol in there would taste pretty good. It probably tastes like pickle alcohol.
You know that there are people that like to drink Jameson with a pickle back?
That is not a good
Have
drink.
you seen those pickleback
I've
shots?
seen it. Jeff did one day too and almost lost it.
My friends, I believe my friend John Bennett and Daniel Verman served those shots at their wedding. There was a time when pickleback shots were very, very popular. That time is largely past, I think. This might be quite good with that. I got to say, Commander Tequila, I really appreciate the effort and the idea.
Next time, break peaches.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to just give another PSA for the people as we get ready for a holiday weekend. If you want to make alcoholic food, do it with anything but pickles. Man, you know what?
Take a watermelon, cut the top, pour a bottle of vodka in it, put it in the refrigerator, then serve that later.
Yo, people want white people to like raisins. Give me some alcoholic raisins. We'll see how that goes. I think that's just called wine.
That's wine, yeah.
Yeah.
You just grabbed wine.
Oh, I'm not sure I needed that. I'm going to be totally honest with you.
Oh, boy.
It was your idea.
Send us a picture later on when things are going bad.
I think I'll be all right. I do need whoever took my water, Jeff. I don't appreciate it.
You walked over there putting. You might have left it where you were putting.
Probably did. Fun day. Fun to be back. Thanks for having me back, boys. Thanks for the alcoholic pickles. Nothing. You guys really know how to welcome a guy back to the United States.
You came back and now you're leaving again for 4 days.
I'm not going anywhere.
He went to Italy, found out that the Diet Coke was poisonous, and he come back looking for it. Weirdo.
I mean, you're not going to be on the station for 4 days.
Neither are you. Neither is Brian.
That's true.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Chris Russell for joining us. Thank you to everybody who called in for Bleep You Wednesday. Thank you to Denton Day. Thank you to everybody that eats tuna salad on the 4th of July. Seriously, enjoy the weekend. It's one of my favorite holidays of the year. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you an alcoholic pickle. What is up, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia? My name is Danny Rouye, and this is the Grant and Danny radio program. Welcome in. We got a lot to do today. July 4th is tomorrow. We're going to empty the bag. All of the other things that we're kind of like, hey, when are we going to do that? We're doing it today. That's kind of the strategy. Behind-the-scenes conversations are going to become in front of the scenes conversations, if that's even how you phrase it. Whatever, dude. We've got our July 4th food draft, much anticipated, and it's a great day to do it because Grant won't be here being like, baked beans, like, ew, ribs, ew, anything other than the one or two things I ate as a kid. Can't ruin it. Just three grown men. And Ryan's off-the-wall picks. I can't wait for that. We'll do that at 5 p.m. Talk about what's got to be on your plate. And because this is kind of like a Friday for us, it's not, but it is sort of. Like if Friday was a Wednesday, it would be today. Because we're off July 4th, and our esteemed boss was like, why don't you guys not come in on the 5th? We're like, oh, no. Okay, fine. So we're not. So this is our Friday of the week. We'll do a little Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Now, you're probably like, is that familiar? It's not. It's not familiar to you. We invented it. You can get yourself the Odyssey app, listen to the show anywhere in the world. Check us out on the YouTubes. Hi, YouTube guys. YouTube chat. What's happening? YouTube.com. You can easily search 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny, we will come up and you'll see my stupid red face. Couple things I want to get to. Oh, also, we're going to give you a chance to win 3 pair. That's 3 pair. 3 separate pairs of Dave Matthews Band tickets. We will do that at 3 p.m. with a game that has swept the nation, invented by, I believe, I'm blanking on who it was. It's our buddy, really nice guy, Josh in Upper Marlboro. He invented this game. It's called Does Danny Hate It? And the way the game's going to work is you'll call to be a contestant. Not now, then at 3. You'll call to be a contestant. Darius has a list of things, and he's soliciting some via the Facebook chat. I'm not going to look at the chat, so I won't be biased or like informed beforehand. So Facebook.com/Grant and Danny, right? You've solicited some there, Darius. Good. He's got a list of things that I might hate. Most people like them. I probably hate them. There's a chance that I like them, though. So you'll call. Darius will tell you what the thing is, and you're going to guess whether or not I hate it. And if you get 2 right, you win the tickets. It's that simple. The style of game, we invented it. Does Grant know the band? And 94% of the time he does it, but then there's that one time that he does and throws you for a loop. Oh, it's so frustrating. But we're going to figure out, does Danny hate it? I will answer honestly. I promise you. We will do that at 3. Here's where I want to start the show. The Nats can't beat the Mets, and I find it so irritating. Now, I don't know where you guys have the Metropolitans on your hierarchy of hatred, if you're a Nationals fan. I don't know where they rank next to Atlanta, next to Philly. But for me, the Mets are high. And this was before the Nationals even existed. I went to let me take a sip of tea between. George Washington University. Now the Revolutionaries, by the way. I'm sure. Anyway, I went there. And I cannot tell you how many Mets fans were there. And they were so annoying. The year they played the Yankees in the Subway Series, and all of America pretty much turned it off, but everyone acted like it was the biggest thing ever, was so annoying. It was the worst, in fact. So many of my teammates are Mets fans. Like, they grow up before they can drive knowing what exit off of the Jersey Turnpike they are. Yo, what up, dude? Exit 15W, short points. Come see about me. Nonsense. So I hate the Mets. They're up there. It's probably Philly 1, Mets 2, Braves 3, which might be a bit of a hot take because Braves fans are super annoying. But the Mets, I hate not being able to beat the Mets. The Mets are undefeated. The Nationals remain defeated against the Mets. Some of you have heard this before. Late bullpen meltdown after a good start leads to a massive deficit for the Nationals in extra innings. Cripes. Nothing says this current run of the Nationals right now, this minute, like runners in scoring position, and here's a double play ball. The rally assassination at this point by the Nats hitters. Like, you'd be better off striking out in a lot of cases. The double play with runners on first and third or first and second or bases drunk, it feels automatic at this point. And I'm so, as our buddy Fred Smoot says, frustrated by it. But if you haven't noticed, and judging by the attendance, you haven't. I'm kidding. That's a major league line. Relax. I'm not imputing anybody. The Nats are actually whisper quiet now, have the 4th worst record in the National League. Recent little swoon here. They are 4-10 in their last 14 games. That's not particularly good. That's after they won 5 out of 6. They beat Miami, won 2 out of 3 from Colorado, but 4-10 in their last 14 games. Hitting a bit of a swoon. Now, they did this previously after they got swept by the Mets and then ripped off 8 of 9. They got to get back into the semi-close to 500. Remember that? When they were closing in on 500, they had a couple chances to finish that way. They're now 7 under with a lot of work to do. And again, I don't think this is a contender. I don't think it's a wild card team. And I think that's okay. You'll hear it in my voice. Do I sound angry about it? I'm not. But we're kind of having them sort of regress to the level where they probably should be, right? Guys like Kyle Finnegan, Hunter Henry. Hunter, that's a tight end. Hunter Harvey. God damn. I just did the same thing Chris Russell did. You know why I did that? Russell came in here yesterday, didn't he, Darius? He came in here yesterday.
He put it in your brain.
And he was like, you know what I did? I did. They're all mad at me on Twitter. I called Hunter Harvey. I called him Hunter Henry. And I just did it. And I just freaking did it. Oh, that is so annoying. You guys don't care because I just like stumbled over a name. I mess up names all the time, and that's part and parcel dealing with me. But you know how frustrating it is that he did it yesterday and was like literally smacking himself with a 2x4 in the forehead. And then I just did it. Yeah, Magoo. All right. But guys like Hunter Harvey and Christian Finnegan, that's the comedian. Kyle, oh my God, it's 2:08. It's 2:08? I have 4 hours and 7 minutes to go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. I can do it. I'm just trying to make a quick point about the Nats before I move on to the A topic. This is a struggle. All right, here we go. Reboot. Log off. Reset. Hit the power again. Let's try it one more time. Guys like Kyle Finnegan, Hunter Harvey, Dylan Floro, even like Robert Garcia, Derek Law. These guys are bound to hit speed bumps, right? When they've made this number of appearances, they've pitched in 40 games in Law's case. Dylan Floro is among the league leader in appearances at 42 games. I mean, these guys are throwing a lot. They're due for hiccups, right? Pitching to a sub-2 ERA for a few of those guys. There's going to be some crooked numbers, and it looks a lot worse when you're in 2-1 games, nothing but 3-2 games, 1-0 games, etc. They look a lot worse than they actually are. Overall, you would take the season most of those guys have had. Maybe not Garcia, but everybody else. I mean, you look at Barnes, Finnegan, Law, Harvey, Floro have all turned in years that you would certainly take sight unseen before you get out of spring training. But it looks worse when there's no cushion. It looks worse when there's no net, and you have a late lead and you lose it after a starting pitcher turns in another great effort. And by the way, how about DJ Hurst? He was awesome yesterday. One solo bolt, and that's it. That's all you get. How about double-digit strikeouts for DJ Hurst? That was good to see. Good for him getting back on the pony and throwing well. But so this to me is natural, kind of normal course of events here for the Nationals club because there's no margin for error with this offense, right? There just isn't. When you score as few runs as they do, hit as few home runs as they do, get thrown out on the bases, every caught stealing looks worse, every pickoff looks worse. By the way, CJ Abrams, stop getting picked off, please. I love you. You're awesome, but that's too many. Just stop doing it real quick. If you don't mind. Let's make yesterday's the last one. How about that? How about let's go the rest of the year with no pickoffs? Cool? You cool with that? You're going to get caught stealing sometimes. These guys get paid to play too. You guess wrong, guy slide steps you. Good throw, good tag. That happens. But the pickoffs, I don't like them. So anyway, not a huge deal for me for the Nats, but a bit of a swoon. I'd like to beat the Mets because I want to get back to the original point, which is how much I hate the Mets. Ryan, Darius, did you guys watch Giants Hard Knocks last night? Preseason, what are they calling it? Off-season Hard Knocks?
Yeah, off-season Hard Knocks. I did not get a chance to watch that last night. I'm looking to watch that tonight, hopefully.
I did not either, actually. So this is unfortunate.
Well, now I'm a horse's ass bringing you guys in for discussion. I didn't mean to run down to the bus. Be like, tell me about it, and you guys either watch it. It's good. It's not unbelievable. Like the bar is so high for these sorts of things, but there's fascinating insight. And here's something that I'm going to throw out there to you guys, and you're not going to care at all because you didn't watch it. But for you guys listening, I love
demystifying front office conversations. What I mean is, we a lot of times think of these dudes as they know so much ball. They're so smart. They know everything. So the way that they would talk about a player, a team, a salary cap, a contract, a value, an offer, whatever, is on such an elevated plane from how Grant and I talk, how JP and B-Mitch talk, how Kevin Sheehan talks, right? And here's the thing. It's not. Now, they've got more info at their disposal. They've got proprietary stuff they're not showing us, right? They've got this guy's, health and recovery metrics and his speed scores and, his broken tackle rate and his yards before contacts. They got more stuff than we do, okay? They got their own proprietary in-house stuff. But that boils down to the decision-making process. It sounds like regular people talking. There's something cool about that. And there's also something that I like about kind of demystifying it. In other words, like you would hear about these discussions like, well, if Bobby Beathard thinks so, it must be genius. And a lot of times they're kind of going, let's see what happens. We got to figure this out. The same debate, a couple salient takeaways. If you guys haven't seen it, watch it on demand HBO. It's about 38 minutes, maybe even a little less, 36, 37 minutes. They have a couple really important conversations, mostly around revolving around Saquon Barkley and whether to pay him $12 million. And they ultimately decide that's not what they're going to do. They're not going to franchise him because they don't want to be stuck paying him that. They don't think anybody's going to trade for him. So they let him test free agency, ultimately lose him, whatever. But one of the themes of it was that. But ancillary to that conversation was they're having the same discussion that like Mike Francesa and Michael Kay and company are having about Daniel Jones. The same way we're like, is he the dude? Is he not the dude? They're having the same conversation. They're having the exact same convo where one point that Joe Shane made, the GM of the Gents, he's basically going, we're paying a quarterback $40 million. That's not to hand off to a $12 million running back. At some point, he's got to figure it out. And we got to figure out if he's the dude or not. Like, they don't know? Don't you think they would know? Don't you think that by this point, the smart football people that make millions of dollars, don't you think that they would know if they have the dude or not? But they're in the same boat as the rest of us. They're trying to figure it out. I just found that part fascinating. And that's why I say the demystifying of these kinds of conversations that go on behind the scenes. We often think of them as, wow, like the level of sophistication, the level of genius. And oftentimes it's like, yeah, I know this dude from my previous stop. He's pretty good. Or, hey, man, Jacobs, do you think because they were talking about acquiring Josh Jacobs potentially. Hey, do you think Jacobs still has it? Why'd he fall off? Hey, coming off the injury. Wasn't quite the same. Like, that just sounds like a regular dude. That sounds like a Josh Jacobs fantasy owner who drafted him in the middle of round 2 and was pissed off because he didn't produce. Joe Shane actually asked, did he lead the league in rushing? And one of the scouts or one of the head guys is like, it's actually a couple years ago, Joe. A couple years back he did. This past year, though, wasn't the same guy. Like, they're talking about it like we talk about it. So partly that's really, really cool. I also like kind of the demystifying element of it. But again, it's really good. The access is super good. Just a couple highlights that sort of stand out to me from my memory. One, that Saquon Barkley conversation they had a couple different times was really well done. They're talking about different guys they thought about acquiring. Austin Eckler was mentioned as one of the guys. They thought about Jacobs. They thought about Devin Singletary, a bunch of different players. And at one point, it was funny. They were actually talking about would the Eagles want to get in on Saquon Barkley? And they're like, no, they got too many needs or too many things they're going to do. Are they really going to spend that money on a running back? By the way, the answer was a resounding yes. They actually did want to do that. So, period. But it got me to thinking. This is a very summary topic, so prepare yourselves, okay? I ask you guys, dial up them phones. I'm going to ask Ryan. I'm going to ask Darius. I'll ask myself, and I'll hopefully come up with a good answer. We are in the golden age of access in terms of these documentaries. The best ones, quite frankly to me, are the all or nothing style that Amazon Prime has done about like Leeds United, a soccer team I don't care about. They did one for Manchester City. They did one for Tottenham. They did one for, Netflix had their I'm blanking on which team it was, but Sunderland Till I Die. We had the F1 Racing Show. We are in the golden era of access type TV shows where the personalities of these guys and gals are able to come out. Full Swing, tennis show. No, Full Swing is the golf show. There's a tennis one, whatever. Also good. All really, really good. This offseason Hard Knocks is cool, kind of following the front office, the scouts, the decision-making, coaching staff, hirings, and different things like that. One of the cool scenes, by the way, in that Hard Knocks for you guys to check out, they have a defensive coordinator hire, the guy from Tennessee. They hired to be their new DC in New York. And this was a neat bit. He comes in, all of their scouts, general manager, pro personnel, front office, everybody, they get lectured. They get briefed on what kind of defense he wants to run and how he's going to run it. So they gray out on his big board all the different positions and calls and signals and different things, but they let us have enough of some of the different roles and how he wants a certain pass rusher to be this way, how he wants a defensive tackle to be like X. So they're all sitting there taking notes, and it's about what kind of players they want. Right? Do you want a defensive end that's 3 down, or do you want a defensive end that's a really glorified stand-up linebacker that's going to rush upfield most of the time? What's better for your system, for your design? I thought that was really cool. But here's the question for you. What else needs a Hard Knocks? We've got a lot of access to a lot of things, and they're awesome. Things I didn't know I needed. I didn't know I needed a show about golfers. I don't care about golf. It's not a sport. It's a fun activity to play with friends. I don't care about the PGA. I don't watch golf events. They're boring. They're stupid. They're all the same to me. Everybody pretends whoever's leading is the guy they always wanted to win, by the way. And by name on Sunday, they're like, come on, Steve. Get legs, Philly. No, you're all frauds. Anyway, I didn't know I needed it, but I love that show. Full Swing is awesome. Same thing with the tennis show, whose name I'm blanking on. The F1 Drive to Survive. I've never cared about racing. That show is incredible. I've never cared about these English soccer teams. Those shows are amazing. Hard Knocks is the GOAT. It's the OG. This offseason Hard Knocks is pretty good. In-season Hard Knocks is good. What else needs the Hard Knocks treatment? Like that behind the scenes, all access, this is how it is. I got a couple nominees, but I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Give me your calls. I'll give you mine. Darius, Ryan, we'll all share. What other sport, what other thing needs the Hard Knocks treatment? Next on The Fan. Darius, is there something this song reminds you of?
It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Grand Theft Auto Vice City is the answer. That, first of all, every one of you, doesn't sound like Darius, maybe included in this, but every one of you sleeps on GTA Vice City.
It's the best one. I don't care what anybody says. GTA Vice City was the best Grand Theft Auto.
Did we just become best friends?
We
I
did.
100% agree with you.
We did.
San Andreas, I lost interest. 5, I thought was too overwhelming.
Way too overwhelming.
3, they're basically not 3. 3 was Liberty City, I guess.
Yeah, that
GTA
was
3?
yeah, which was great.
Really good. GTA Vice City, it was like, do you want to play Scarface? Play Scarface. And they couldn't say it was Scarface, but that's what it was. Right? You're in Miami-ish. That game ruled.
Tommy Vercetti, easily the best lead character ever in a GTA game.
Go ahead. I'll come in there during the break. We'll have a conversation.
Yeah,
Welcome
we're gonna
back.
hug on that.
Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Just Danny Rouillet, no GP. He's on vacation, like we probably all should be, to be honest with you. We didn't play this real well this week, guys. 2 days off at the end of the week. All the smart dudes were like, what if I just did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Now I got an extra week with only 3 vacation days used. And us schlep rocks are like, I'll just be at work on Monday. See you guys then. What do you mean Grant's not here? Idiots. We're idiots. Anyway, 3 o'clock, chance to win Dave Matthews Band tickets. We're going to give away 3 pairs. We're going to play Josh and Upper Marlboro's game. Does Danny hate it? We'll do that for Dave Matthews Band tickets. But right now, Hard Knocks offseason with the Giants is on. First episode was last night. I liked it a lot. It was really, really good. 800-636-1067. Give me other things that need the Hard Knocks treatment. So my first answer, it turns out, I just looked this up during the break, already exists, and I didn't know it. I cannot wait to watch this. It's called Sprint, not the cell phone company. It's about sprinters. Netflix is doing a behind the scenes. I find the track and field world ultra fascinating. Number one, I love Fast Americans so much. You guys know this about me? I cannot wait for the Olympics. I like when Americans are fast and other people are slow. I like it when there's a race and Americans finish first. I love it when Americans finish first and then they finish second. And then they're hanging out next to each other on the medal stand. I love it. That world of sprinting, criminally underappreciated here. Internationally, it's much more celebrated on the regular. We celebrate it every 4 years for the Olympics, but everyone else, I'll say everyone else, a lot of other countries are way more tuned into the World Championships, Pan Am Games, all the different competitions that are out there. And we sort of do it once every 4 years, learn about these folks, and kind of, they kind of go back to maybe the margins of sport. I would love to know about gearing up basically for one track meet over years. And think about if you're that star that could win a medal and you got a hamstring tweak 7 weeks before competition. Like how heartbreaking and devastating that is, because there's no other time to do it. It's like you got to be ready right now when the gun goes off. But so they already have it. That was going to be my idea, was to watch sprinters. So maybe I'm either a genius or way too late. I'm going to go with genius because I thought of it and I didn't know that it didn't exist or that it existed already. So I'm going to say genius. Rhino, what needs a Hard Knocks?
I'm going to go with boxing. I think boxing right now is obviously kind of like one of those dying sports, but even then it's got like this deep, rich history.
That's a great one.
Of guys that like Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson.
So not just like the 24/7s they do leading up to one fight, but like following several boxers.
Exactly.
And
before a fight.
Yeah, like the shenanigans of I'm going to get paired with this guy, but this promoter wants this guy. This person's different. I'd love to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so
I'm with
like
you.
I just think that right now, like it's a dying brand.
Yeah, it is.
And that is kind of just like the unfortunate thing, because I do think there are personalities out there that you want to follow, like Gervonta Davis, who's from Baltimore, I believe. He's one of those guys where he would be really cool to follow around. And I think a lot of people would learn a lot about boxing. And also, I think it would kind of get them more into the sport because it's a dying brand right now.
We got to make it a little bit more mainstream. I like that one. Let me grab a couple of these phone calls here. 800-636-1067. Carlos in Alexandria. Los, what else needs a Hard Knocks?
Well, I've got 3, including 2 in-house. One is how Ryan comes to his answers. I think following Ryan around would be awesome.
I'm actually with you on that. We have pitched that to network execs. They haven't returned our calls, but like in-house Odyssey, we're trying to put something together. Just every once in a while, just ask them a question. Like, what's that? Why is that there? I love it.
Darius in vocal school.
Him teaching?
No, him learning.
Oh, him learning, going through that process. Because you don't become a singer like he does without that kind of work. You're right. Go on.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And there's obviously a lot of work put in.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one is I actually have a name for it, and it's called Tools of Ignorance. And you mic up a catcher for an entire MLB game, mic and photo or put video up, and you catch the entire game from prep, warm up in the bullpen all the way out as almost a full length movie. Getting all the repartee with the umps, with the opposing batters, with the pitcher, with the manager between innings. I think it would be a fascinating piece.
Carlos, that's a great idea. Almost like that Spike Lee Kobe movie. Remember that one where it was just like, we are going to follow him for all of it. Prep, lead up, shoot around, in game, the whole 9 yards. That's a cool idea. Because Major League Baseball had one that didn't really catch on a few years ago. I think it followed the Phillies bullpen that people didn't really watch. And I think it was just okay. I think there's a level of access that you have to grant in order to get this off the ground. And I don't know if they did that altogether. Let's go to Tyrone in Manassas. Tyrone, what do you got, bud?
What up, man? Hey, I got a couple real quick.
Go.
I'm thinking hockey because I'm a casual fan. I love the Caps, but I only really tune in like playoffs usually. So give me something that follows the team, whether it's like half season or whatever.
Love that.
But, similar to NFL. But then my other one, which I think would be really cool, because the only time you really hear about horse racing is Derby time. So give me like a Hard Knocks Kentucky Derby, and I want everything on all the entrants in that year's Derby.
Oh.
And then just follow them from like leading up to the race. And then give me the little post race.
I smell what you're cooking there. So almost like those 24/7s, like, leading up to the Winter Classic. The hockey teams have done that before, like, the prep and some of the behind the scenes has been really cool. But for the horse racing one, that's interesting because obviously the horse isn't talking to you, but everybody else is. What should the horse eat today? Well, he ate a little bit extra yesterday. We want to pack on some pounds because we know he's going to need some energy for this weekend. Do we want him to eat the hay? Do we need to deworm this month? Like all those kinds of things that go into it that the rest of us peasants have no idea about. I like that. That's a good one. 800-636-1067. Darius, you got one? Something that needs a little Hard Knocks treatment?
So I'm going to go a little off the beaten path here and do something non-sports. Is that okay? Is that okay with everybody? Everybody okay?
Should we look around the room? Judges, can I roll out? Yep.
Okay. How about a Hard Knocks on video game development, for example? I feel like you get documentaries and behind the scenes and things like that on TV shows and movies. Why can't video games fall in that department? Wouldn't you like to know the behind the scenes and the how to and the why and the decision making on some of your favorite video games and why decisions were made in certain video games?
1,000%. And if I've learned anything from this period that we're in, you don't have to be a gamer to appreciate it. Because the type of thing you're talking about, where I didn't care a single iota, whatever the unit of iota is, I didn't care about Formula One racing. I cannot wait for that show to come back. I now will casually check standings and things, but I mean, I don't I'm still not necessarily tuning into the races, but how good that show is got me interested. Again, I've already said I don't care about golf, but I'll watch the next season of Full Swing. Same thing with tennis. I'll watch that. I will watch these documentaries and the way these things are so well put together that I've watched entire season-long things about teams I've never seen play in the English Premier League or like the Champions League or whatever, trying to make their way up to the Premier League. I've watched all sorts of stuff, and it's wonderful. The best show, or one of the best shows on regular television, non-pay subscription type thing, is Welcome to Wrexham. It's amazing. And Wrexham is in the lowest, or they were in the lowest professional division in all of soccer. Like, it was basically semi-pro at that point. And they made that must-see television. All in. So that video game one that Darius mentioned, I think would be fascinating because with people, the non-gamers, this is all foreign to you. So bear with me for a second. Video games cost and earn, on average, more than movies do now. Are you with me? The amount of years of development, cost associated, everything from voice acting to the graphics to story, they're now bigger and more involved than they've ever been. They gross more and they cost more than movies because you're basically now playing a movie in a lot of cases, right? You go through these plots and stories, and these different parts are acted with the cutscenes and even in-game acting. It's real stuff. Like the guy that played in the Force Unleashed video games, which were awesome, by the way, a little bit glitchy, but still really, really good, about Darth Vader's secret apprentice. That actor who played Starkiller, who was Darth Vader's apprentice, goes on to be an actor in all the animated Star Wars stuff, playing Darth Maul. Like, that dude is a legit actor, is my point. And he's getting his start decades ago on a PlayStation 2 title. Like, they've only gone further ahead since then. That grind, that crunch, that we got to get this in. I want this character to do this and not that. I think that'd be fascinating. I mean, it would be hard to open to a bigger audience, but I think gaming has become so ubiquitous. Maybe you would find something there. I think that's a good one. Let's go to Anthony and Calvert. This is a great answer. Anthony, what do you got?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I'm not trying to dumb down or pee on the Wheaties, so to speak, of your intro to me, but I don't watch it. I don't know anything about it other than it's fake. But I think wrestling would be really cool.
100%.
See all the ins and outs of how they set up, the matches. Hey, you're the heel. Hey, you do this, and hey, if the crowd does this, this is how you react or something. Another one that I don't participate in, but I think it'd be interesting to watch is golf, because you could have the caddy going, hey, this is Kentucky bluegrass. It's cut a little dry. It hasn't rained in a week. This is how the greens are going to do this, or this is zoysia grass, or, the wind's coming off the ocean, all those little things leading up to tournaments, to set things up. I think it would be interesting.
Anthony, thank you, buddy. So the golf one, there is something like that. It follows individual players. It's called Full Swing. There have been 2 seasons of that on Netflix, but he's talking about something maybe a little bit different, like on the course type banter, where it's, hey, you're 165, but the wind's blowing against you. You want to try to hit it, high with some backspin with an 8-iron, or really crush a 9-iron. What do you want to do? Those kind of things would be interesting. I'm with you. But to me, wrestling is the answer. Now, I don't know that you'd want to totally do that. This would be an interesting crossroads kind of moment. Again, I'm with Anthony. I don't watch it anymore. I haven't in some time. But it's the kind of thing where everybody knows, right? Work, shoot, kayfabe. These are all expressions that we're all familiar with. And we know it's choreographed. We know it's scripted to a degree. These guys are acting, performing, doing athletic feats. And the stories are great, but that's what they are. They're stories. We all know that now. They used to have to pretend. Now I think kind of the mask has been pulled off, so to speak. I wonder if they'd want to go all in and give away the business in that way, though, and totally demystify it. I would find it fascinating, by the way. Like, you got Triple H, the other kind of writers, the executive committee going, no, this guy's going to betray this guy at SummerSlam. But what if we had him do this, and then this guy comes out and hits him with a chair? Those kinds of script meetings after the fact, I think it'd be fascinating. Breaking the news to guys like, okay, we're going to have you drop the belt here, but then you'll win it back there, or our plan is to push you over this. I think that'd be really cool. 800-636-1067. Hard Knocks offseason. Something we didn't know we needed, but it's pretty damn good. Aired last night on HBO. What else needs the Hard Knocks treatment? That's what we're asking you guys at 800-636-1067. Your chance to win Dave Matthews Band tickets at 3 with a little Does Danny Hate It. But next, your calls on the Fan. You can tweet your pal at Funny Danny. Captain Todd did that, and he had a grand idea, and I mean this. They would never go for it, ever. But how about a Hard Knocks for Congress? Now, they can never tell you how the sausage gets made. Like they don't want us to have that kind of access, and no one would ever go for it. Maybe somebody who's super media savvy might, but I would watch the hell out of that. Not because I want to see what like House Bill 1147-C means or is all about, but like, what do we care about today? What am I going to stick my neck out for today? What stand am I going to take? And what's the firestorm going to be like? What event do I have coming up? Like a campaign type thing? I would watch the hell out of that. Whether I was on their team or not. And keep in mind, I'm in favor of the thing you're in favor of, and I hate the thing I'm supposed to hate. Whatever you're thinking right now, I agree with you. I think that's very important to remember as we discuss all these sorts of very important topics. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Morai can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Andy sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to play Does Danny Hate It at 3 p.m., but first, rounding out your phone calls at 800-636-1067, other things that need the Hard Knocks treatment. Again, we're in the golden age. We've got access that we've never had before to more sports, more items. Really, really awesome. The content, she's a good. But my question is, what else needs it? Ryan said boxing, which I think is a great answer. Mine was track and field and sprinters. Turns out they're already doing that. I think it came out a day or two ago. It's called Sprint on Netflix. I cannot wait to watch it. It's in the queue already. Dara said video game development. We've had some other really cool ones as well. Let me go to Christian and Manassas. I think it's a great answer. Christian, what do you got for me?
So I was the Hard Knocks that I want to see is the NIL athletes that become social media personalities and make a bunch of money, like the gymnastic ones, the basketball player ones, the football player ones, the people that are relatively unknown until they make it big and like on TikTok and stuff and become social media athletes, and then and get their NIL deals and make millions of dollars. The Hard Knocks detailing how they get to that. That'd be one I'd like to see.
I am all in on that. And now, while I'm not interested in people doing dances on TikTok or whatever, but to his point, all of that process is still feels very behind closed doors, wild, wild west, unregulated, kind of crazy, right? Where the NIL funding from somewhere, you're not sure who, like you're the booster, you're not really giving it to me or the coach or the player, but it's going to the NIL fund, and that's fine. This is for your likeness, quote unquote. Because you got like 3 retweets on something. The whole thing is very strange. And it's very Wild West. And the schools that figured it out real quick are doing well. But I'd be fascinated to see that. I'm with you. This is an interesting. Mark and Reston, what do you got on this? Things that need the Hard Knocks treatment.
Hey, how's it going, bud? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
All right, so here's my idea. This one is something that can cross multiple sports in a single show. Give me a Hard Knocks on general managers, front offices, scouting, all that kind of stuff. I would love to see the ins and outs on trades, free agent negotiations, rookie drafts, things like transfers in soccer. I feel like it's such a mystery to the average fan how all of that goes down, and sports nerds like us would love something like that.
Mark, are you listening? I want to tell you something. Can I tell you something?
Tell me.
That's a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea. No. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. That is a fantastic idea. Call it deadline. Call it GM. Whatever you want to call it. He is 100% correct. If you followed GMs across multiple sports over a year, right? I mean, they call it a different thing in like the Premier League or something, but you follow the guy at the time for the transfer window. You follow the NFL general manager, probably not much happening, not as many trades happen there, but the Major League Baseball GM at the trade deadline, hockey, same thing. The lead up, those conversations, the what do we need? What can we get? Is this okay? Oh my God, it would be great. That is a fantastic answer. Fantastic answer. Let's go to interest. Good ideas by these. Look at this. Look at the listeners coming up with great ideas. Tyler in Fairfax, what do you got, bro?
Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
How about following referees? I mean, you could do football referees, you could do college football referees, you could do soccer referees. I'm a soccer referee myself, and it might be some pretty interesting personalities, maybe some game plan you've never heard of before.
Well, totally.
That they follow. So referees, shout out to them.
Tyler, I love that one. Thank you, buddy. Because again, it's that those hidden figures in sports that make them go. So like following an ump, maybe not a hothead jackass that looks to eject people, but someone that's going, hold on, here's what I got. Like you know that video that's gone viral a million times over, the old Mets clip where Terry Collins comes out and is arguing with the umpire about the warnings throwing a guy out of the game, and the umpire is arguing with him, but understands where Terry's coming from. He's not there just to run him. Everyone's, blood is hot at this moment, right? They're screaming at each other, but he's giving him the very reasonable way. He's like, you got your shot. Let me say something, Terry. I can do this, but if you do that, like that content is great. What about that over a season? What about that over a couple of months? Great answer right there. Steve and Bowie. What's up, bud? What do you got for me?
How you doing, Danny?
I'm great, pal.
I think a great one would be minor league baseball, and within that, follow like 3 or 4 of the players in the minor league organization, everything they go through to get to the majors, and just all like that. I wouldn't want to see MLB. I just want minor league baseball because I think that's where they become the players that they're going to be in the future.
Yeah,
and I think that'd be pretty good.
You could do that, Steve. Thank you, buddy. You could do that like QB1 style, right? If you guys saw that show on Netflix, which again is fantastic. You guys like Justin Fields were on that show. Spencer Rattler was on that show. You could have the 3 tiers, right? Like your Jackson Holiday tier, your surefire superstar, badass, James Wood, matter of minutes before he gets to the show. You could have then the guy that's like, trying to work his way up, but has a legit shot. Maybe not the number 1 prospect in an org, but like the number 15 prospect. You know what I mean? The like, I don't know, for the Nationals, like the Andy Lara type tier, right? The guy that's doing everything he can in the minors just to make the majors. Then you could have the guy that, I wasn't even good enough to be. The organizational jobber, right? The guy that, so pull back the curtain a little bit. I was told, this is decades ago, that if I was going to be drafted, and a couple of teams said that they were interested, if I was going to be drafted, it was going to be what's called an organizational guy. And what that means is I'd go and be assigned to, low A Roanoke or at one point maybe high A, Charlotte or someplace, right? And not play all that much and just kind of be around the coaches and learn the organizational philosophies and then just sort of be an organizational guy. Be like kind of a Crash Davis type figure, right? Where I'd wake up in 20 years with a beer belly, smelling like Skoll as a roving minor league instructor for, the then Indians or, the Braves or something like that. And it never actually happened, but that's kind of the level that I would have been at. That guy'd be fascinating. The dude that's not going to the show, that's hitting 124 at low A ball right now. I'd watch the hell out of that. Don't know about you guys. First of all, good energy on the floor right there. Do we have is the audience here, Dares? Are they around for applause? Yeah. Sometimes you got to like the light to clap doesn't come on real well, and like you got to make sure they know. Great calls on that. Good ideas all around. Very impressed with you. We're going to do this next. All right. Your chance to win Dave Matthews Band tickets right at the top. We're going to play a little game called Does Danny Hate It? Beltway Blitz at 4. Got a little double play at 3:45. Plenty of fun stuff to come. But does Danny hate it? We'll do that here at the top of 3. G&D here on the Fan, no GP, just me. That's Danny Rouillet hanging out with you. So here's what I want to do, folks. Folks, go on, folks. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Already a couple people in line. You get in line. It's your chance right now to win Dave Matthews Band tickets. Okay? So give us a call. 800-636-1067. We're going to play right now this minute. Does Danny hate it? Does Danny hate it? Okay? The way the game's going to work is I'll bring you on, say hello, we'll exchange pleasantries. I'll ask if you know how the game is played. You'll say yes, presumably. Then Darius will give you the topic, item, point of discussion, news-related story, whatever, and you will have to guess whether or not I hate it. If you guess correctly, 2 times, you will win a pair of Dave Matthews Band tickets. Everybody with me? 800-636-1067. So give us a call, talk to Ryan, get yourself in the queue, and you will have a chance to win. I want to remind you guys, is the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Kadori and Morad, can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Great Nanny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Also, a special welcome and hello and bienvenue to our friends in Richmond, 910 The Fan, down there in the capital of the Commonwealth, anywhere in the world on the old Odyssey app. All right? So, Darius, you have topics at the ready. I do not know what these topics are, correct?
That is correct. You are unaware of all these topics.
Blissfully unaware. I will be reacting in real time, as will you. All right? So, you get these right, you'll have won 2 tickets to Dave Matthews Band Saturday, July 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. All right, somebody drops off. Give us a call, 800-636-1067. Our first contestant, Warren in Front Royal. Warren, good afternoon. You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, Danny? How you doing?
Not much, my friend. I'm very well. Do you understand how the game is played?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Darius, our first topic for Does Danny Hate It?
Warren in Front Royal, does Danny hate go-karts? Does Danny hate go-karting?
No, I'm going to say he likes go-karting.
Warren, that is correct. Go-karting rules. In fact, I was banned from the Kissimmee St. Cloud go-karting track for 2 years in high school because on our spring training trip in Florida, after they said, please no more bumping, my friend John was driving ahead of me, and I 100% bumped him on purpose, and they put my picture up and banned me, and it broke my heart I couldn't go the following year. Go-karting rules. You are 1 for 1. You get this one right, you're going to Dave Matthews Band. Darius, go ahead.
All right, Warren, this is for the Dave Matthews Band tickets. Warren, does Danny hate outlet malls? That would be outlet malls.
I'm going to say he likes outlet malls.
Warren, you know your host. You know it, buddy. I love outlet malls. I love them. The idea that I'm going to get a good deal in one place, let's all go to outlet malls, bro. Let's do the show from the outlet malls in Leesburg. Warren, stay on hold for me because you won. Wait, well, that didn't work. Let me see.
Thank you.
Warren, hold on. Now he's on hold. He's on hold now? That's how you do it, Warren. That's how you debate.
How about Warren?
You pick a topic and you go with it. You research it. 2, by the way, great suggestions.
Thank you.
I love both those things. As a fun-loving guy that's known for how much how warm and big my heart is, and like the big spectrum of things that I really, really like and care for, those are 2 great ones.
I think this makes you look good sometimes.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's 1 pair. We got 2 more pairs to go. Jeff in Alexandria, you are on, sir. Do you know how the game is played? Oh, wait, did I put him on? Hold on. There it is. Jeff, Alexandria, what's up, bud?
Hey, how's it going?
You understand how the game is played, sir?
I do.
Very well, Darius. Let's play Does Danny Hate It?
Jeff in Alexandria, does Danny hate motorcycles? Does Danny hate motorcycles, Jeff?
Vehemently. He hates them.
By the way, we're 3 for 3. I can't stand them. Why do you think you get to go between 2 cars, bro? What is that all about? Like you're driving just like the rest of us are driving. It's the same road. All right? Like you're both intimidating and terrifying. Like, I don't know, like if I mess up, then you're dead. Like, I can't stand the motorcycle. So out on motorcycles. This, by the way, our listeners really know me. This is flattering. Jeff, you get one more right, you're going to Dave Matthews Band. Darius, go ahead.
For the Dave Matthews Band tickets, Jeff, does Danny hate the wonderful, delicious summer treat known as Dippin' Dots? Does Danny hate Dippin' Dots?
Absolutely hates it.
Jeff, you're going to Dave Matthews Band. This is unbelievable. Everyone's got the. Are these too easy? Here, put them on hold. It's not working. My thing's not working. Don't isolate that. Yeah. You know why I hate Dippin' Dots? I got to get them 3 times every time I go to Nats Park with one of my kids. What are they? What actually is it? You see what I'm saying? I don't know what it is. I know that by 4 seconds in, it's like a weird juice down at the bottom of the Dippin' Dots. I can't stand them. They taste fine. It's not the ice cream of the future anymore. You've been saying that for 2 decades. What even are you? What are you? I want to know what you are. Jeff's going to Dave Matthews Band. 2 tickets to Dave Matthews Band, Saturday, July 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Jeff is going.
Warren's going.
Warren's
going. We're just sending people to Dave Matthews Band.
All right, we got one more pair left. I thought people would miss some of these. We're 4 for 4. That's either a compliment to me as an open book that's really honest and shares with you guys, or I don't want to think about the alternative. All right, Ricky in Rockville. Ricky, what's up, man? You're on.
What's up, Dan?
How you doing, my friend? You know how the game is played?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Ricky, let's play Does Danny Hate It? Darius, what do you got?
Ricky, does Danny hate mini golf? Does Danny hate playing mini golf?
Yeah, Danny's not a fan.
Ricky, I'm so sorry. This is our first miss. I am a mini golf guy. Every year at the beach with my son, we have a special invitational mini golf tournament for him, myself, and my brother-in-law. Rarely one of his female cousins will get invited. It's usually just the dudes, but I'm a mini golf guy. I mini golfed at my bachelor party. I mini golf anytime it's not too hot. I like, especially get a course with some shade or like a pirate's wheel. I don't know what a pirate's wheel is exactly, but like any kind of, like I'm all into it. I love the mini golf. I love to like set up over a putt and pretend that like this is the Masters, you know, and I do the thing where like I Tiger Woods point at it as it's going in. I keep score. I keep score. I assign penalty strokes.
I feel like it's something competitive, so of course you like it.
Exactly. Yeah. That was our first miss. They made me feel a little bit better. Sorry, Ricky and Rockville. Keith and Laurel, you're on the fan, man. You know how to play?
Hey, guys. Yeah, sure.
Very well. Let us do this together. Darius, let's play Does Danny Hate It?
Keith, does Danny hate getting a spa treatment? Does Danny hate getting a spa treatment?
I'll say he likes it.
You are correct, Keith. It's divine. If I was rich, this is what I would spend my money on. Like, not necessarily like a big house or fancy car, whatever. I would spend it on this. The massage, the pampering, the scalp things. I did one the other day, not the other day, it's a while ago, at Grooming Lounge. I had a gift card somebody gave me. This lady's just working on my face. She's popping stuff. She's with her super strong fingers. I mean, all the blackheads. Oh, it's just nasty. But I loved it, Keith. I was like, I'm in heaven. I'm a CEO. It felt like I was a king. I love a spa treatment. Keith, if you get this one right, you're going to Dave Matthews Band. Darius, go.
For the Dave Matthews Band tickets, Keith, does Danny hate playing music on a public beach? That'll be playing music on a public beach, Keith.
Oh, I'll say he likes it.
Keith, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Why am I listening to your music? You see what I'm saying? Why am I listening to your music? And then if I'm doing it, now I'm the one that I'm insisting you listen to mine. No. We're in a shared space here, bro. If this is your private pool, by all means, blast your tunes. Oh, I got this great 90s mix. Oh, this is early 2000s. Lit's on here. That's cool, man. If you're in public, oh, I got a full send flag and a margarita machine, said the noisy, selfish people. No. Let's keep it quiet. Let's keep that noise level down. Beach is enough. Let the ambiance of the waves crash over you, okay? Put your toes in the sand. Listen to the ocean. You got a podcast or something, pop your earpods in. No. We're not playing loud music on the beach. That's a no from me, dog. Tough one. Todd in Bristow, you're next up, sir. You know how the game is played?
I do.
Very well, Todd. Let's play. Does Danny hate it? Darius, what do you got?
Todd's out there by Jiffy Lube Live. How about that?
Yeah, it's right around the corner from you, Todd.
Look at that. Todd, does Danny hate booze cruises? That'll be booze cruises.
Danny hates booze cruises.
That is correct, Todd. I'm not 21. I am in my mid 40s. I don't need that anymore. Why are you yelling at me? You're not that funny with a Hawaiian shirt and oversized glasses and a headband on, Keegan. All right, settle down. Do something else with your life. Get an internship. All right, buddy? Thank you, Todd. You're correct about that. When you get this one right, you're going to Dave Matthews Band.
For the Dave Matthews Band tickets, does Danny hate custom sports jerseys? If I need to clarify, that'll be jerseys with, say, your last name on it instead of a player's name.
Yep. I believe Danny hates custom jerseys.
Put Todd on hold because he's going to Dave Matthews Band. He's 100% correct. That is so right. That is so accurate. What a colossal waste of money. What a stupid, silly thing. You're trying to get like some sort of sexual pun past the censors at NFL.com. Oh, you're so clever. That's amazing. Wait, it's your last name? Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, the only caveat is you got something cool for a little kid, right? Like, let's say you're part of a little league team, right? You're 7 and 8 year old, and you got Nationals jerseys, and it's like got their nickname on the back, and they feel like cool, and they want to come back and watch some baseball. Fine. Grown up with a custom jersey, stop it. All right, those are our 3 pairs. I welcome anyone else to come play, but I want you to be aware you're playing for nothing.
Yeah, we got a few more categories.
We got a few more minutes, few more categories. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Lewis in D.C. Lewis, how are you?
Good. First-time caller.
Oh, welcome. We have something in case that this happens, don't we? Now, Lewis, you aware you're playing for absolutely nothing other than the joy of competing?
Absolutely nothing. The joy of competing.
I love that from you, Lewis.
Let's do this, baby.
Good spirit, good attitude. You know how the game is played? You ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Let's play. Does Danny hate it? Dare Stammer.
Lewis, does Danny hate food trucks? Does Danny hate food trucks?
Danny loves food trucks.
Lewis is so correct. What do you mean? I don't have to go anywhere. I'll eat it on a picnic table. It's fried and it's good and it's right here. You accept credit cards? Yes, food trucks. All about the food truck. Give me a place where there's a bunch of food trucks. Like when the Nats go out of town and there's that food truck convention every once in a while at the
bullpen.
At the bullpen.
So great.
Let's walk over to the food truck place. The only hard part is deciding what to eat, and that's why I eat 3 different or 4 different, sometimes 6 different things. Lewis, you're correct. Again, you have a chance for nothing here. Let's play one more round.
This is serious.
Yeah, this is very serious stuff. It's for absolutely nothing. The grand prize of nothing. Darius, let's play.
Lewis, to win absolutely nothing here. Does Danny hate fishing? Does Danny hate fishing?
For absolutely nothing, Danny absolutely hates fishing.
Oh, Lewis, I am so sorry. I love fishing. I love it. Well, I never go. I mean, I haven't been in a long time. Kids will do that too. You got to make sacrifices. You give some stuff up. There is not that much better than kind of that slow, rhythmic repetition. Reeling in, casting out, reeling in, catching something to thrill. Now, I will say I hate fishing at the beach, and I hate it when people fish at the beach. My kids are swimming right there, dude. I don't need a hook in my 6-year-old's biscuits. Thank you. Please don't do that. Please stop fishing at the beach when people are trying to hang out by the beach. There's an early morning time and an evening time when no one's hanging out. When people are hanging out, now I got to walk around your fishing line. You put that little pole in the ground, and now I got to like duck under it one time because there's like a wind blowing. Don't do that. But the lake fishing, hanging out in a boat, some of my fondest memories with my grandfather and my uncle as a kid. And I was terrible. I had no idea what I was doing. But fly fishing in the river in West Virginia, oh, dude, it's poetry. You're snapping that just like snapping your line, that green line just so, flicking it in a certain way. I've watched the river runs through it 7,000 times because it's kind of about fly fishing. I love fishing. I also love eating fish and crabs and shrimp and lobsters. Charles in Highland. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm very well. Do you want to play the game for absolutely nothing?
Let's go for it.
This is for absolutely nothing. Charles in Highland. Again, if you win this, you get nothing. Darius, let's play. Does Danny hate it?
Charles, does Danny hate fireworks in his neighborhood?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a layup. Come on. Hey, best case scenario, no one loses a finger. Nope. Professionals, please. Let the professionals do it and make it far away from me. Charles, you get me and you get how this game goes. Grand prize here. Chance to win absolutely nothing. Darius, go.
Here it is. Here it is, Charles. For absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Does Danny hate guided tours? Gotta be guided tours.
Yes.
Charles, that's a tough one. I actually don't hate guided tours. Now, my pops for years was actually a DC tour guide. I love information. What I love is knowing the thing. In fact, this is one of my least attractive qualities. It's why people get tired of me an awful lot. They get annoyed because I'm like, actually, here's the bit of info. So if I can get that info and then pass it off like I just happen to know it, that's pretty good. The actual designer of the Lincoln Memorial started off doing this, but then he ended up with, give me that. Give me the guided tour. I love information. Kyle, Chesapeake. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm very well. Do you want to play Does Danny Hate It for absolutely nothing?
Sure, absolutely. I will.
I'm
stuck in traffic, so why not?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why not? That's the tune we want, Kyle. I love it. Darius, let's play Does Danny Hate It?
All right. Does Danny hate watching his favorite sports team at a public bar or restaurant?
I want to say he likes.
Ooh, Kyle, you hate to see it. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Nope. I can't have it. I can't. What are you talking? No, the team. The team's playing. Shh. Focus. Home. Surround sound. My TV. Quiet. Don't bother me, children. Andrew in Damascus. Andrew, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing, Danny?
I'm well, my friend. Let's play Does Danny Hate It for absolutely nothing for Andrew in Damascus. Darius, go.
Andrew, does Danny hate carnivals?
What was it?
Carnivals.
Oh, carnivals. Oh, he's got kids. He's into it.
Nope. Andrew, I love you, pal. You're my guy, but no. That's a no. Mm-mm. Nope. I can't feel like I'm getting conned. I feel like everybody's reaching in my pocket. Not literally, figuratively. You know what I mean? I feel like everything's a way to separate me from my money. I don't feel like the value's there. It's always hot. The kids are always in a cranky mood. No, not a carnival guy. You're going to guess my weight? It's too big. I don't want to be that number. I don't want to find out from you. What am I driving around in circles? I'm trying to put a ping pong ball in a milk bottle. No, the rims are too tight when I'm doing the shooting thing. The milk jar is like stuck to the deal when I'm throwing the baseball at it. No, I can't. Good rounds, by the way, of Does Danny Hate It? I thought that was really good. That went pretty well, I thought. We did a whole segment out of it. Yeah, congrats to all the winners. You guys are going to Dave Matthews Band, not this week, but next week. That's a lot of fun. I got a double play for you at 3:45. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Next, I got a list of clutch QBs that somebody put together. Always hard to kind of, do this subjectively. So they tried to make an objective list. And there are some stunning ones, some surprises on those lists of top 10. Clutch quarterbacks. We'll give that to you next. We're in list season, right? We're there. We're eyeball deep in it. NFL training camp still several weeks away. Welcome back to the program. Great Danny here on The Fan. Follow me on the Twitterverse at Funny Danny. Check us out on YouTube. Just search Grant and Danny. Search 1067 The Fan. You'll see my stupid fat face. Hang out, Odyssey app, anywhere in the world, the whole 9 yards. We just want you listening, consuming the program. Tell a friend or tell 10,000 friends. Better yet. Welcome in. Double play for you, 345, little Beltway Blitz action at Foe. So, Douglas Clawson, not a name I know, for CBS. They're ranking the NFL's top 10 clutch quarterbacks here in this early July offseason. This is one of those impossible exercises, right? Like, who do you think, top of your head, historically? Think of a clutch player in any sport. What are some of the names that come to mind? I can think of a bunch. Sometimes it's based on rep, right? I remember a handful of years ago, and I'm not beating up on this player. He's still one of the greatest I've ever seen, obviously. But Michael Wilbon, who I love, sort of summarily declared that Kobe Bryant is the best closer in the NBA. Said he's the closer. Not something we ever thought of before. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's down the stretch. He's got the ball in his hands. He's going to make plays or not for his team. And he was really good at that. Well, no number bore that out. And what I mean is, what Wilbon was asserting wasn't actually taking place at that point. His shooting percentage, talking about Bryant's, went down. His turnovers went up. His assist ratio went down. Everything from free throw rate to otherwise. But it was just he hit enough of those clutch game-winning style jumpers, Jordan style, that you go, okay, he does enough, he's clutch. But the numbers didn't bear that out necessarily. Again, I'm not telling you Kobe Bryant wasn't a clutch player. He obviously was. You know what I mean? But it's just an example I'm trying to offer. So this is really hard to quantify. We don't think of Peyton Manning as clutch because he didn't win as many Super Bowls as Tom Brady, who we do think of as clutch. But we sort of don't pay attention to moments where Brady wasn't particularly good. Or we don't remember moments where it took the Atlanta Falcons not running the ball one time. And then he doesn't win one of those Super Bowls. Right? I mean, clutch is this ephemeral thing that's hard to pin down. We know that John Elway was clutch because of the drive. We know that, that the Jordan was clutch because all the game winners, because of Byron Russell, and then the jumper right in his mouth. We know those. But again, it's hard to quantify with numbers. So what they did at CBS Sports is to try to figure out via the best numbers that they possibly could. Okay, so I'll read from the story. He said, I looked at these numbers to answer these age-old questions using two stats. Quarterback conversion rate on game-tying or go-ahead drives in the fourth quarter and overtime, and expected points added per play in these situations. Looks at value added on all plays between rushes, passes, sacks, and fumbles. AKA, game time, game situation, you're winning, you're losing, or you're tied. You've got a game-winning or game-tying clutch situation, end of game, where you punt, you lose, you don't get the fourth down, you lose. And what are you doing in those times? Like, in other words, you don't get, like, if Darius is my starting quarterback and he hands it off to Ryan, and now he's got a quote game-winning drive because Ryan rips off a 65-yarder for a tutty, is Darius clutch or not? Right? It's about what you do in those situations. So when you try to do it numerically and not with the eyeball test, you get some fascinating results here. Let's go through them. Number 10, Justin Herbert. Fine there. Right? It's not as if the Chargers have won a ton with Herbert as their quarterback, but that stands to reason to me. Justin Herbert's converted 42% of game-tying or go-ahead drive chances in his career, the 10th best rate in the league among active starters. He was effective in the clutch again last year, but the Chargers defense didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Get this. This is from a story. He had 5 game-tying or go-ahead touchdown passes in the fourth quarter and overtime of losses last year, the most in a season in NFL history. So that checks out, right? In other words, with a minute 10 left, you throw a tutty, take the lead, your defense then ends up losing the game somehow. It happened 5 times to him last year, and that was even with him being hurt a couple times. Number 9, Lamar Jackson. Jackson is the 3rd highest conversion rate on these clutch drives among active starters, behind a couple other names who I'll get to here in a second. Problem is he hasn't delivered the clutch in the postseason. So this is another part of this clutch discussion that I think dominates in a way that may or may not be fair to you. And this is kind of the new school fan versus old school fan. right? Did you do it in the postseason in this smaller sample where everything is so magnified? You did it or you didn't. And there's a perception out there for Lamar Jackson, which I think is unfair for the record, that he is not clutch because the Ravens have not won a Super Bowl with the 2-time MVP. And then there's this connection from that, or this leap from that to you can't win a Super Bowl this way, which I think is garbage for the record. I thought that is garbage throughout. You absolutely can. They haven't. I'm aware of that because they got upset by a red-hot Tennessee team when he was the MVP a couple years ago, and because I'm blanking on the player's name. Is it Zay Flowers? Dropped the ball at the goal line for what would have been a game-tying touchdown in the fourth quarter against the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. To say that Lamar can't, I think, is absurd. Yes, he can. That dude is excellent, multi-time MVP, as clutch as you want. Now, it hasn't happened in the postseason. I'm very aware of that. I was there too. I saw it. Number 8, Daniel Jones. Okay. Now, no to that, right? We can all say that. But again, this is when if you plug numbers to a computer and it spits out something, you can't be mad at the results. This is what it says in the story. Hear me out. Before you pound your fist on the table and yell Daniel Jones, he had very few clutch opportunities through 3 seasons, but he's been steady lately. He successfully led the Giants down the field to tie or take the lead on 11 of 25 ops, that's 44%, in the last 2 years, a top 10 rate in the NFL. He had 5 game-winning drives through 7 games in 2022. So, here's the thing. This is an interesting one. Daniel Jones, in Danny Rouillet's opinion, stinks. It's all a big waste of time. I think the Giants are wasting their time, and I love them for it. Keep wasting your time. Keep trotting Daniel Jones out there. They haven't given him much help, but he stinks. It's his fault, to a degree, that they're not in more clutch situations, right? As he's fumbling and turning it over and throwing incomplete passes and stinking, they're not in a lot of games, so he can't be clutch. But when they are, he's performed well. Fascinating, right? Number 7, Joe Burrow. No issue there. Joe Burrow's a stud, right? Let's go to the next. Number 6, Dak Prescott. How about that one? From the story, he was 5 of 9 on game-tying or go-ahead drive chances late in games last year and led 3 game-winning drives in primetime versus the Chargers, Seahawks, and Lions. Playoff heroics haven't been there, though he's 3 of 9 in those clutch opportunities. Again, this is that playoff bugaboo kind of coming back and raining on the parade. We don't think of Dak Prescott as clutch. Right? That's fair to say? Numbers say otherwise. And again, this is that postseason performance or lack thereof coming up with duds in a couple opportunities, despite being on an 11, 12, 13 caliber win team in those huge moments. But he's ahead of Joe Burrow on this clutch list. That's tough. Number 5, Ryan's victory lap here. Jared Goff, number 5 on that list. Game-winning drive in Kansas City on opening night. Had huge moments over the course of the last couple of seasons. 6 of 10 in fourth quarter and overtime moments last year, and 3rd in EPA per play in those situations. Josh Allen is number 4. Stands to reason, right? He's going to run, he's going to rumble, he's going to make that big throw. Maybe early on the game, inaccurate. Maybe, air mails a couple, but I would want that guy with the ball in his hands, less than 2 minutes to go. Number 3, Jalen Hurts. Now, last year probably hurt the case, especially in the second half. But I'm telling you, if you go through all of 2 years ago and then really through week 11 or 12, 6 touchdowns, 0 turnovers on potential game-tying or go-ahead drives in the fourth quarter and overtime through the first 12 weeks of the season last year, culminating with that OT performance against the Bills. If you remember, this is before that meltdown, before they fell off the planet. He outdueled. He was every bit as good, if not better, than Pat Mahomes was in the Super Bowl a couple seasons ago. So I buy that one. And number 2, only 1 year a sample, but C.J. Stroud. Nobody was better than Stroud in the clutch last year. Listen to these numbers. The Texans converted on 6 of 8 game-tying or go-ahead drive chances late with Stroud under center. His numbers in those situations were phenomenal. 77% completion rate, 10.7 yards per attempt and a 139.5 passer rating. The best highlight was his game-winning touchdown pass from rookie to Cap Stroud's 475 touchdown game. That is why we think of him as a star. A, he is. He's excellent. I'm not telling you he's not. But because some of these situations, these end-of-game clutch-type situations where he thrived, winner-take-all style, I think of that drive against Indianapolis where he marched down for a game winner. Cool as a cucumber. The kid is great as it is, but now you add in some of those samples, which it's frankly not sustainable to complete 80% of your passes, come back and win 6 of 8 times in fourth quarter situations. Things even out. But because he did that and turned in that work year one, we think of him as clutch and a star, and I think we're right about that. And number one should surprise nobody. Guess who it is? Obviously, being at the top of this list is obviously a big honor for us. And I mean, it's really not about me. It's about the team. It's about Coach Reed and Trav and like our front office and obviously like Chris Jones on defense and giving us the ball back with a chance to win and just trying to make plays and work hard and get better. And it's not a big deal if we lose a couple games down the way because we're going to try to play our best football come January and we're going to win another Super Bowl. And every time I'm here, we're going to the title game. Boom. Mahomes. Obvious, right? That makes sense. So whenever I encounter a list like this, there's enough that makes sense to me. There's enough that fit your eye line, that fit your narrative, where it forces you to kind of give credence to the rest. You follow that? You follow that line of thinking? What I mean is, if you've got a list where it's like the best quarterbacks on third down, and Mahomes is like 28th, and Lamar's 29th, and Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, these other guys are not accurate on certain things, you kind of go, this list doesn't make sense to me. But if they're included, you've got to take it with a grain of salt at a minimum, but you got to basically say, hey, this has some credence. Because I'm looking at this list and I go, well, the guys up at the top should be up at the top. So you've got to consider Dak Prescott, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts. By the way, 3 NFC East quarterbacks in the top 10 of the clutch rankings. Instructive stuff. Fun, interesting to me. Just thought you guys might get a kick out of that. Speaking of kicks, it's double play time. We will do that next. 3:45. We do it every day. Except for Friday, which is winning off the field, but it's not Friday, but it sort of is. We're treating it like Friday later, but not right now. Like later on, it's going to be a Friday on a Wednesday, but not Friday right now for the double play part. Does that make sense? Anyway, the point of the dude's story is we got a little double play action. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports at 3:45. Beltway Blitz at 4. Don't go anywhere. The double play is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. We do it every day at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we got a little sounder for the double play. Now, in the past, this sounder would give me like enough time to pick up tea and take a sip of tea. I'm going to see if I can do it. It's just over 2 seconds. So when I throw to it, let's see if I can get one in. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I did it. Full from table to mouth, back down. I was able to do it. It's so quick. It's so much quicker. We'll get used to it, though. We'll adjust on the fly. Acolyte time. Let's talk about it, you guys. Man, the first 4 episodes of the show, if you're not watching on Disney+, it is set in the High Republic era, not the Old Republic era, which there was some confusion about with Ryan. He and I were talking earlier, and he's like, is this Old Republic? I'm like, no, it's not. It's High Republic. And Ryan asked me, he's like, well, how could there be Sith on this show when Kiaru Mundi specifically at the council says the Sith have been extinct for 1,000 years? Now we're just casually doing a Sith 100 years before the events of a Phantom Menace. And I was like, Ryan, I don't have a great answer for that. Because they even showed Kiaru Mundi in this show, and he's like experiencing Sith-like things, and he's like, I don't know. Maybe you could have brought that up. So you're kind of screwing with continuity there. But you basically have a Sith-like figure that's being introduced. And I'm not going to spoil anything here for you guys if you haven't watched it. But I think the first 4 episodes were clunky, awkward, world-building attempts at exposition. I think they failed, to be honest with you. There are plenty of review bombing things that are happening. There are plenty of people that don't like it just because they're not going to like it. Plenty of people don't like it simply because it's not great. And because when you have enough reviewers saying negative things or like horrible, terrible internet things, people dismiss the regular criticism as just that. No, there's very good reasons to not enjoy this show thoroughly. The first 4 episodes were very clunky, retconning certain elements of the Force and the like. My biggest gripe, and we got back to that in episode 6, is the whole reason nerds like me are excited for a show to be set in this era. This is the height, people, of the Jedi. Not just a Luke Skywalker running around at the end, carrying on the name as the last of the Jedi. Not just one Yoda, one Obi-Wan, and a couple of people trying to rekindle the fire. This is the height of the Jedi Order, people. There are thousands of Jedi just around, man. Peacekeeping, shucking, jiving. One with the Force, meditation. Everybody's there. There's no demystifying it for them. There's no, I got to figure out my own way and carve my own path. I got to deal with a Force ghost if I want to learn any kind of tips or tricks. No, dude. This is the height of the Jedi Order. And what they did was they made them neutered, obtuse, confused, oblivious, barely in touch with the Force, zilches. They did that, in my opinion, to make the big bad, who's pretty good, who's got some depth and who's got some arc and who's got a neat little story that I'm intrigued about, to try to make that guy that much more powerful. You can't do that, in my opinion. That's my biggest issue. Plus, you got the normal rate of sort of, bad dialogue and cheesy things and lack of character development. It's a problem. It's a hard thing to do. You take on the High Republic era, you got to introduce a bunch of people and make us care about them. They didn't do that. They kind of skipped over it. Episode 5 tried to pick business up, some of the best lightsaber combat, non-prequel division ever, in my humble opinion. Really, 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 really well done stuff that kind of salvaged some of it. And we're back in episode 6 to kind of back some more dialogue heavy, to try to make us care about some of these characters. There is an intriguing plot line, though, that it took a while to get there, 6 episodes, but you have something where you got a little bit of a switcheroo. Who was good might be turned, who was bad might be turned. I'm intrigued by that. But I think this show has swung and missed an awful lot, and it's disappointing and frustrating that any, again, reasonable criticism of it gets lost among terrible internet people saying awful things and, everybody sort of being defiant because of that. This was a golden opportunity to do something so special and so incredible. The Mandalorian knocked it out of the park. Andor knocked it out of the park. This does not. episode 6 is probably a 5 out of 10 carbohydrate episode. I think episode 5 was a 7.5, maybe an 8 carb episode. The first 4 are all celery, like vegetables without carbs in them, eaten raw without dip. Probably like a 1.5 to 2 for the first 4 episodes. But overall, I'm watching it. My kid is into it, so I'm going to continue. Obviously, they got me enough there that I care about some of these things, but they're really teasing out this one reveal of what happened in the past that was supposed to kind of kickstart our whole show. I'm just not really that interested in that plot line. I'm fascinated by the big bad. I think they've nailed that. Other than that, overall, if you're curious to watch The Acolyte on Disney Plus, it's probably a 4 out of 10 carbohydrate show with one really, really good episode so far out of 6. I think it's only 8 episodes, a couple more to go. But, frustrating that's where we are. That's what I got for you guys. Anybody have any questions about The Acolyte so far? Ryan, what have your thoughts on it have been?
Well, so this is Star Wars, correct?
That is right.
That is right.
That is right. That's a good question.
It is a good
That's
question.
a good question.
I was just making sure.
No, you nailed it.
I'm a Star Wars guy.
Clear Star Wars guy. Darrison, you don't care at all, right? Like not even a little bit?
Yeah, I'm just so far behind on everything Star Wars.
But do you ever think you'll do anything related to Star Wars ever again? Or are you just out?
No, I wouldn't say I'm out. Because I've started trying to watch the old movies at one point. That was like a year ago. I never got back around to it.
Yeah. Sounds like a real committed.
but to say I'm completely out on it, I wouldn't say that. No.
Well, there are good Star Wars Marvel comics. You ever do those?
No.
Okay. You ever do like some of the really good shows? You ever do like Mandalorian?
No. Because I'm scared to dip into those shows because I feel like I need to know everything else that happened before it.
Oh,
to even watch any of them.
I see.
Yeah.
So it's not significant to you if you don't know the backdrop.
Right. I'm never gonna watch something out of order. Like the crazy people who are watching House of the Dragon without ever seeing anything Game of Thrones.
I don't get them, by the way.
What are we doing?
I mean, I'm glad to have you. You're welcome. But how?
That shouldn't be
why
possible.
does it matter to you?
Shouldn't be possible.
You know what I mean? So I know what you're saying. I actually do appreciate that. Stick aside. It was like that old conversation around Top Gun when Ryan was like, do I have to watch the original? And Grant and I answered at the exact same time. Grant said no, and I was like, yes. And then Ryan was like, well, what do I do? And I'm like, watch the original. Grant goes, you don't have to. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, you do. The whole point of the new one is the original. All of the significant weight, all of these moments are because of the original. Who this character is, what he does, what he doesn't do, the defiance, the do-it-your-own way, the arrogance, the hubris. History's kind of repeating itself until it doesn't. Like, the whole point is that it's a love letter to the first one. Grant's like, you don't need to watch it. And like, I just won't get down with that. Just in sort of my general philosophy. But Darius, I smell what you're cooking there, wanting to watch the other ones. Like, one of the significant things in Ahsoka, which again missed the mark in certain different ways, and I didn't like kind of the tone and some of the things that they said for the main character, who was actually fascinating, but just watching her, you wouldn't care at all because you don't know what she went through when we met her in the previous shows. That makes sense to me. I get that. So my advice would then be to watch all the stuff whenever you get a chance. Then we can actually have conversations instead of you giving me blank stares and entering the homie chat when I come into the room. Like, what you guys don't know is I'll come in looking for a little banter. Ryan doesn't watch, and I know he doesn't watch. But I'll be like, hey, Darius, what about the new nerdy thing? And Darius will kind of swivel his chair sort of slowly and just be like, what are they saying in the homie chat? What's up, guys? How are you? This is Darius. What else is going on? They're in the homie chat. I can't talk. Hey, what's new with you guys? LOL. I'm just waiting for a response in the chat. Danny can't talk. Nothing. Danny's here, lurking over my shoulder, probably reading this. God, he's annoying. And that's kind of how the day goes. Oh, Beltway Blitz is next. Got a little Nats, little NFL, little Commandinis. We'll do that next. Plus, I got some other fun topics for you guys. We're going to have our food draft. That's right. Our food draft for July 4th barbecue edition coming up at 5 with the Beltway Blitz, 5 minutes away here on the Fan. As the exclusive sponsor for the show, the law firm of Condori and Morak can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back. You know what that music means. It's time for the Beltway Blitz. What we do is we spin you around the Beltway. 3 different teams, 3 different sports, 3 different things that you probably care about. Maybe you don't, but we're going to try. Give you 5 minutes or so on each team. We're going to start on the diamond. Our buddy Pete Metter is with us to discuss those Nats. Pete, for whatever reason, they can't beat the Mets. It seems like every time they play them, the Mets are hot and the Nats aren't. What have you made of the first couple of games of this series?
Similar. I mean, just like the first 3 games when the Mets came through here. But, I mean, look, DJ Hurst, look at his last 2 outings, Danny. The key to last night, just in the overall grand scheme of things, let's take the global view first. The way he came back and shoved the way he did last night, that was impressive. That's the kind of mental development you want to see from a young pitcher. The last 2 outings clearly were not his best. Did he let that get to him? Did it cause a long-term, issue for him? No. And he came back and threw tremendous baseball last night. Davey Martinez said it after the game. Look, they just got a hit. I mean, they've had chances the last 2 nights. But as you know, Danny, from playing the game, if you don't get the timely hit, then, it puts you in a bind. And last night, Hurst deserved a better fate than he got. But give the Mets credit. It's a professional group. They're professionals. And some of their good ones came through in the clutch last night. And obviously they exited with another tremendous 10th inning and a victory last night at Nats Park.
Yeah, I think you're totally right on, Pete. Everything looks worse when you're not getting that clutch hit, which happens. It's the undulations of baseball, especially for a group that's not going to hit a ton of homers. When it's like you got runners in scoring position and it's another double play, it just feels that much more deflating. I think you're right on about that. Let's go to James Wood. You've been around the game for so long. You know this market, you know this area so well. What did that mean the other night? I've been trying to quantify it for folks. I know I was there and it was a blast. It was really cool. But put it in perspective, what did his debut mean?
I think it's the sign we've all been looking for, Danny, from the organization that, hey, we're now ready with our top prospects to take that next step. We believe that time now has come. Now, the question ultimately is, does he get it going? Unlike what Jackson Holiday did in Baltimore, that remains to be seen. But this was, to me, the sign from the organization that, hey, we feel the timing is right now. We're beginning that journey to take that next step, as you guys have consistently detailed, here on the show in talking about the Nationals. We've heard about all these names. We're seeing the numbers. We're watching the video highlights from Harrisburg and Rochester showing James playing at a very high level. He's earned the opportunity. And now with the pitching, I think ahead of schedule, the organization says, hey, let's start putting some more pieces to this puzzle and give our fans now that hope and that thing we've been telling them about. We've been telling them, be patient with us. We have players that are on the way. James is the first step now with that pitching being a little bit ahead of schedule, telling the fan base that, hey, we're ready now to start taking that next step. Here's our next prized crown jewel guy, in that lineage of Harper and Soto, and obviously going back to Zim as the number 1 overall for the organization. This is our next guy. He's a local product from St. John's College, where they just pump out baseball players like it's a factory.
Yep.
And that, I think, adds to the intrigue and hopefully what is a good major league career for what seems to be like a really, really good young man.
So, Pete, you mentioned pitching, and, we've been talking about this off and on, and I remember quotes from you over the years, too, about this, when everyone's kind of like, well, what happens when Josiah Gray comes back? What happens when Trevor Williams comes back? What happens when Kate Cavalli comes back? And the thing I said all the time, and I've said this recently, and with the unfortunate backdrop of the Josiah Gray news, where he's going to be shut down for a while, MRI in a couple of weeks, these things have a way of working themselves out, right? I mean, with pitchers, you can never have too many. It's like good receivers, good pass rushers, good weapons on offense in football. I'm just so bummed for Gray, but how do you see this rotation now kind of shaken out if and when Kate Cavalli is able to go, when Trevor Williams kind of ramps back up? How's this thing going to go?
It's the one thing we talk about in sports all the time, right? When you get a chance to perform, make them make a decision. Make them make a hard decision. Well, all these pitchers now have made, Mike and his staff have to make very difficult decisions. Jim Hickey, Sean Doolittle, Davey Martinez, all the groups that are involved with the pitching at the minor league and big league levels now, they've all got to have difficult discussions. These are the kind of discussions, though, you hope you have, because that means your guys are performing. We knew Mitchell Parker analytically, at least, Danny. He had the strikeout per inning. In fact, beyond a strikeout per inning stuff in the minors. Walk rate was a little high. The whip was a little higher than you would like it. But we did not know that he would have the maturity that he has shown at this level. And now being around other big leaguers, being around Jim Hickey and being around the, Dew and the other folks that are involved here, from Ricky Bonus out in the bullpen and everything else, we didn't know he could take this next step. We didn't know DJ Hers could take this step. We didn't know Jake Irvin would be this good. We knew Jake Irvin could be a starter, but we didn't know he could be this good and be this consistent for this team. And ultimately, Danny, pro sports, heck, any level of sports, but pro sports in particular, pro sports is a performance industry. If you're performing, they're going to keep you. If you're not, and you're not available, if you're in the tub, you can't help the club. Those things. And unfortunately, you hate to see good dudes fall into hard times like Josiah did in his last outing, where physically he's just not right. But at the same time, if you're an organization like the Nationals, you don't push him either, because the last thing you want to do is see him going under the knife and losing him for a full year of service. So at least this pitching is giving you a chance to compete every night at the ballpark right now. And I don't think any of us could have said with any conviction back in March, when you guys were down at spring training, that this group, as it is consisting of right now, would give you a chance to win games coming to the ballpark. But it's been a real pleasant surprise, though, I think, for the organization. The question is, as Davey said, the last couple of nights, you just got to hit the baseball. And, DFAing Eddie and putting him obviously outright on waivers and bringing James Wood up, that's the first step in trying to find more people now that can hit the baseball, because they're finding people, at least in the starting rotation, that can pitch the baseball.
Pete, right on, buddy. Always good to catch up with you, bud. Have a great 4th.
Likewise, pal. See you.
There he goes. That is Pete Medhurst. Let's talk about the NFL. Our guy, Mike Jones of The Athletic. We'll talk about the NFL with Mike. Great piece in The Athletic about kind of contract holdups. All 32 teams. Tell folks about it and kind of where are we in terms of some of these fifth-year options or contract holdups with a bunch of teams.
Yeah, there's a number of, high-profile players that are still waiting this summer to get their contracts done. You've got teams like the Dolphins who, still haven't gotten anything done with Tua, and there's Tyreek Hill who's kind of looming. He's got a contract situation, and both of those guys, Tua was kind of in and out during the OTAs. Tyreek Hill was trying to say and do all the right things, but those are two of the most important pieces. They really got to get them taken care of. When it comes to the Jets, they're another team in that same division. Hassan Reddick, was a guy who was traded for, wants another contract, has not gotten one yet. The Bengals, Jamar Chase is a guy that Joe Burrow really needs him on the field. They franchise tagged T. Higgins. They've got to get a long-term deal done with Jamar Chase. And you talk about the Cowboys, Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons are guys that need long-term deals done. They came, as far as Micah Parsons, he came to OTAs and said he's going to be patient. But as this summer drags on, if they don't have something done, is it going to be something that's going to drag into training camp? I wouldn't be surprised. But, obviously, that is a guy the Cowboys need to have on the field. So, like I said, there's a lot of teams, a lot of players who are looking for some long-term contracts, and deals just haven't gotten done yet.
So it's right now the receiver market is exploding. We've seen this happen on a couple different spots, whether it's, the defensive line spots, pass rushers, even interior guys. There's been a market explosion. Tackles, you've seen that on offense. Now we're kind of in that receiver market renaissance. Where's the cutoff point? In other words, teams are going to go, you know what? We could find a guy on a rookie deal that can perform almost as well. It may not be worth it to us to pay $30 million for a Brandon Ayuk or somebody like that. A guy who I love, by the way. I think that guy's a star, but the cost benefit there, Mike, where's that line going to go for teams?
I think it's going to be a case by case situation. If you look at a guy like Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, there's no question those guys are elite of the elite. Brandon Ayuk, very good, but I don't think that he's quite at their level. So that's going to be the type of situation where a team, like the 49ers, they'll go ahead and draft somebody else and figure out what to do with him there. But you'll have teams like the Vikings who decide, figured out how to get it done. I think that the Bengals are going to try to figure out how to get it done. The Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb. I don't know where the cutoff point is, but you can look at those tiers. And I think that, it's pretty clear. It's different than that running back market where we had some of the best that were free agents and wound up having to play on either franchise tags or 1-year deals. Nobody wanted to pay them. Teams are going to pay their wide receivers, but again, it's going to be the guys at the top of that echelon. And then, like you said, we've seen teams draft and put young guys in position and they make plays. So there's no reason to think, okay, Brandon Ayuk, or can we draft somebody, find somebody to step in, especially if we've got a really talented play caller in a system that works well for a lot of different guys. We'll see teams make tough decisions like that.
Mike, give you a chance to brag here for a second before the July 4th holiday. Are you just kind of raising an army of excellent college baseball players? Is that what's happening in the Jones house right now?
We're trying. We're working on it. We got one down, another one to go entering his senior year. Man, I'm burning up a lot of miles on the road.
I was going to say, dude, the travel baseball budget has got to be massive in the Jones house.
Dude, that's why I drive a truck with 250,000 miles on it right now.
That is awesome. For people who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm following at by Mike Jones, kind of going down, thinking of questions, and I see a young gentleman with a couple highlights from a 17U championship and a 3.8 GPA. If you averaged a couple of my GPAs and added them together over different semesters, I might have had a 3.8. That's a big deal, Mike.
Yeah, it gets him his mother's side of the family. It's the athleticism and the brain.
That is awesome. Have a great 4th, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, man. I'll see you.
Thank you, dude. There he goes. That is so cool, by the way. Just posting highlights of his kids, like national championship stuff, playing 17U, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I'm going out to like Reston or Herndon on some 250-degree field. And I'm like, maybe you don't let in 10 goals today, guys. Let's see what happens. Let's talk about the Local 53. Our pal, Earl, forced you to do that very thing in Mansion. They changed that name. Earl, my deal, or my question to you is this, my first one. Non-Jaden Daniels division, what's your biggest training camp story?
The offensive line, because you got to connect, you got to protect the guy that could change your franchise, right? So if you can't do that, it's not going to be a good formula for them. I think secondary is also a big story. Are we really going to go into year 2 with Emmanuel Forbes as a starting corner? I don't know. But I would say, Danny, certainly the offensive line and, namely that tackle spot, is a guy they drafted that, history says if you want a guy to put there, you don't draft him outside round 1 and outside high round 1. They couldn't do that this offseason. They didn't sign anybody. So is that really, is this still patchwork kind of offensive line, good enough for this team to take another step, to take the next step? These are baby steps for them, obviously. With the new regime, new coaches, all that stuff. But yeah, I'd say that guy that you may, that may be your franchise changer, who's not the biggest guy in the world, you want to keep him from getting hit. So offensive line.
Earl, we naively, I don't know if you did this. I know I made this huge mistake in the Rivera era, okay? And you may have fallen prey to it too. But I, like an idiot, thought, well, these guys on the staff, the head coach and the defensive coordinator, are both former linebackers. They can get away with having less than stellar linebacker play because they'll coach that position up like nobody's business. So you'll get Jamin Davis to be a star. You'll get Cole Holcomb, his replacement, and whoever else. You could just get away with average linebacking. They'll be fine there. And of course, that was laughable. That wasn't the case. This group, Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, an excellent track record with defensive backs. Is there anything to the idea that maybe they inherited a group that's unheralded, but they'll get a lot out of them because that's been their specialty, or am I about to get burned again?
I don't know. We may be, and that's what I said. The defensive back. I mean, this is probably offensive line, defensive backfield 1 and 1A. They bring in Jeremy Shin, and I think the Chin signing is good to have someone back there at safety. But they just weren't willing to pay to keep a slot corner around. They weren't willing to willing to go that extra mile, that money, put it elsewhere to keep, one of their own around. And now you're in a spot where I think some of these, I think the secondary market may be interesting. And here's where we're getting close to, Danny. We got 2 weeks until the rookies report, less than 20 days now until the veterans and full camp starts. If you see some, signings right before camp or right as camp starts, that like a defensive back, or they bring in somebody, I think that tells you they feel there's a problem. Obviously, I think we have to, like we did with Rivera, and we were all burned on it. Oh, there's adults in the room, and they know right linebackers. They should have,
Yeah.
I was just talking to somebody today, and I said, he was asking me about the team, and I'll keep going back to Rivera, and countdown to kickoff. We're getting close on 9 a.m. Sundays on the Fan, by the way. And I will continue to do my best to bash the previous regime, because I think there's a lot of blame to go around. I think that guy that was in charge, Riverboat, is a lot of blame, because he was signing off on everything. Well, he had a bad owner. Well, too bad. Don't take the job if you didn't want it. So I think I'm not over that part of it yet, Danny. I'm not sure you are either. I don't think a lot of fans should be. But yeah, for them to screw up that position of all positions so much. I mean, if Joe Montana is hired as your coach, you would expect the quarterback position to be at least a solid spot, right? You expect some competence there. This was total incompetence from two guys. How much of it was because you're working for a bad owner with a bad team? Whatever, but I don't care about that. Detroit, look what Campbell's done up in Detroit with, at least lately, recent decades, bad ownership and a bad team and a bad spot. Bad intentions, bad attitude, bad,
Yeah, Cleveland's got a terrible owner. They put together a pretty damn good roster. I think they swung and missed a quarterback.
Too bad.
But they got players, yeah.
So I agree with that. And you saw what this regime did. And I tweeted out that day it was happening. Well, they fixed it. It took them like 2 hours to fix the linebacker spot that Ron Rivera, the former linebacker, and his former linebacker couldn't get right in 4 years. So, yes, this is an issue potentially at defensive back for them, because I can't get over what I saw from Emmanuel Forbes last year. Another one of these potential first-round whiffs by the previous regime, and I'm not going to let them get away, empty-handed with this one, that they might have to fix. But we have to, I think, have some confidence that this staff is going to be a lot more competent than the other staff, and that they'll figure out a way to work things out. And if they don't, I mean, hopefully they can score some points to keep up, to keep pace, because that was the other issue. Not only were you giving up points in big plays, but you had an incompetent offense and you couldn't score. Other than that, it's the old Tampa Bay. We couldn't block, but we made up for it with poor tackling. I mean, that's exactly what they had. It was a disaster. And let's hope we're 2 to 3 weeks away from, float the ship at least, so we can get by the iceberg this time.
Well said. Earl, have a great fourth, buddy. I always appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, you too.
There he goes. That is Earl Forsey. And we couldn't stop people. We couldn't really score. Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? 5 o'clock, July 4th, food draft. We will do it without Grant to ruin things. Okay? So that is the three of us. That is Darius. That is Ryan. That is me. Coming up, this is hard to explain. Do we have audio of this, Darius, or just the quotes? We got some audio. We'll play some audio for you. We have kind of a philosophical, new media, new era of sports quandary. Want to get to the bottom of it. Somebody said something that isn't just about a direct criticism of one player. It got us to thinking about a much bigger picture phenomenon of what's going on with athletes today. We'll explain that when we come back. That's next on The Fan. 5 p.m. At 5 p.m., we will do it. Your July 4th cookout food draft. Then we'll ask you about the most essential thing that's just got to be on your plate. July 4th, which is tomorrow, one of my favorite days of the year, even though it's super hot, just because everyone agrees it's time to grill out. What's got to be on your plate? We'll ask you about that, but we'll do our July 4th food draft, Darius, Ryan, and myself. So this came across our desk today. I want to do my best to set up the story. So Malik Hooker, NFL football player of some renown, I believe is Ohio State alum, played in the NFL safety, and he was critical of Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. Parsons is a star, game wrecker, unblockable, lines up all over the place, does a little bit of everything, probably best suited to kind of continue that role. I mean, he is a marquee franchise type player. Dallas has a few of those guys, and they're going to run into a problem when they try to pay Dak, try to pay CeeDee Lamb, and then maybe be able to pay Micah Parsons. But Malik Hooker offered a criticism of Micah Parsons. We've got that audio. Darius, where's it from? Do we know?
This is from Keyshawn Johnson's podcast.
From Keyshawn Johnson's podcast. Yeah. Okay, so this is Malik Hooker discussing Micah Parsons.
My thing would be, though, for Micah, my advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, where and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and, the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then, what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that is watching your podcast? Are you caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach?
So you can hear that, right? This is a teammate now. Malik Hooker plays in Dallas, started his career in Indianapolis, but is now a Dallas Cowboy. And I thought that, first of all, that's great audio. That is a frank, behind-the-scenes kind of question where you don't often see that. You don't often see a teammate, also on a podcast, by the way. Now, granted, it's in the offseason, but basically saying, are you more concerned with building your brand, building your audience, or fixing our bad run defense where we're struggling in that regard? Pretty strong words. Now, I don't know that that's fair, just to offer a different perspective. You could do audio when you get home and you've got some downtime, whereas I don't know what Malik Hooker does in his spare time. I don't know if he's riding ATVs. I don't know if he's playing Madden. I don't know if he's a chef. I have no idea, and I don't care. But if you're doing something in your downtime where you go, I'm going to build a brand and reach my audience and try to be one of those guys that sets up a career after football, whether as a broadcaster, as sort of this new media type deal, perfectly reasonable thing to want to do. It doesn't mean you don't care. Not caring means you don't care. Not applying yourself all the time. Skipping a rehab session. I meant for like an injury. Skipping a training session or going halfway during a walkthrough or not studying every bit as much as you should. Not wanting to get yourself involved in some of the run defense fits because it's not as glamorous, doesn't get you a sack. Those are the kinds of things that you can criticize somebody for. To a lot of us. But having something that you do in your spare time isn't necessarily good or bad. If it's taking away, then it is bad. Some guys want to blow off steam by going to the club. I hate that. But if you're still doing what you're supposed to do, I guess go to the club. You know what I mean? Like, being committed doesn't mean you can't have other interests. Being committed doesn't mean that John Allen, here of your Washington Local 53, can't play Baldur's Gate 3. Because he plays Baldur's Gate 3. He's one of me, by the way. Now, I am not 6'4", 300 pounds, and stronger than any human being you'll ever encounter. I'm not a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, but I am like John Allen in the sense that I played Diablo 4 and I played a little Baldur's Gate 3. To be honest with you, I just don't have the time because I'm doing the Elden Ring DLC right now. And I got to play Helldivers 2 with my buddies, and I'm still working through Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. As you see, I got a full plate. But anyway, the summary there is John Allen and I are the same. But it got us to thinking. Less about Malik Hooker ripping Micah Parsons or asking the question of Micah Parsons. This is more philosophical. 800-636-1067. Here's the question that we kind of came up with as we were spitballing and brainstorming before the show. Let's take Jaden Daniels, for example. Let's take Mikey Sanders still. Let's take Ben Sinnott. Let's take Brandon Coleman. Johnny Newton, whoever you want to pick. What advice would you give them now as they enter the league, or any young player, right? James Wood, Connor McMichael of the Capitals, Alex Sarr of the Wizards. What advice would you give a young person when it comes to this new age of media, where it's routine for players while they're playing to record a podcast, not like in game, but try to build an audience for after or even for during? What advice would you give? You got to sit down right now with Jaden Daniels, right? Rookie sensation, who's got so much to worry about, so much on his shoulders. What would you tell him about doing his own podcast or having his own blog or, his own, internet radio show or whatever it is that he wanted to do? What advice would you give? 800-636-1067. Darius brought up this point before the show, and I think it's a great point. What I'm about to say is not what I think. What I'm about to say is not how I feel. But you open yourself up to the following. You have a bad game. That is a normal course of events. You throw a pick, you fumble, whatever it is, you lose. You open yourself up to incorrect people, mind you, yelling at you, a little bit straw man, but they could say, you care more about your podcast than you do about a run defense, which is what Malik Hooker basically asked of Micah Parsons. You care more about your podcast than you do about knowing the offense, knowing the playbook. Did you address how much you stunk on your podcast? You open yourself up to stuff like that, and that's not fair. That's probably wrong. But you do open yourself up. I would advise a young player that has not made their way in this league yet, you probably want to hold off on having your own podcast. You probably want to hold off on skipping OTAs to do all the endorsement deals. Remember that with Chase Young? Now, some relentlessly defended him, which is fine. It's your right. But the optics, I wouldn't give anybody an opportunity to pounce at my bad optics, even if I was outworking everybody and anybody under the sun. It looks like you're prioritizing something else. It looks like you think you've arrived without having accomplished all that much, if instead of working with your teammates, you're out filming an Eastern Motors commercial or whatever it is you're doing. That's what it looks like. And perception matters an awful lot when it comes to these things. So if I got a young player, I'm going, you probably don't want to do that right now. Eventually, you're in and you get your fifth year option, or you've made a couple Pro Bowls, or the team is good, you've been good. Like CJ Stroud comes to me as the Houston Texans after this season. Let's say he puts together another banner year where he ascends even more. CJ Stroud comes to me and goes, hey, I'm gonna do this podcast. Me and, I don't know, one of his Ohio State buddies playing in the NFL. Who knows? I'm gonna do a podcast weekly with my pal, like the Kelseys do. You'd go, you know what? Okay, I get that. You've made your mark. You're a star now. You're good to go. Go ahead. Don't let it take away from your prep. But let's do it. On your off day, on a Tuesday, we're not at the facility. You're taking the day off. You want to sit down for 35, 40 minutes, talk about what's going on? By all means. Don't give away state secrets. You want to build your brand, build your audience? No problem. No sweat. I'd say not yet for a rookie. Not yet for guys that haven't really done anything special just yet. To me, Micah Parsons has kind of turned in some pretty good homework, right? He's turned in enough where it's like, you want to do a podcast? Okay. But don't let it take away from what we're doing here. But it's that fine line. So I ask him, 800-636-1067. You heard Malik Hooker's comments asking the question to Micah Parsons. Are you more concerned about your podcast than you are about our run defense? Bit of a straw man thing, but you open yourself up to that. What advice would you give some of the young players in town, some of the rookies, second-year guys making their way in this league, in whatever league they happen to be in, about new media, about Twitter accounts, about Facebook Live, about having a podcast, about these sorts of things that a lot of guys are doing? We're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube. We're not. This is the era that we're in. right? Players are doing this stuff. LeBron James was doing a podcast every week with JJ Redick. Now it's his coach. Draymond Green was doing a podcast. Still does, I guess, right? Every I don't know if it's weekly, how often he's doing it during the season. This is not going away. Guys are going to try to control their narratives and build their brands, and I get that. Strike while the iron's hot, I suppose. What advice would you give a young player? 800-636-1067. Your call's next on The Fan.
My thing would be though, for Micah, my advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, where we're and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that is watching your podcast? Are you caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach?
That's the voice of Malik Hooker, Dallas Cowboys safety, on the Keyshawn Johnson podcast, talking about Micah Parsons. Did you guys catch all that? There's a lot of different people involved right there. But it got us to thinking big picture, less about Malik Hooker, quote unquote, calling out his teammate or whatever, but it's just the pitfalls and the dangers potentially of this new media era that we're in. What advice would you give? 800-636-1067. What advice would you give a young player entering into this new world? We're coming from a place, by the way, where everybody Ryan's age and younger, they were molded by it.
I was born in it, molded by it. It wasn't until I was a grown man that I saw the light.
Right? They've come up in this world of the ticks and the talks of YouTube videos where guys go, let's go, for 7 hours. Video game walkthroughs on YouTube. What? Not me, dude. This is all kind of newish to me. But the kids, this is what their generation does and has done. They have never been without the internet. Think about that. If you're my age or even a little bit younger or older, for that matter, there is no pre for them. This is what you do. This is how you do it. If you've got something that you think is interesting, you turn your phone on yourself and you dance along to the music. You share a take. You film your FaceTime call with your buddy. It's just what they do. It's not what 44-year-old awkward dudes do, but it's what 22-year-olds do. So my question at 800-636-1067 is, what would you advise people? What would you advise young players how to navigate this thing? Because you open yourself up, fair or not, to that kind of criticism that Malik Hooker just levied at Micah Parsons. Let's go to Ben in Rockville. Ben, what advice would you give a young player about kind of this new era of media that we're in?
Hey, Danny. Hey, man, I'm a 41-year-old, currently looking for a new career at this point, and I'm trying not to put too much online gaming in front of me at this point. I've been online gaming for a while, but it's my passion, and I'm trying to avoid putting it too much on it because then it distracts me from other things that I need to be focused on. So I need to find certain times to allow it to be, and I really love playing like the Aussies in this one game and the Brits, and that time is like a 5-hour time difference or an entire day ahead time difference. So I'm trying to figure out a time to navigate so I can play with my friends. All my friends do a game called Division 2, and there'll be a 3 coming out soon.
I play that.
So I'm trying to find the time to navigate where I can play with certain friends, and like Ross and Thurber, he's doing the movie. I try to find times to play with certain friends where these time zones sort of work out. And you saw what happened with Kyler Murray, as he killed himself by putting that too much, his passion, too much on it, and distracted him from what he should have been doing.
Ben, I get it. We took a minute. I wasn't sure exactly where Ben was going, but now I understood. It's your side project, the thing that doesn't pay the bills. The point of college, I think, is not the sociology professor. It's not, learning the 3 types of, geological rocks, igneous, sedimentary, and whatever the other one is. It's not about that stuff. It's not about regurgitating what a professor says. To me, it's living on your own. To me, it's that time management where you're independent, right? Where it's sink or swim. When all your roommates and all your buddies, or in my case, all your teammates are, hey, it's Thursday night, we're going to go out and get hammered and do something ridiculous. We're doing keg stands at 4 p.m. and day drinking because nobody has any practice or any games or any classes left. And you're like, I got to write my paper. And you've got to skip the fun thing to do what you have to do. That's the point of the experience to me, right? Learning to do what you have to do, learning how to be an adult. That to me is what an adult is. You could be 40 years old or 44 years old in my case and not be a grown-up. Being a grown-up to me is doing what you have to do. Doing what you have to do and sacrificing maybe what you want to do at times. That's it. I think it's that simple. You have responsibilities, and you can't shirk those. That makes you a big child. When you skip out on what you're supposed to do, what you have to do for your own pleasure, that's not a mature decision. And that's the point of going through adolescence and high school to me. It's less about AP US history, less about the French Revolution, but about experiencing those things. And that's kind of Ben's point there. That makes a lot of sense to me. Shane in DC. Shane, what up, dude?
Commander Danny.
Hey, no,
How
pal.
you doing today?
Good, bro.
Happy 3/4. Hey, look, here's the thing. Let me set this young buck down. Come here, young buck. Let me tell you what you need to do. First of all, whatever you're doing right now, are you a podcaster or are you a professional athlete? Let's decide between the two. What's paying you the more money? Are you making $25 million a year doing the podcasting thing, or are you doing it for what we're paying you to do? Second of all, not everything you read and everything that you post is true or not. So whatever you send, let's make sure that, because it's gone. It's out there for the world to see. So let's be smart. Let's be educated on what you're doing and the content you're doing. Let's make sure it does not hurt you long term. Because after sports and everything, you're going to have some kind of career after. Let's face it what it is. But you know what? We're paying you to do a job. This is like Kyle Murray with the Cardinals, wasn't studying his playbook, blah, 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 gaming. It is a new era. We get it. I'm 47 years old. I don't get it. But that's what I would tell the young buck. Sit down and put yourself around a older crowd so that way they can mentor you into life.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you, dude. Joe in Ashburn, what advice would you give to a young player about kind of the new era of media that we're in?
Well, they need to take Crash Davis from Bull Durham's advice and learn how to deal with the media and talk to the media the right way. Anything beyond that is going to get isolated. It's going to be used against them. And what the last caller said is true. It's all about dealing with that risk. And you have a lot of money on the line, a lot of opportunity on the line. And these missteps, you're not professional communications people. You're athletes. Do your job and be quiet.
Joe, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So I struggle with this a little bit because I want, as a guy sitting in this chair, I want authentic. I want people to share their real feelings, real thoughts. I want not just the cliches, right? How boring would it be if you stuck a mic in front of Terry McLaurin? Terry, what'd you think? Just want to help the team win. What about that third down play? Just want to help the team win. What about the fourth down play where you guys didn't get it? Just want to help the team win. Like, okay, great. What did we learn? How close are we now to the action? We're not. So we do want to feel and hear and let these guys be themselves to a degree. But I think the line, and this is always so hard to quantify, like, for example, if Patrick Mahomes starts a podcast tomorrow, you going to criticize him? He could retire right now and be a Hall of Famer. Sorry. Every time there's been an AFC title game and he's been the starting quarterback, he's been in it. He's been in, 3 Super Bowls now? The only reason it's not a fourth is because the stupid overtime rules that have since been changed. And if he's going to be like, this is the Pat Talks podcast, we're going to talk about stuff. I mean, whatever it is. Obviously, I want to talk about Coach Reed and Trav and all them guys. Like, if he wants to do a podcast because your performance ain't hurting. You've put enough deposits in. So at some point, it's probably fine. I don't know when that point is, and that's really, really hard. And to a couple guys have kind of touched on this, and I appreciate the phone calls on it. If your performance slips, it becomes easy cannon fodder. It becomes low-hanging fruit, whether it's fair or not. You know, like Micah Parsons is a Pro Bowl, what do you call him, defensive specialist, linebacker, defensive end, pass rusher, whatever. He's a Pro Bowler with or without a podcast. He's a badass with or without it. But if there's a game where they're running, ISO right at his butt and the fullback knocks his in the dirt a couple different times and it's his gap that doesn't get filled and there's a game-winning touchdown at his expense on national television, you know what's going to happen. Colin Cowherd is going to say he should have had no podcast or whatever. I don't know what impression that was. That's not Colin Cowherd at all. I just kind of was like, what does Colin Cowherd sound like? Because I don't listen to him. I can't stand him. But he'll do a Cowherdian bit. Schefter will say, there has been talk among league circles that he shouldn't be doing his podcast. Whether that's fair or not, that's not up to me. Back to you, Boom. You know what I mean? Like someone's going to do that crap. Is that fair? Probably not, but it's reality. I don't know. Good conversation. All right. Now we're getting real serious. Tomorrow is the 4th of July. You're aware of this. We told King George, not today, bro. You pound sand. This is our time. Us, United States of America, we're forming it. It's about cookouts. It's about fireworks. It's about friendship, family, camaraderie, etc. What's on your plate? The July 4th food draft, 4 rounds, 3 players. Darius, Ryan, Danny, that's me. We will do that next on 106.7 The Fan. We're going to get it underway here in a matter of moments. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We love those guys. They are awesome. Huge DC sports fans. They are as obsessed as we are. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. You'll notice, if you've been listening to the program, first of all, thank you. Second of all, there's no Grant. Grant has not been here this week. He came on Monday because it was James Wood Day. But he is off the rest of the week, rightfully so. He did it right. We're idiots. We did it wrong. There's a silver lining. He can't sit here and ruin a food segment by telling you that things like baked beans and cornbread are bad.
Oh, man.
Because they're not. They're great. You understand me? Corn on the cob is delicious. But he didn't have it when he was 6, so therefore he thinks it's not good. This is a man who wouldn't go to the Cheesecake Factory because he thought all they did was cheesecakes in some sort of conveyor belt. Number one, that sounds like the greatest place in the world. But number two, what? He won't eat a taco, because it's, quote, too Mexican-y. What does that even mean?
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Thank you, Coach. Miss you, pal. Salsa, out. Melted cheese, out. Nacho cheese, when it's not yours, out. Pie, out. Cereal with milk on it, out.
What are we, idiots?
No, Mike. No. People ask me all the time. They say, Danny, they don't really, but bear with me. How do you put up with it? His food opinions. And I said, listen, the first couple of years, and this is years, we've been doing this more than 10 now. This, I guess, is year 11. We haven't finished year 11, but we're on year 11, whatever. We've done our 10 years. The first couple of years, every time one of these would come up, I'd have to stop the show and go, wait a minute, I can't let this pass. You just said that you've never eaten a piece of fruit in your whole life? What? I'd have to do all these. Eventually, I'm like, we can't keep stopping the show. We have to do the show. And I'll just let people on social media tell him he's a crazy person because of his ridiculous food opinions. Again, that only include the 7 or 8 things he ate as a kid that continue into his adulthood. So that's not just me beating up Grant. I love him. But he's wrong about everything when it comes to food.
I mean, that'd be fair to say.
Thank you, Coach. I have a few idiosyncrasies. We all do. I have a few oddities with things that I should like, but I don't. I get that. Like, for example, shout out to our guy Win at Bourbon Steak. I don't like wine. I think it's a great big waste of time. Win, you're doing fine. I love you. He's the sommelier at Bourbon Steak. He doesn't like when I say stuff like this. It's rotten grapes. You should all calm down. There's so much conversation. Should I get a bottle? If I get a bottle, we have some. How much you want to just do half a glass? If you do half a glass, you do half a glass. Then should we get a bottle? Which bottle do you want? The bottle? The 73 Bordeaux? Oh, the Chateau de Bordeaux? Or the Bordeaux? This was a great year for Bordeaux because the winter was kind of mild. Enough. Get it or don't. Let the expert tell you what's good and just get that. Drink your wine, but stop talking about the wine. Wine people. Again, Win. I love you, pal. All right? I'm weird. I get it. But this is something that's special. We do this come Thanksgiving. We do this come Super Bowl. And we do it on July 4th. We're drafting foods. It's cookout time. It's cookout time. We're going 4 rounds. I've got the randomizer in front of me. I'm going to run it. How many times you guys want me to run it? Once, twice, thrice. 3 times. 3 times is good. We agree to 3.
Here we go.
Thank you, Al. I'm going to run it 3 times. That's the order. Snake draft, we're going 4 rounds. So everyone gets a turn at the front of the line, back of the line. It's all equitable. It's all the same. They're going to draft 4 foods apiece. What's that, Ryan? One more time? Is that funny? Why?
Here's my big butt.
There it is. We're going to draft 4 times. We'll have 4 foods on our plate. If someone else drafts it, you can't have it. Anything else is communal. So, for example, Ryan in the past, when we've done these kinds of drafts, has drafted condiments, not letting anyone else have a condiment. It's just, I know. That's what he said afterwards. He's like, you can't have any mustard. And then he said, just like that, right in our face. Fine. That's a strategy. That's a choice. All right. Time number 1, running the randomizer. Randomizer came up. Darius, Danny, Ryan. Randomizer number 2. Danny, Darius, Ryan. Randomizer number 3. This is what we will go with. Danny, Ryan, Darius. That is our draft order. Danny, Ryan, Darius. That is our draft order. You want to authenticate, or do you believe me? Authenticate?
No, we believe you.
Very good.
We believe you.
There we go.
All right. I actually wanted the first pick. I'm kidding. No, I did it. No. I actually don't love the first pick here because I'm going to lose something that I desperately want here on July 4th.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you, Danny. That was actually an appropriate chime in, Danny. Most of the time you ruin the segment with your stupid talking. That one was good.
Danny Routier?
Thanks, Chuck. All right, are we going to do a pick is in deal? All right. With the first pick in the July 4th food draft, the pick is in. I am going first. Hold on, who's second? Ryan is second, and Darius is third. With the first pick in the food draft, Team Danny selects hot dogs. Hot dogs, round 1, pick 1. Hot dogs, July 4th. It's so correct. You know it. I know it. Everyone else knows it. Hot dogs off the board, pick number 1. Ryan, you were on the clock.
Pick number 2 is in. With the second overall pick in the July 4th food draft, Team Ryan selects burgers.
Yep.
That's cheeseburgers, burgers, whatever burger out there, I will have that on my plate.
That's why I didn't want to go second. That's why I didn't want to go first. I was going to lose one or the other. I was going to lose dogs, or I was going to lose burgers.
Man, this
that
is tough.
Hurts. That
this
hurts.
Is tough. I mean,
Darius Damon, you're on the clock 2 times, my friend.
I mean, both the big guns are off the board right away. That's Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. Right there. That just happened. But regardless, the pick is in. With the third pick of the 2024 4th of July food draft, Team Darius will take ribs. We will take ribs off the board at pick 3.
I was sure
Yep.
they were coming back. Were you taking them?
I was going to be taking them next, actually.
You guys
I thought I could sneak it in.
Yeah.
I can't. Damn it. That one stings. Outstanding pick. That is an outstanding pick. Darius, you're back on the clock.
And we're running right back up to the board. With the 4th pick of the draft for the 4th of July food draft, Team Darius takes grilled chicken. We will be taking grilled chicken off the board.
I have a point of order. Well,
here we go.
No. You've done nothing wrong. I tell you what, I don't want to spoil it. We'll come back to it.
Okay.
Ryan, you're on the clock.
We are actually running to the table right now. The pick is in. Team Ryan Clary in the July 4th food draft selects pasta salad.
Pasta salad.
Pasta salad at the round 2 pick. I will take that and I will run with it.
There's your first, I don't want to call it a reach, but Dr. Fantastic says so low. You know what I mean? Pasta salad there, Rhino? You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure about it because pasta salad is really silly. People sleep on it. It is carbs. It is pasta. It is cold. It's really good, and it goes with the July 4th scale here.
It's way better than regular salad.
Yes.
That's obvious. But round 2?
Round 2.
That's probably getting back to your round 3. You don't think?
Maybe at this point in time. We're kind of cutting deals here, working third round here. We've got our eyes set on some few good selections coming up here.
Very well. Team Danny is on the clock, and the pick is in. Potato chips. Potato chips. They are salty. They are crunchy. They're on my plate. Potato chips is my round 2 selection. I have hot dogs and potato chips. I'll be just fine. What happened? Right at the end there of your round of potato chips, they're really teeny tiny ones. What are you going to do with them? You throwing it out? No, they're going right on the hot dog. You bet your ass.
Ooh, that's a power move there.
That's right. Yeah, I've been here before. So here is going to be my question. I'm going to offer a round 3 pick. I need a ruling, all right, from you guys, because I always have to make it complicated. Round 3, my pick is in. We discussed the rules and regs before the segment.
We did.
And I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to ask if I can do this, and I will leave it up to you guys. I won't be butthurt either way. I want a ruling. With this round 2 selection, Darius took grilled chicken. That's chicken on the grill, barbecue chicken on the grill, all sorts of sides.
That is correct, yes.
Can I have fried chicken?
Ooh,
I'm
tough.
asking.
That's tough. What do you think, Ryan?
You see where I'm coming from? Like,
Yeah,
we didn't really specify this. I don't have an answer.
Okay. I think it's actually okay. I will admit, like, I'm a little jealous because I would have gone with that as well. But I think it's fine because it is different than grilled chicken. Like, this is something that you're picking up from like Popeyes or KFC or whatever.
Yep.
Or it's homemade at this point.
I can live with it because it's a completely different method of being cooked. Yeah.
So what I wanted is what you have, basically.
Of course.
You have ribs and grilled chicken.
Phenomenal combo.
That's what I wanted. I wanted one of those two to come back to me. They didn't. I need a chicken dish. I want a chicken dish as part of the roster. So I can't have the grill. I can't have barbecue chicken. I'm going to go fried chicken. Everyone's cool with that?
I think we're good with it.
I think
Pick
we're
is
good with
in.
that.
It is fried chicken. There we
All
go.
right.
Right now.
So I actually kind of have the same here, but the pick is in. So my pick was going to be brisket.
Yeah.
But with Darius picking ribs, are we okay with that?
Brisket's
I can go
in.
brisket?
I think brisket's clear. I mean,
Yeah.
that is a different subsection
Yeah.
of the cow. If we're
Yeah.
getting Pacific, then yeah, brisket is all good.
Brisket is my third round pick.
That's a good man. That's a great selection right there.
If only he didn't take the pasta salad.
I know.
He'd have a really good draft going here.
All right, there's 2 times, and then you're done.
Yeah, my pick is in. Let's see. With my third round pick of the 4th of July food plate draft, we are going to go with meatballs. We're going to take meatballs off of the board. And we take them. We'll take them in variety of flavors. We'll do the barbecue meatballs.
Barbecue,
we can do the
Swedish,
the sweet,
Italian,
yeah, of course. Yeah,
the meatball. That one, mixed opinions on among the draft faithful, like the draft nicks. Like Kuiper's like, obviously meatballs, very exciting topic, very good meat. You could do the Paulson, put them in a red Solo cup, dine that way, eat them one at a time, pop them with a fork. Not exactly 4th of July food traditionally, but the ability to eat the meatball. You're getting a lot of meat on Darius' plate. He's gone ribs, he's gone grilled chicken, he's gone meatball there. It's a meat-heavy draft for Darius Dameron.
Let's not isolate that. It's for my
What? Why?
We'll not isolate that at all. For the final pick, this is our 4th round, right? Yeah, final pick of the 4th of July draft. We will select potato salad.
Oh,
potato salad will be what rounds out our plate full of various meats.
Again, naively hoping it got back to me. I knew it would get past Ryan because you already drafted potato salad. It'd be redundant to have another carbohydrate heavy salad.
But would it be redundant for Ryan?
Well,
though?
I was hoping for it. To be honest with you. That stings. Very well. Ryan, you're on the clock.
Not gonna lie, I was thinking potato salad.
Were you really right there?
I really was. But I mean, we are thrilled with this 4th round pick here. So pick is in. With the 4th and final selection for Team Ryan in the July 4th food draft, we select the most American thing out there. Apple pie. Apple pie.
Apple pie is a great selection.
Apple pie. There is nothing more July 4th than a big old apple pie on my plate, watching some fireworks. Apple pie it is.
That was an others receiving votes for me. I almost selected it previously. This is a struggle for us right here. I was really hoping potato salad would get down to me. I have something in mind. I think of it as a July 4th food. I think of it as a summertime food. This is the height of summer. It's hot. This is refreshing. The pick is in. With the final selection in the July 4th, 2024 food draft, Team Danny selects watermelon slices. Watermelon. What a great way to cool off. What a refreshing treat at the end. What a great breakup for all the salty of the dog, of the chips, of the fried chicken. A way to cool on down. The kids love it. The grown-ups love it. We're going to have some watermelon. So there you go. Early impressions here. Darius's draft is so meat-heavy with some potato salad, and I love it. Ryan's draft, very diverse. Burgers, pasta salad, brisket, and apple pie. That's pretty damn strong, too.
That is strong.
It is strong.
Team Danny, hot dogs, potato chips, fried chicken, and watermelon. Little bit hamstrung there. fried chicken, not a traditional July 4th, but I needed something chickeny, or I felt like I should have something chickeny.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel pretty good about it there. So post those on the old Facebook page, facebook.com/Grant and Danny. I want you to vote, and I want you guys to vote often. I guess you can't vote often. You should just vote once. I mean, otherwise it's illegal, unless you're like multiple Facebook logins, in which case, what are you doing with your life? Anyway.
Our buddy Toby Altizer of Bustin' Loose Baseball, he says, how did Clary Casserole go undrafted?
That is actually a great question.
I thought about taking it in a shtick, but then like no one else has had it, so I can't necessarily think it would win the vote there. But that's my that's the July 4th food draft. That's how we do it. We got a couple more serious sports things to do. I don't want to do that yet. I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067. Your call can be twofold. Number one, whose board did you like? Who won? Who did you like the best? And number two, you got to tell us, July 4th, what absolutely has to be on your plate. If you get there and they're out of this, you're pissed. What's got to be on your July 4th barbecue, cookout, whatever you want to call it, what has to be on your July 4th plate, 800-636-1067. Got your Nats lineups coming up at 5:45. Plus, we're going to do an impromptu Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag, because this is kind of like our Friday. We'll do that at 6 next on The Fan. We got a juicy little tidbit about the Nats lineup that we're going to give you at 5:45. And I got to tell you, I'm a fan. Oh, I'm in. And I'm thinking about 1 to 10 level of excitement. Probably like a 7, just based off this little teeny tiny tidbit. We'll tell you about that in 15 minutes. Welcome back to the program. Great Danny here on the Fan. No GP today. It's our last hour of the week. Hanging out with you guys till about 6:15 till Charlie and Dave take over these airwaves for your Nat Knowles Metropolitans contest. We just had our food draft. There are a lot of things that went undrafted that break my heart. Things that I want on my plate that I probably need on my plate. Tweet me at Funny Danny about what we missed. And you're right, we did. We missed a lot. You got to make a lot of tough choices. There's a lot of players on your board that you loved that are going to go to other teams or not get drafted at all. A couple of them hurt. So, I want to know what you guys think about the various selections. I'll run through it super quick. On Team Danny, hot dogs, potato chips, fried chicken, watermelon. Ryan's plate, burgers, pasta salad, brisket, apple pie. Darius, ribs, grilled chicken, meatballs, and potato salad. You want to offer a thought on who won it? Share that. You also got to tell me what has to be. I mean, has to be on your plate. Like if you're late and everybody knows you and they go, ooh, do not kill that. Danny's coming. He needs one of those. What is that thing? Let's go to Brian in Alexandria. Oh, hey, Brian. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, pal.
Danny, you are the clear winner on this, on the menu picks. Although one thing I would substitute the potato chips, baked beans.
I know.
Baked beans are the go-to with your hot dog.
I love, and thank you so much. Grant, again, as a child, doesn't like baked beans. He's wrong. Baked beans are incredible. I think of them on July 4th. I need them. I thought about going baked beans instead of watermelon at the end. I thought about going baked beans instead of fried chicken. I probably should have, to be honest with you. Especially you put a little pulled pork in there. Or a little pancetta. God, I love baked beans. And it kills me they're not on there. Let's go to Chris in North Kakalaki. Chris, what do you got on this? What's got to be on your plate?
How you doing, sir?
I'm very well.
My first, I'm running to contact free agent Crab for sure.
Yep.
And you had the best pick, man. Coming in last, I can't believe Watermelon made it all the way back to you.
It's so 4th of July, right? It's perfect.
Yeah, and, man, I get sliced on y'all's food topics. It took me a long time to figure out Danny had the palate of a child. But first time I ever called in, man, you guys were describing this sandwich that you love, and I'm yelling, Monte Cristo! Monte Cristo!
Thank you, buddy. I know exactly what he's talking about. Yep. I have no defense to that. Oh, by the way, he clearly didn't mean Danny has the palate of a child. He meant Grant, right?
He totally meant Grant. 100% meant.
Do you think he meant me a little bit, though?
No, there's no way.
I think I'm a pretty grown-up palate.
You have a great palate.
Thank you. I know I don't eat some of the more adventurous stuff out there. Like I've tried escargot. No thanks. There are better options. I haven't had Rocky Mountain oysters. I don't really need them in my life. Chris in Hyattsville, who won and what's got to be on your plate?
All right, it was a very close contest. I've broken down this draft completely and analyzed it many times, put it into the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Danny is the winner by 0.5 points, and what saved you was Watermelon late in the 4th round. That was an excellent pickup.
Thank you.
I gave you A+ pick for that. Now, Darius was a leader going down the stretch, but like Ron Rivera, Beat is to Darius as defensive lineman is to Ron Rivera. He overdrafted a position of strength. I didn't understand the meatball pick at all.
That was the Fadarian Mathis of picks, yeah.
But potato salad was probably the best side dish of the draft. Ryan, again, he's doing hipster stuff. I don't know what's going on with pasta salad in the 2nd round. Apple pie is a player playing out of position. That's a Christmas. Apples aren't even in season in July 4th. So I don't know. It's my biggest snubs have to be baked beans, corn on the cob, and coleslaw.
100% agree with every bit of your assessment. Thank you very much. I don't think you can draft coleslaw here. I'm a coleslaw guy. The people that tell you that it's not good or, again, that are children. It goes with a lot of things. It's a great in-between bite situation. It's great with barbecue. It's great to break it up. But I don't know that I'm drafting it. Let's go to Derek in Manassas. Derek, what's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I love the draft thing. By the way, I played this with my mother's sister and my son for the Thanksgiving thing.
Oh, it's the best.
And everybody loved it.
The best.
But for me, Darius, I think for me, hit it. I'm a carnivore, but I think y'all left out barbecue, and that's one of my have to haves because it's just tradition in my family.
So barbecue
Carolina
what?
barbecue.
Because Darius has ribs, barbecue
Pulled
chicken.
pork barbecue. Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Yeah, I'll allow it. Yeah. You're not going to get me to tell you anything bad about pulled pork. For a long time, it was in my top 5 foods. It has since been moved. Pancakes now are in my top 5, and pulled pork is out. That's just a personal update. Pulled pork's in my top 11. I love pulled pork. Give me the Carolina vinegar sauce. Give me your regular Kansas City style. Whatever you got pulled pork, I'm in. I'll come to your party. I love it. Is it 4th of July? It is for him. You can't go wrong. It's not like fried chicken's 4th of July. I just kind of wanted a chicken dish. I don't know. Robert's got a great one. Boys, we missed on this. Robert in Richmond, what do you got?
Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
They have to be on a menu. They have to be on the plate when I walk in. If they're not, I'm walking through the house, going through the refrigerator, everything.
Robert, are you
got to be on there?
Are you a gentleman with a healthy appetite?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your
And I
personal?
like.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I like the barbecue's got to be there.
Yep.
But hot dogs and hamburgers.
Yep. Of course. I'm going to ask you a semi-personal question, if you're okay with it.
That's fine.
What's your personal deviled egg record between you and me? Like the most you've ever eaten? Like maybe people weren't watching. It's just you and the deviled egg plate. Nobody else is around. What's the most you've ever eaten?
It don't have to be nobody around. I'll eat 8 to 10.
There he is. You're in this business long enough. You get a sense. You get a sense for it. I could tell. I could tell he was a double-digit guy. Did you guys know? Did you guys know a little bit that he was?
Kind of snipped that one out as well. I would have taken the over on 7.5. So yeah.
I have done 10. I have done double digits. And the problem is when you're among family, people get annoyed at you because it's basically the people that love the Devi eggs, right? My wife's Uncle Jim, me, and other people like them okay. So if there's a plate of 24 Devis, because eggs come in the dozen, it's basically Jim and I sort of feeling guilty, making sure everyone else gets some. And then if they're there for too long, we just kind of keep going back and grabbing more Devis. I've done double digits several times. Matt in DC. What's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
Hey guys, gentlemen, that was a very amusing segment. I was so impressed because, the Grant and Danny show without Grant, I didn't think there'd be one single laugh the entire 4 hours. So, I was very pleased to get a couple chuckles out of that.
All right.
As far as the draft itself, no corn on the cob.
Yeah.
I mean, that's shameful.
That's killer.
Danny, had you drafted corn on the cob, I mean, the watermelon pick was pure genius. It was sticking out like a sore thumb. The meatballs picked by Darius. I mean, now I'm imagining a picnic table with white tablecloth, and flower arrangements and stuff. I mean, meatballs on the 4th of July? Come on.
Matt, appreciate it. And the backhanded compliment as well. I had such low expectations of you guys, but it was okay. That was really sweet of you.
He didn't think he'd laugh with a comedian hosting a show. That's funny.
That was tough.
Well, I've been going through it lately. I accidentally read the comments. I try never to.
No, why would you do that?
Because I legitimately didn't mean to. I was on my cellular, and I got one of those hey, you got tagged in this picture. Because we were at Nats Park the other day for James Wood's debut. And I clicked on it. And because I was, what picture is it? I didn't even know what picture it was, right? And right away, it's here are the top comments, the top ones. Because there are others that aren't top. These are the top ones. Looks like no one's on EMP 180, huh? That was the first comment. Second one, just again, it's a picture of Grant and I talking to Davey Martinez. Second one, Danny isn't funny. Like, right, like not like relevant to the actual picture. Not like, oh, that's cool, you guys are on the field or whatever. It literally just goes, Danny isn't funny. So, I get it. I wonder if that was that. I wonder if it was Matt in DC who left the comment. Josh in Calvert, last word on this. What'd you think of the draft and what's got to be on your plate?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
I'm big into drafting linemen. So I dug it, but I didn't feel like you guys are getting the bang for your buck. We have a lot of folks coming over, so I think one gentleman said pulled pork barbecue is a must. You can get a lot of it for cheap. Feeds a lot of people. It's delicious, all American. But if you're in Southern Maryland like I am, it's pit beef. You can get an eye round, slice it up really thin, load it up on a bun, some horseradish and some mayo, and you're good to go. And it feeds a ton of people after they've been coming over from having a couple beers in the last couple hours, and delicious, and it goes a long way for your buck.
Everything you're saying is correct, Josh. I'm a pit beef guy. We make fun of Balmer and parts around quite a bit, and I think rightfully so. They got that one right. That pit beef rules. It's delicious. I'm all about it. And I'm not telling you that slow roasting some pork shoulder or getting some pulled pork together and doing it yourself, the smoker, the grill, however you prepare it, isn't a slice of Americana. We don't think of it as traditional ubiquitously. That's even a word that I just made up. But enough people have it as kind of their own tradition that I buy it, and it makes sense, right? Mass quantities of meat with sauce, that feels pretty 4th of July to me. I appreciate all the participation on that one. Thank you very much. That's always a blast to do. Darius, I believe, or Darius, according to like 7 of our callers, by the way, the last couple segments.
Yeah, I get that often.
That's okay. That's Darius, by the way, Darius Dameron. Looking for Darius there. Would have accepted Darius. He's posted that in the old Facebook group, right? Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. I got a Nets lineup for you next with an intriguing little side note. Then at 6 o'clock, Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Don't go anywhere. Baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Welcome back to the program. This is Grant Danny here on The Fan. Just Danny for about, a little less than 30 more minutes hanging with you guys. It is time to present to you the Nationals lineups. And that's presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. We're going to close the show with Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag here in a few moments, but I wanted to share this with you. I'm going to pause in the middle for a quick little celebration, just a couple thoughts. Mitchell Parker's on the bump. That's good. Batting first, playing shortstop. See. Jake. Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas. Let me get a little sip of water before this one here. You ready for this? And batting third in left field. Oh, hell yeah. Batting third in left field. He's batting third in left field. That's James Wood for that ass. Yup. He's hitting third against a righty. Davey Martinez in the dugout with old Randy Douye and Pant Grolson. Let us know against righties, he might just stick him in the 3-hole. That's not just empty promises, bro. That means your organization's one of his 3 best hitters is up in the show right now this minute. Let's go. Let's go. James Wood in the 3-hole. Ooh. I got chills. I got the little hairs on my arm. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him, YouTube. Look. They're not down. They're standing up. The hairs on my arm are standing. The hairs on the back of my neck, if I had some, I got to kind of trim that goobaza back there. Otherwise, it looks real sloppy. But if I had them, they'd be standing up too. James Wood in the 3-hole. Let's go. Back to regular schedule lineup. But James Wood in the 3-hole, though, guys. Jesse Winker, DH, batting 4th. K-Bear Ruiz at catcher, hitting 5th. Luis Garcia at second base. Joey Meneses hitting 7th at first. Ildemaro Vargas at third base, batting 8th. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young, batting 9th in center field. Again, Mitchell Parker on the bump. James Wood batting 3rd, though. If you're looking for a takeaway, what's the summary? What's the net of this lineup decision? It's James Wood hitting 3rd. You see, there are 9 spots in the order, and the 3rd spot, one of critical import, that's James Wood. We're not babying. We're not kid gloving. We're not saying, let's drop him down in the order and see what happens. Remember, with C.J. Abrams. Remember, for basically a whole year, they're like, hit 9th. Hit 9th behind a guy hitting like 110. Wasn't until, 80, 90, 100 games in, they were like, okay, fine, CJ, for this team that's going to lose 90-some ball games. Now you can hit first. His 3rd game in the show, he's hitting 3rd. Dudes, people, you smelling it? You feel it a little bit? Now, they can't beat the Mets. I hate the Mets. It's super annoying. Put that aside for a second. Dream a little bit with me. If you're somewhere safe, close those eyes. If you're driving, have the person in the passenger seat close theirs. Just take a little mental image. Think about it. The year is 2025. It's time for your Nationals lineup. Batting first, shortstop, C.J. Abrams. Batting second, in center field, Dylan Cruz. Batting third, in left field, James Wood. And I don't know who's after that because they may or may not spend money, but the top 3 in the order. If you smell, come on, dude. The future. She's a-coming. You kind of got through all the darkness. You got through. You're playing old school, wagon trail, little Oregon Trail piece, right? You got through the dysentery. You got through some of the rough stretches, middle America, where it's a lot of flatness, a lot of tornadoes. You could see Oregon. You could see some of the inlets. You could see your destination. Lewis and Clark, bros, right? Just going left. Which way you guys going? That way. Straight left. All the way across the whole big windswept plain. A lot of behind you. You lost a lot of steer, a lot of bison, a lot of people. You're almost there. You can see the ending. You can see the reason we all got kicked in the teeth for basically 5 years. Post-World Series. Just a lot of punts to the groin. James Wood is hitting third. Abrams acquired via Juan Soto trade. Lane Thomas, we should bring up every day that he was acquired for John Lester. And James Wood acquired also for Juan Soto in the 3 spot. That's your top 3 in the order. That's awesome. I'm excited. Next, Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag, 800-636-1067. Get your questions in. This is our last segment of the week. Welcome back to the show. It's Great Danny here on The Fan. Really appreciate all the people chiming in on everything throughout the show today. One last chance to do that, 800-636-1067. You can follow me on Twitter at FunnyDanny. Fly by Sugar Ray Parody said, and I quote, Danny, your draft is total ass, talking about our food draft. So again, all opinions are welcome. Very, very nice. So always appreciate people weighing in there. You can watch us on YouTube, on the tubes right now. We are at youtube.com, and you can search Grant and Danny Show, 1067 The Fan. It'll pop up. You will see my dumb face. I'm sorry it's so disappointing, but this is how I look, and I'm sorry about that. I want your questions. We do this normally on Friday, last segment of the week here during the summertime, but this is our last segment of the week, so we're kind of cheating and doing it now. Darius, are you loose, by the way? You're good? I hate that you have to sing this every time. I actually feel bad about it. Like, is it something that I should feel bad about, or do you mind doing it?
I ultimately don't mind doing it. It's one of my proud contributions to the show. I usually get a full week recovery.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I'm like a pitcher. I'm like a starting pitcher.
Yeah, every fifth day.
I have a
seventh day.
routine. So we're kind of throwing my routine off. But the good thing is I'll get a few extra days off, being off tomorrow and Friday. So I'll be even better come next Friday.
Appreciate it. All right, so if you're ready, you're good? Okay. Go ahead and sing us in. This is Grant and Danny's Mr. Tony's Mailbag. Excuse me, Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. I don't know where I got the Mr. from. It's something that we invented. No one else ever did this, something that we did. And you can ask us anything. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever you want discussed, we'll do that. You can tweet me at Funny Danny, hop in the YouTube chat, call us at 800-636-1067, and Darius will get it going.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
First question via the tubes. Slizakt, our buddy David, who I believe is in New Hampshire, asks, Danny, if you get the gift of a $500,000 beach house or a $2 million lake house, which would you choose? So I'm assuming that I can't just turn around and sell them and then get what I want. You see what I'm saying? I'm assuming that like I've got to use it, live there, use it as my vacation home, etc. The answer is beach house. Lakes mean snakes. Nope. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't live with them. I can't be around them. My one of my good buddies in high school, they had a place in just outside of Fredericksburg in Lake of the Woods. We go down there sometimes for ridiculous amounts of alcohol consumed as high school kids. Just so much drinking. I don't encourage it. I'm telling you what happened. But that all changed when I saw a snake. I can't have it. I cannot deal with them. I'm so afraid of them. They're so terrifying. I hate them so much. I would take the nubbier beach house over the $2 million lake house. Now, ideally, what I would do is I'd take the $2 million lake house, sell it, get whatever I could for it, and then buy a beach house. But I think that's cheating for the exercise. But I appreciate that question. Darius, go ahead, please.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Let's go to Dennis in Herndon at 800-636-1067. Your question, sir, for Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Thank you for taking my call. First of all, I got to say I love the draft. I think any of the choices were better than I think Heisey last year did green beans, if I recall correctly.
He did, yeah.
Anything's better than that. You know, I think he deserved a gasser for that one. But anyways, my question is, and I have a little bit of a dilemma. I was hoping you could give me advice.
Okay.
So I'm trying to plan a trip this fall, and I'm kind of narrowed it down to either Monday Night Football in Cincinnati or going to see my nephew play high school football down in Texas in his senior year.
So you basically have to choose between those two.
I have to choose between those two. I don't think I can spend the money to do both.
I got you. Dennis, I appreciate the phone call. Okay. This football team will still be playing in years. Your nephew will not. I think that's my answer. As much as I want people to go and care and give a damn about the team, you obviously do because you're weighing that decision. Go see your nephew play. Nobody ever said Man, I'm glad I never, spent time with the young people in my life. I'm glad I skipped out on that thing with my niece or my nephew. I'm glad I missed that recital. Go see him play, especially in Texas. You know what I mean? Where it's such a huge deal. The pageantry, the joy that you'll get from that. Because I presume you're probably hanging out with either your in-laws or siblings of your own. Do that.
A stadium in Texas is probably bigger than Cincinnati Stadium, so I think he'd get a much better experience there.
Very good question, though, because we're hoping to take a couple road trips here with the G&D show. We're hoping to do a couple different things like that. I'm telling you, we're going to be in New Orleans, but I'm just saying we're going to do some stuff. Darius, go ahead, sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
And I believe you've got a question, Mr. Darius.
Yeah, I don't think there's a rule that says the producers can't ask questions to Grant and Danny. Right?
Let me look.
Is there a rule for that?
No, there's no rule. No.
There we go.
Yeah.
Danny, you're a video gamer. I know you as a video gamer.
It's true.
I don't know you to be much of a sport video gamer.
Uh-oh.
It's something we don't really seem to see eye to eye on very much.
Yep.
But I want to know, in a couple of weeks, I believe it's July 16th is the release date for NCAA 25. Or I guess they don't call it NCAA anymore. They call it EA's
What do they call
college.
it?
They call it EA's College Football 25.
But we all know what we're talking about.
Of course. Everybody's in their feels because nostalgic. It's the first time the game's been back on console since I believe NCAA 14 is the last time they released a college football game. Danny, will you be indulging in EA Sports College Football 25?
I have a full plate. I've already mentioned this once on the program, and I apologize to everybody. The Elden Ring DLC came out last week. It's like a whole other Elden Ring, which is one of the biggest games ever, and it's incredible. Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We're dealing with a lot of stuff here. My own kids, right? I listed them fourth. But I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to do it, Darius. I'm going to have to play it. Too many times in my dorm room. If you are a company and you can make men in their 40s feel like they're 10 through 20 again, you're going to make some money. And that's going to make me feel like I'm 19 in my dormitory again, running through people playing as Michigan. I take on all comers. This is my boy. He's really good at EA Sports College Football, whatever it's called, Is he? Have him sit down right next to me on the old PlayStation 2. About to get your ass taxed is what's going to happen. The tight end's open. You know how? I'm not sure either, but I throw it. Tutties. Wins. Building dynasties. This time I want to be an option quarterback. Fine, we'll do that. Now I want to drop back passer. Oh, I can recruit the whole nation? You're damn right, because I'm back to back natty champion. Yeah, we're going to have to do that again. Great question by Darius. Go ahead, sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Connor in DC, go ahead.
Third time caller, 19562.
Very good.
Is a taco a sandwich?
That's an unbelievable question. I'm going to take it off air here. Here we go. No. It's its own singular entity. The hot dog sandwich quandary that has captivated American debate. You can buy a pack of hot dogs. You can't buy a pack of tacos. You can get taco shells. A taco isn't a taco until you have something in the shell. You could have a stupid taco, just lettuce. You could have nothing but ground beef in your taco, and now it's a taco. The nature of the sandwich to me, meat, bread, cheese, and sauce. Right? Meat, bread, cheese, sauce. Other ingredients, ancillary, they're welcome. I love them. Some pepperoncinis. Different toppings. Olives. Whatever you got. Give me a muffalata with a little olive tapenade. Please and thank you. Give me some mayo. Give me mustard. Give me oil and vinegar. Give me salt, pepper, whatever. I don't believe a taco is a sandwich. I believe it's a taco. You see what I'm saying? I believe the nature of the taco, where you don't have two open ends. You have a hard taco shell or a soft taco shell that's a wrap. I don't think it's a sandwich. I don't think it's a sandwich. But that's a hard question. That's a great one. I could absolutely see a case for it being a sandwich. Because all the criteria of a sandwich, you've got your breading, presumably you've got your meat or your protein, you're going to have your cheese, and you're going to have your sauce. But then again, peanut butter and jelly is a sandwich. Doesn't have any meat in it. Have I just violated my own ordinance, my own definition? God, that's hard. Taco, not a sandwich, final answer. Darius, go ahead and sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Brian Clare.
So this is kind of one of those debates that I think you might be having. You love sweet, but you also love salty.
Yep.
Sweet and salty together, amazing combo. But if you had to pick, which one are you going with for the rest of your life? Sweet or salty?
Salty.
Ooh.
I need it and I love it. I used to not care about sweets. Seriously, I'd be like, I'd rather have more chips, rather have more bread, carbs, whatever. It wasn't until I started to have to like worry about my diet, right? Where like my metabolism slowed down. And if I'm in the same room as a bagel, I gain 11 pounds. That I started to crave sweets more. When I deprive myself of those things that are sugary, even though they don't taste sugary, like a slice of white bread, you don't think of it as sugar, but it's got a ton of sugar-related stuff. Or I got rid of soda or cut those other things out of my life. That's when I started to crave more and more sweets. I never cared. I'd rather have more chips. I still love salty foods, though. Salty's my answer. Darius, sing us in.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
From Mama's Backhand, which is a great username, if I can say that. Would you rather endure a long, obnoxious travel situation to have the best meal with your first choice person, or would you endure a long, terrible meal with a bad person with a quick ride home? This person here gets me. They understand. I can't do the travel thing. I can't. I just get too worked up. I get too upset. I can't just let it happen. I've got no control. I hate being herded around. I hate being cramped in. I hate being scolded. I hate feeling like I'm imposing on people. I just can't. I've had plenty of meals with really annoying company. And I get to go home after? Give me that. Give me that. I'm too old, man. I can't do that travel thing. That's a great question. Great philosophical question. That's what this Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag is all about. That's how we do it. I want everyone, and I mean this sincerely, please have a happy, healthy, safe July 4th. It's one of the best days of the year. Everyone's in a good mood. Let's keep it that way. Come back and see us next week. We're off tomorrow, obviously for the holiday, off Friday as well. Appreciate you guys listening to 106.7 The Fan. Thank you. These are always nice milestones to remind myself that we're lucky to be able to do this. It's because of you guys that we get to. So thank you. Please have a wonderful 4th. Enjoy yourselves. Do it responsibly. It is a kick-ass day. Hope you get everything you want on your plate. Ryan, Darius, I'm Danny. We'll see you guys back on Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend